Chapter 1 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Shurman. Thomas Wingfold, Curate by George Macdonald. Chapter 1. Helen Lingard. A swift grey November wind had taken every chimney of the house for an organ pipe, and was roaring in them all at once, quelling the more distant and varied noises of the woods, which moaned and surged like a sea. Helen Lingard had not been out all day. The morning, indeed, had been fine, but she had been writing a long letter to her brother Leopold at Cambridge, and had put off her walk in the neighbouring park till after luncheon, and in the meantime the wind had risen, and brought with it a haze that threatened rain. She was in admirable health, had never had a day's illness in her life, was hardly more afraid of getting wet than a young farmer, and enjoyed wind, especially when she was on horseback. Yet as she stood looking from her window across a balcony where shivered more than one autumnal plant that ought to have been removed a week ago, out upon the old-fashioned garden and meadows beyond, where each lonely tree bowed with drifting garments, I was going to say like a suppliant, but it was away from its storming enemy, she did not feel inclined to go out. That she was healthy was no good reason why she should be unimpressible, any more than good temper would be a reason for indifference to the behavior of one's friend. She always felt happier in a new dress when it was made to her mind and fitted her body, and when the sun shone she was lighter-hearted than when it rained. I had written merrier, but Helen was seldom merry, and had she been made aware of the fact and questioned why, would have answered, because she so seldom saw reason. She was what all her friends called a sensible girl, but, as I say, that was no reason why she should be an insensible girl as well, and be subject to none of the influences of the weather. She did feel those influences, and therefore it was that she turned away from the window, and with the sense rather than the conviction that the fireside in her own room was rendered even more attractive by the unfriendly aspect of things outside, and the roar in the chimney, which happily was not accompanied by a change in the current of the smoke. The hours between luncheon and tea are confessedly dull, but dullness is not inimical to a certain kind of comfort, and Helen liked to be that way comfortable. Nor had she ever yet been aware of self-rebuke because of the liking. Let us see what kind and degree of comfort she had in the course of an hour and a half attained, and in discovering this I shall be able to present her to my reader with a little more circumstance. She sat before the fire in a rather masculine posture. I would not willingly be rude, but the fact remains, a posture in which she would not, I think, have sat for her photograph, leaning back in a chintz-covered easy-chair, all the lines of direction about her parallel with the lines of the chair, her arms lying on its arms, and the fingers of each hand folded down over the end of each arm, square, straight, right-angled, gazing into the fire with something of the look of a sage, but one who has made no discovery. She had just finished the novel of the day, and was suffering a mild reaction, the milder, perhaps, that she was not altogether satisfied with the consummation. For the heroine had, after much sorrow and patient endurance, at length married a man whom she could not help knowing was to be not worth having. for the author even knew it. Only such was his reading of life, and such his theory of artistic duty, that what it was a disappointment to Helen to peruse, it seemed to have been a comfort to him to write. Indeed, her satisfaction went so far that, although the fire kept burning away in perfect content before her, enhanced by the bellowing complaint of the wind in the chimney, she yet came nearer thinking than she had ever been in her life. Now, thinking, especially to one who tries it for the first time, is seldom or never a quite comfortable operation, and hence Helen was very near becoming actually uncomfortable. She was even on the borders of making the unpleasant discovery that the business of life, and that not only for North Pole expeditions, African explorers, pyramid inspectors, and such like, but for every man and woman born into the blindness of the planets, is to discover. After which discovery there is little more comfort to be had of the sort with which Helen was chiefly conversant. But she escaped for the time after a very simple and primitive fashion, although it was indeed a narrow escape. Let me not be misunderstood, however, and supposed to imply that Helen was dull in faculty, or that she contributed nothing to the bubbling of the intellectual pool in the social gatherings at Glaston. Far from it. When I say that she came near thinking, I say more for her than any but the few who know what thinking is will understand. For that which chiefly distinguishes man from those he calls the lower animals is the faculty he most rarely exercises. True, Helen supposed she could think like other people because the thoughts of other people had passed through her in tolerable plenty, leaving many a phantom conclusion behind, but this was their thinking, not hers. She had thought no more than was necessary now and then, to the persuasion that she saw what a sentence meant, after which her acceptance or rejection of what was contained in it, never more than lukewarm, depended solely upon its relation to what she had somehow or other, she could not have told how, come to regard as the proper style of opinion to hold upon things in general. The social matrix, which up to this time had ministered to her development, had some relations with Mayfair, it is true, but scanty ones indeed with the universe, so that her present condition was like that of the common bees, every one of which nature fits for a queen, but its nurses prevent from growing one by providing for it a cell too narrow for the unrolling of royalty, and supplying it with food not potent enough for the nurture of the ideal, with this difference, however, that the cramped and stinted thing comes out, if no queen, then a working bee. And Helen, who might be both, was neither yet. If I were at liberty to mention the books on her table, it would give a few of my readers no small help towards the settling of her position in the valued file of the young women of her generation. But there are reasons against it. She was the daughter of an officer who, her mother dying when she was born, committed her to the care of a widowed aunt, and almost immediately left for India, where he rose to high rank and somehow or other amassed a considerable fortune, partly through his marriage with a Hindu lady, by whom he had one child, a boy some 3 years younger than Helen. When he died, he left his fortune equally divided between the 2 children. Helen was now 23, and her own mistress. Her appearance suggested Norwegian blood, for she was tall, blue-eyed, and dark-haired, but fair-skinned, with regular features, and still some who did not like her said hard, expression of countenance. No one had ever called her Nelly, yet she had long remained a girl, lingering on the broken borderland after several of her school companions had become young matrons. Her drawing-master, a man of some observation and insight, used to say Miss Lingard would wake up somewhere around 40. The cause of her so nearly touching the borders of thought this afternoon was that she became suddenly aware of feeling bored. Now Helen was even seldomer bored than Mary, and this time she saw no reason for it. Neither had any person to lay the blame on. She might have said it was the weather, but the weather had never done it before. Nor could it be want of society, for George Bascombe was to dine with them. So was the curate, but he did not count for much. Neither was she weary of herself. That indeed might be only a question of time, for the most complete egotist, Julius Caesar or Napoleon Bonaparte, must at length get weary of his paltry self. But Helen, from the slow rate of her expansion, was not old enough yet. Nor was she in any special sense wrapped up in herself. It was only that she had never yet broken the shell which continues to shut in so many human chickens, long after they imagine themselves citizens of the real world. Being somewhat bored then, and dimly aware that to be bored was out of harmony with something or other, Helen was on the verge of thinking, but, as I have said, escaped the snare in a very direct and simple fashion. She went fast asleep, and never woke till her maid brought her the cup of kitchen tea from which the inmates of some houses derive the strength to prepare for dinner. End of Chapter 1. Recording by John Sherman, Wingfold, Illinois. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thomas Wingfold. The morning, whose afternoon was thus stormy, had been fine, and the curate went out for a walk. Had it been just as stormy, however, he would have gone all the same. Not that he was a great walker, or indeed fond of exercise of any sort, and his walking, as an Irishman might say, was half sitting on stiles and stones and fallen trees. He was not in bad health, he was not lazy or given to self-preservation, but he had little impulse to activity of any sort. The springs in his well of life did not seem to flow quite fast enough. He strolled through Osterfield Park and down the deep descent to the river, where, chilly as it was, he seated himself upon a large stone on the bank, and knew that he was there, and that he had to answer to Thomas Wingfold. But why he was there, and why he was not called something else, he did not know. On each side of the stream rose a steeply sloping bank, on which grew many fern bushes, now half withered, and the sunlight upon them this November morning seemed as cold as the wind that blew about their golden and green fronds. Over a rocky bottom the spring went talking rather than singing, down the valley toward the town, where it seemed to linger a moment to embrace the old abbey church before it set out on its leisurely slide through the low level to the sea. Its talk was chilly, and its ripples, which came half from the obstructions in its channel below, and half from the wind that ruffled it above, were not smiles, but wrinkles rather, even in the sunshine. Thomas felt cold himself, but the cold was of the sort that comes from the look rather than the feel of things. He did not, however, care much about how he felt, not enough, certainly, to have made him put on a greatcoat. He was not deeply interested in himself. With his stick, a very ordinary bit of oak, he kept knocking pebbles into the water and listlessly watching them splash. The wind blew, the sun shone, the water ran, the ferns waved, the clouds went drifting over his head, but he never looked up or took any notice of the things of Mother Nature at her housework. Everything seemed to him to be doing only what it had got to do, because it had got it to do, and not because it cared about it, or had any end in doing it. For he, like every other man, could read nature only by his own lamp, and this was very much how he had hitherto responded to the demands made upon him. His life had not been a very interesting one, although early passages in it had been painful. He had done fairly well at Oxford. It had been expected of him, and he had answered expectation. He had not distinguished himself, nor cared to do so. He had known from the first that he was intended for the church, and had not objected, but received it as his destiny, and even in dim obedience kept before his mental vision the necessity of yielding to the heights and hollows of the mould into which he was being thrust. But he had taken no great interest in the matter. The church was to him an ancient institution of such approved respectability that it was able to communicate it, possessing emoluments and requiring observances. He had entered her service, she was his mistress, and in return for the narrow shelter, humble fare, and not quite too shabby garments she allotted him, he would perform her hests, in the spirit of a servant who abideth not in the house for ever. He was now 26 years of age, and had never dreamed of marriage, or even been troubled with the thought of its unattainable remoteness. He did not philosophize much upon life or his position in it, taking everything with a cold, hopeless kind of acceptance, and laying no claim to courage, devotion, or even bare suffering. He had a certain dull prejudice in favor of honesty, would not have told the shadow of a lie to be made Archbishop of Canterbury, and yet was so uninstructed in the things that constitute practical honesty that some of his opinions would have considerably astonished St. Paul. He liked reading the prayers, for the making of them vocal in the church was pleasant to him, and he had a not unmusical voice. He visited the sick, with some repugnance, it is true, but without delay, and spoke to them such religious commonplaces as occurred to him, depending mainly on the prayers belonging to their condition for the right performance of his office. He never thought about being a gentleman, but always behaved like one. I suspect that at this time there lay somewhere in his mind, keeping generally well out of sight, however, that is, below the skin of his consciousness, the unacknowledged feeling that he had been hardly dealt with. But at no time, even when it rose plainest, would he have dared to add, by Providence. Had the temptation come, he would have banished it and the feeling altogether. He did not read much, browsed over his newspaper at breakfast with a polite courtesy sufficient to season the loneliness of his slice of fried bacon, and took more interest in some of the naval intelligence than in anything else. Indeed, it would have been difficult for himself even to say in what he did take a large interest. When leisure awoke a question as to how he should employ it, he would generally take up his Horace, and read aloud one of his more mournful odes, with such attention to the rhythm, I must add, as, although plentiful enough among scholars in respect of the dead letter, is rarely found in them with respect of the living vocal utterance. Nor had he now sat long upon his stone, heedless of the world's preparations for winter, before he began repeating to himself the poet's Aequam memento rebus in artis, which he had been trying much, but with small success, to reproduce in similar English cadences, moved thereto in part by the success of Tennyson in his O mighty-mouthed inventor of harmonies, a thing as yet alone in the language so far as I know. It was perhaps a little strange that the curate would draw the strength of which he was most conscious from the pages of a poet whose hereafter was chiefly serviceable to him. In virtue of its unsubstantiality and poverty, the dreamlike thinness of its reality, in enhancing the pleasures of the world of sun and air, cooling shade and songful streams, the world of wine and jest, of forms that melted more slowly from encircling arms, and eyes that did not so swiftly fade and vanish in the distance. Yet when one reflects but for a moment on the poverty-stricken expectations of Christians from their hereafter, I cease to wonder at Wingfold. For human sympathy is lovely and pleasant, and if a Christian priest and a pagan poet feel much in the same tone concerning the affairs of a universe, why should they not comfort each other by sitting down together in the dust? No hair it boots thee whether from Inachus ancient descended o'er, of the poorest born thy being drags, all bare and roofless victim, the same to the heartless Orcus. All are on one road driven, for each of us the urn is tossed, and later or earlier the lot will drop, and all be sentenced into the boat of eternal exile. Having thus far succeeded with these 2 stanzas, Wingfold rose, a little pleased with himself, and climbed the bank above him, wading through mingled sun and wind and ferns, so careless of their shivering beauty and their coming exile, that a watcher might have said the prospect of one day leaving behind him the shows of this upper world could have no part in the curate's sympathy with Horace. Chapter 3 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Diners. Mrs. Ramshorn, Helen's aunt, was past the middle age of woman, had been handsome and pleasing, had long ceased to be either, had but sparingly recognized the fact, yet had recognized it, and felt aggrieved. Hence, in part, it was that her mouth had gathered that peevish and wronged expression which tends to produce a moral nausea in the beholder. If she had but known how much uglier in the eyes of her fellow mortals her own discontent made her than the severest operations of the laws of mortal decay could have done, she might have tried to think less of her wrongs and more of her privileges. As it was, her own face wronged her own heart, which was still womanly, and capable of much pity, seldom exercised. Her husband had been Dean of Hallistone, a man of insufficient weight of character to have the right influence in the formation of his wife's. He had left her tolerably comfortable as to circumstances, but childless. She loved Helen, whose even imperturbability had, by mere weight, as it might seem, gained such a power over her that she was really mistress in the house without either of them knowing it. Naturally desirous of keeping Helen's fortune in the family, and having, as I say, no son of her own, she had yet not far to look to find a cousin capable, as she might well imagine, of rendering himself acceptable to the young heiress. He was the son of her younger sister, married, like herself, to a dignitary of the church, a canon of a northern cathedral. This youth, therefore, George Bascombe by name, whose visible calling at present was to eat his way to the bar, she often invited to Glaston, and on this Friday afternoon he was on his way from London to spend the Saturday and Sunday with the two ladies. The cousins liked each other, had not had more of each other's society than was favourable to their aunt's designs, who was far too prudent to have made as yet any reference to them, and stood altogether in as suitable a relative position for falling in love with each other as Mrs. Ramshorn could well have desired. Her chief, almost her only uneasiness, arose from the important and but too evident fact that Helen Lingard was not a girl of the sort to fall readily in love. That, however, was of no consequence, provided it did not come in the way of marrying her cousin, who, her aunt felt confident, was better fitted to rouse her dormant affections than any other youth she had ever seen, or was ever likely to see. Upon this occasion she had asked Thomas Wingfold to meet him, partly with the design that he should act as a foil to her nephew, partly in order to do her duty by the church, to which she felt herself belong, not as a lay member, but in some undefined professional capacity, in virtue of her departed dean. Wingfold had but lately come to the parish, and, as he was merely curate, she had not been in haste to invite him. On the other hand, he was the only clergyman officiating in the abbey church, which was grand and old, with a miserable living and a non-resident rector. He, to do him justice, paid nearly the amount of the tithes in salary to his curate, and spent the rest on the church material, of which, for certain reasons, he retained the incumbency, the presentation to which belonged to his own family. The curate presented himself at the dinner hour in Mrs. Ramshorn's drawing-room, looking like any other gentleman, satisfied with his share in the administration of things, and affecting nothing of the professional either in dress, manner, or tone. Helen saw him for the first time in private life, and, as she had expected, saw nothing remarkable. a man who looked about 30, was a little over the middle height and well enough constructed as men go, had a good forehead, a questionable nose, clear grey eyes, long, mobile, sensitive mouth, large chin, pale complexion, and straight black hair, and might have been a lawyer just as well as a clergyman. A keener, that is, a more interested eye than hers, might have discovered traces of suffering in the forms of the wrinkles which, as he talked, would now and then flit like ripples over his forehead. But Helen's eyes seldom did more than slip over the faces presented to her, and had it been otherwise, who could be expected to pay much regard to Thomas Wingfold when George Bascom was present? There, indeed, stood a man by the corner of the mantelpiece, tall and handsome as an Apollo, and strong as the young Hercules, dressed in the top of the plainest fashion, self-satisfied, but not offensively so, good-natured, ready to smile, as clean in conscience apparently, and as large in sympathy as his shirt-front. Everybody who knew him counted George Bascom a genuine good fellow, and George himself knew little to the contrary, while Helen knew nothing. One who had only chanced to get a glimpse of her in her own room, as in imagination my reader has done, would hardly have recognized her again in the drawing-room. For in her own room she was but as she appeared to herself in her mirror, dull, inanimate, but in the drawing-room her reflection from living eyes and presences served to stir up what waking life was in her. When she spoke, her face dawned with a clear, although not warm light, and although it must be owned that when it was at rest, the same over-stillness, amounting almost to dullness, the same seeming immobility ruled as before, yet, even when she was not speaking, the rest was often broken by a smile, a genuine one, for although there was much that was stiff, there was nothing artificial about Helen. Neither was there much of the artificial about her cousin, for his good nature and his smile and whatever else appeared upon him were all genuine enough. The only thing in this respect not quite satisfactory to the morally fastidious man being his tone in speaking. Whether he had caught it at the university, or amongst his father's clerical friends, or in the professional society he now frequented, I cannot tell. But it had been manufactured somewhere, after a large, scrolly kind of pattern, sounding well-bred and dignified. I wonder how many speak with the voices that really belong to them. Plainly, to judge from the one Bascom used, he was accustomed to lay down the law, but in gentlemanly fashion, and not as if he cared a bit about the thing in question himself. By the side of his easy carriage, his broad chest and towering Greek-shaped head, Thomas Wingfold dwindled, almost to vanishing in a word, looked nobody. And besides his inferiority in size and self-presentment, he had a slight hesitation of manner which seemed to anticipate, if not to court, the subordinate position which most men, and most women too, were ready to assign him. He said, "Don't you think?" far oftener than "I think," and was always more ready to fix his attention upon the strong points of an opponent's argument than to reassert his own in slightly altered phrase like most men, or even in fresh forms like a few. Hence self-assertion, either modestly worn like a shirt of fine chain armor, or gaunt and obtrusive like plates of steel, being the strength of the ordinary man. What could the curate appear but defenceless, therefore weak, and therefore contemptible? The truth is, he had less self-conceit than a mortal's usual share, and was not yet possessed of any opinions interesting enough to himself to seem worth defending with any approach to vivacity. Bascom and he bowed in response to their introduction with proper indifference. After a moment's solemn pause, exchanged a sentence or two which resembled an exercise in the proper use of a foreign language, and then gave what attention Englishmen are capable of before dinner to the two ladies, the elder of whom, may I just mention, was dressed in black velvet with heavy Venetian lace, and the younger in black silk with old Honiton. Neither of them did much towards enlightening the conversation. Mrs. Ramshorn, whose dinner had as yet gained in interest with her years, sat peevishly longing for its arrival, but cast every now and then a look of mild satisfaction upon her nephew, which, however, while it made her eyes sweeter, did not much alter the expression of her mouth. Helen improved, as she fancied, the arrangement of a few greenhouse flowers in an ugly vase on the table. At length the butler appeared. The curate took Mrs. Ramshorn, and the cousins followed, making, in the judgment of the butler as he stood in the hall, and the housekeeper as she peeked from the baize-covered door that led to the still-room, as handsome a couple as mortal eyes need wish to see. They looked nearly of an age, the lady the more stately, the gentleman the more graceful, or perhaps rather Chapter 4 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Shorman. Chapter 4. Their Talk. During dinner, Bascom had the talk mostly to himself, and rattled well. Occasionally rebuked by his aunt for some remark which might to a clergyman appear objectionable. Nor as a partisan was she altogether satisfied with the curate, that he did not seem inclined to take clerical exception. He ate his dinner quietly, responding to Bascom's sallies, which had usually more of vivacity than keenness, more of good spirits than wit, with a curious flickering smile, or a single word of agreement. It might have seemed that he was humouring a younger man, but the truth was, the curate had not yet seen cause for opposing him. How any friend could have come to send Helen poetry, I cannot imagine, but that very morning she had received by post a small volume of verse, which, although just out and by an unknown author, had already been talked of in what are called literary circles. Wingfold had read some extracts from the book that same morning, and was therefore not quite unprepared when Helen asked him if he had seen it. He suggested that the poems, if the few lines he had seen made a fair sample, were rather of the wailful order.
"If there's one thing I despise more than another," said Bascom, "it is to hear a man, a fellow with legs and arms, pour out his griefs into the bosom of that most discreet of confidants, society, bewailing his hard fate, and calling upon youths and maidens to fill their watering pots with tears, and with him water the sorrowful pansies and undying rue of the race." I believe I am quoting.
"I think you must be, George," said Helen. "I never knew you venture so near the edge of poetry before."
"Ah, that is all you know of me, Miss Lingard," returned Bascom. "And then," he resumed, turning again to Wingfold, "what is it that they complain of? That some girls preferred a better man, perhaps? Or that a penny paper once told the truth about their poetry?"
"Or it may be only that it is their humour to be sad," said Wingfold. "But don't you think," he continued, "it is hardly worth while to be indignant with them? Their verses are a relief to them, and do nobody any harm."
"They do all the boys and girls harm that read them, and themselves who write them more harm than anybody, confirming them in tearful habits, and teaching eyes unused to weep. I quote again, I believe, but from whom I am innocent. If I ever had a grief, I should have along with it the decency to keep it to myself."
"Oh, I don't doubt you would, George," said his cousin, who seemed more playfully inclined than usual. "But," she added with a smile, "would your silence be voluntary or enforced?"
"What?" returned Bascom. "You think I could not plain my woes to the moon? Why not I as well as another? I could roar you as 'twere any nightingale."
"You have had your sorrows, then, George?"
"Never anything worse yet than a tailor's bill, Helen, and I hope you won't provide me with any. I am not in love with decay. I remember a fellow at Trinity, the merriest of all our set at a wine party, who, alone with his ink-pot, was forever enacting the part of the unheeded poet, complaining of the hard hearts and tuneless ears of his generation. I went into his room once, and found him with the tears running down his face, a pot of stout half empty on the table, and his den all but opaque with tobacco smoke, reciting with sobs. I had repeated the lines so often before they ceased to amuse me that I can never forget them. 'Heardst thou a quiver and a clang? In thy sleep did it make thee start? 'Twas a cord in twain that sprang, but the lyre shell was my heart.' He took a pull at the stout, laid his head on the table, and sobbed like a locomotive."
"But it's not very bad, not bad at all, so far as I can see," said Helen, who had a woman's weakness for the side attacked, in addition to a human partiality for fair play.
"No, not bad at all for absolute nonsense," said Bascom.
"He had been reading Heine," said Wingfold.
"And burlesquing him," said Bascom. "Fancy hearing one of the fellow's heartstrings crack, and taking it for a string of his fiddle in the press. By the way, what are heartstrings? Have they any anatomical synonym? But I have no doubt it was good poetry."
"Do you think poetry and common sense necessarily opposed to each other?" asked Wingfold. "I confess a leaning to that opinion," replied Bascom, with a half-conscious smile. "Well, what say you of Horace, now?" suggested Wingfold.
"Unfortunately for me, you have mentioned the one poet for whom I have any respect. But what I like in him is just his common sense. He never cries over spilt milk, even if the jug be broken to the bargain. But common sense would be just as good in prose as in verse.
Possibly, but what we have of it in Horace would never have reached us but for the forms into which he has cast it. How much more enticing acorns in the cup are! I was watching 2 children picking them up today.
That may be. There have always been more children than grown men, returned Bascom. For my part, I would sweep away all illusions and get at the heart of the affair.
But, said Wingfold, with the look of one who, as he tries to say it, is seeing a thing for the first time, does not the acorn cup belong to the acorn? May not some of what you call illusions be the finer, or at least more ethereal qualities of the thing itself? You do not object to music in church, for instance?
Bascom was on the point of saying he objected to it nowhere except in church, but for his aunt's sake, or rather for his own sake in his aunt's eyes, he restrained himself, and uttered his feelings only in a peculiar smile of import so mingled that its meaning was illegible ere it had quivered along his lip and vanished. "I am no metaphysician," he said, and Wingfold accepted the dismissal of the subject. Little passed between the 2 men over their wine, as neither of them cared to drink more than a couple of glasses. They soon rejoined the ladies in the drawing-room. Mrs. Ramshorn was taking her usual 40 winks in her arm-chair, and their entrance did not disturb her. Helen was turning over some music. "I'm looking for a song for you, George," she said. "I want Mr. Wingfold to hear you sing, lest he should take you for a man of stone and lime." "Never mind looking," returned her cousin. "I will sing one you have never heard."
And seating himself at the piano, he sang the following verses. They were his own, a fact he would probably have allowed to creep out had they met with more sympathy. His voice was a full bass one, full of tone. "Each man has his lamp full of oil. He may dull its glimmer with sorrow and toil. He may leave it unlit and let it dry, or wave it aloft and hold it high. For mine it shall burn with a fearless flame in the front of the darkness that has no name. Sunshine and wind, are ye there? Ho, ho! Are ye comrades or lords as ye shine and blow? I care not. I will lift my head till ye shine and blow on my grassy bed. See, brother sun, I am shining too. Wind, I am living as well as you. Though the sun go out like a vagrant spark, and his daughter planets are left in the dark, I care not, for why should I care? I shall be hurtless, for here nor there. Sun and wind, let us shine and shout, for the day draws nigh when we all go out." "I don't like the song," said Helen, wrinkling her brows a little. "It sounds, heathenish." She would, I fear, have said nothing of the sort, being used to that sort of sound from her cousin, had not a clergyman been present. Yet she said it from no hypocrisy, but simple regard for his professional feelings. "I sung it for Wingfold," returned Bascom. "It would have been a song after Horace's own heart." "Don't you think," rejoined the curate, "the defiant tone of your song would have been strange to him? I confess that what I find chiefly attractive in Horace is his sad submission to the inevitable." "Sad? Don't you think so?"
"No. He makes the best of it, and as merrily as he can."
"As he can, I grant you," said Wingfold. Here Mrs. Ramshorn awoke, and the subject was dropped, leaving Mr. Wingfold in some perplexity as to this young man and his talk, and what the phenomenon signified. Was heathenism, after all, secretly cherished and about to become fashionable in English society? He saw little of its phases, and for what he knew it might be so. Helen sat down to the piano. Her time was perfect, and she never blundered a note. She played well and woodenly, and had for her reward a certain wooden satisfaction in her own performance. The music she chose was good of its kind, but had more to do with the instrument than the feelings, and was more dependent upon execution than expression. Bascom yawned behind his handkerchief, and Wingfold gazed at the profile of the player, wondering how, with such fine features and complexion, with such a fine-shaped and well-set head, her face should be so far short of interesting. It seemed a face that had Chapter 5 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Staggering Question. It was time the curate should take his leave. Bascom would go out with him and have his last cigar. The wind had fallen and the moon was shining. A vague sense of contrast came over Wingfold, and as he stepped on the pavement from the threshold of the high gates of wrought iron, he turned involuntarily and looked back at the house. It was of red brick and flat-faced in the style of Queen Anne's time, so that the light could do nothing with it in the way of shadow, and dwelt only on the dignity of its unpretentiousness. But aloft, over its ridge, the moon floated in the softest, loveliest blue, with just a cloud here and there to show how blue it was, and a sparkle where its blueness took fire in a star. It was autumn, almost winter below, and the creepers that clung to the house waved in the now gentle wind like the straggling tresses of old age. But above was a sky that might have overhung the last melting of spring. At the end of the street rose the great square tower of the church, seeming larger than in the daylight. There was something in it all that made the curate feel there ought to be more, as if the night knew something he did not, and he yielded himself to its invasion. His companion, having carefully lighted his cigar all around its extreme periphery, took it from his mouth, regarded its glowing end with a smile of satisfaction, and burst into a laugh. It was not a scornful laugh, neither was it a merry or humorous laugh. It was one of satisfaction and amusement. "Let me have a share in the fun," said the curate. "You have it," said his companion rudely, indeed, but not quite offensively, and put his cigar in his mouth again. Wingfold was not one to take umbrage easily. He was not important enough in his own eyes for that, but he did not choose to go farther. "That's a fine old church," he said, pointing to the dark mass invading the blue, so solid yet so clear in outline. "I'm glad the mason work is to your mind," returned Bascom almost compassionately. "It must be some satisfaction, perhaps consolation to you." Before he had thus concluded the sentence, a little scorn had crept into his tone. "You make some allusion which I do not quite apprehend," said the curate. "Now, I am going to be honest with you," said Bascom abruptly, and stopping, he turned towards his companion and took the full-flavoured Havana from his lips. "I like you," he went on, "for you seem reasonable, And besides, a man ought to speak out what he thinks, so here goes. Tell me honestly, do you believe one word of all of that?" And he in his turn pointed in the direction of the great tower. The curate was taken by surprise and made no answer. It was as if he had received a sudden blow to the face. Recovering himself presently, however, he sought room to pass the question without direct encounter. "How came that thing there?" he said, once more indicating the church tower. "By faith, no doubt," answered Bascom, laughing. "But it is not your faith. No, nor the faith of any of the last few generations." "Well, there are more churches built now 10 times over than in any former period in our history." "True, but of what sort? All imitation, never an original amongst them all." "If they had found out the right way, why change it?" "Good, but it is rather ominous for the claim of a divine origin to your religion that it should be the only thing that in these days takes the crab's move backwards. You are indebted to your forefathers for your would-be belief as well as for their genuine churches. You hardly know what your belief is. There's my aunt, as good a specimen as I know of what you call a Christian. So accustomed is she to think and speak, too, after the forms of what you heard my cousin call heathenism, that she would never have discovered, had she been as wide awake as she was sound asleep, that the song I sung was anything but a good Christian ballad." "Pardon me, I think you are wrong there." "What? Did you never remark how these Christian people, who profess to believe that their great man has conquered death and all that rubbish, did you never observe the way they look if the least allusion is made to death, or the eternity they say they expect beyond it? Do they not stare as if you had committed a breach of manners? Religion itself is the same way. As much as you like about the church, but don't mention Christ. At the same time, do them justice, it's only of death in the abstract they decline to hear. They will listen to the news of the death of a great and good man without any such emotion. Look at the poetry of death. I mean the way Christian poets write of it. A dreamless sleep, they call it, born from whence knows no waking. She is gone forever, cries the mother over her daughter, and that is why such things are not to be mentioned, because in their hearts they have no hope, and in their minds no courage to face the facts of existence. We haven't the pluck of the old fellows, who, that they might look death himself in the face without dismay, accustomed themselves even at their banquets to the sight of his most loathsome handiwork, his most significant symbol, and enjoyed their wine the better for it. Your friend Horace, for instance. But your aunt now would never consent to such an interpretation of her opinions, nor do I allow that it is fair. My dear sir, if there is one thing I pride myself upon, it is fair play, and I grant you at once she would not. But I am speaking not of creeds, but of beliefs, and I assert that the forms of common Christian speech regarding death come nearer to those of Horace than your saint the old Jew Saul of Tarsus. It did not occur to Wingfold that people generally speak from the surfaces, not the depths of their minds, even when those depths are moved, nor yet that possibly Mrs. Ramshorn was not the best type of a Christian, even in his soft-walking congregation. In fact, nothing came into his mind with which to meet what Bascom said, the real force whereof he could not help feeling, and he answered nothing. His companion followed his apparent yielding with fresh pressure. In truth, he said, I do not believe that you believe more than an atom here and there of what you profess.
I am confident you have more good sense by a great deal."
"I am sorry to find that you place good sense above good faith, Mr. Bascom, but I am obliged by your good opinion, which, as I read it, amounts to this: that I am one of the greatest humbugs you have the misfortune to be acquainted with."
No, I didn't say that. I know so well how to make allowance for the prejudices a man has inherited from foolish ancestors, and which have been instilled into him as well with his earliest nourishment, both bodily and mental. But come now, I do love open dealing. I am myself open as the day. Did you not take to the church as a profession in which you might eat a piece of bread, as somebody says in your own blessed Bible, dry enough bread it may be, for the old lady is not over generous to her younger children, still a gentlemanly sort of livelihood?
Wingfold held his peace. It was incontestably with such a view that he had signed the articles and sought holy orders, and that without a single question as to truth or reality in either act.
"Your silence is honesty, Mr. Wingfold, and I honour you for it," said Bascom. "It is an easy thing for a man in another profession to speak his mind, but silence such as yours, casting a shadow backward over your past, require courage. I honour you, sir."
As he spoke, he laid his hand on Wingfield's shoulder with the grasp of an athlete. "Can the sherry have anything to do with it?" thought the curate. The fellow was, or seemed to be, years younger than himself. It was an assurance unimaginable, yet there it stood, 6 feet of it good. He glanced at the church tower. It had not vanished in the mist. It still made its own strong, clear mark on the eternal blue. "I must not allow you to mistake my silence, Mr. Bascom," he answered the same moment. "It is not easy to reply to such demands all at once. It is not easy to say in times like these, and at a moment's notice, what or how much a man believes. But whatever my answer might be, had I time to consider it, my silence must at least not be interpreted to mean that I do not believe, as my profession indicates. That, at all events, would be untrue."
"Then I am to understand, Mr. Wingfold, that you neither believe nor disbelieve the tenets of the church whose bread you eat?"
said Bascom with an air of a reprover of sin. "I decline to place myself between the horns of any such dilemma," returned Wingfold, who was now more than a little annoyed at his persistency in forcing his way within the precincts of another's personality.
"It is but one more proof, one more than was necessary, to convince me that the old system is a lie of the worst sort, seeing it may prevail even to the self-deception of a man otherwise remarkable for honesty and directness. Good night, Mr. Wingfold."
With hats lifted, but no hand shaking, Chapter 6 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Curate in the Churchyard. Bascom was chagrined to find that the persuasive eloquence with which he had hoped soon to play upon the convictions of jurymen at his own sweet will had not begotten even communicativeness, not to say confidence, in the mind of a parson who knew himself fooled, and partly that it gave himself cause to doubt how far it might be safe to urge his attack in another, and to him more important quarter. He had a passion for convincing people, this Hercules of the New World. He sauntered slowly back to his aunt's, husbanding his cigar a little, and looking up at the moon now and then, not to admire the marvel of her shining, but to think yet again what a fit type of an effete superstition she was, in that she retained her power of fascination even in death. Wingfold walked slowly away, with his eyes on the ground, gliding from under his footsteps. It was only 11 o'clock, but this, the oldest part of the town, seemed already asleep. They had not met a single person on their way, and hardly even seen a lighted window. But he felt unwilling to go home, which at first he was fain to attribute to his having drunk a little more wine than was good for him, whence this feverishness and restlessness so strange to his experience. In the churchyard, on the other side of which his lodging lay, he turned aside from the flagged path and sat down upon a gravestone, where he was hardly seated ere he began to discover that it was something else than the wine which had made him feel so uncomfortable. What an objectionable young fellow that Bascom was, presuming and arrogant to a degree rare, he hoped, even in a profession for which insolence was a qualification. What rendered it worse was that his good nature, and indeed every one of his gifts, which were all of the popular order, was subservient to an assumption not only self-satisfied, but intrusive. And yet, the objectionable character of his self-constituted judge being clear as the moon to the mind of the curate, was there not something in what he had said? This much remained undeniable, at least, that when the very existence of the church was denounced as a humbug in the hearing of one who ate her bread and was her pledged servant, his very honesty had kept that man from speaking a word in her behalf. Something must be wrong somewhere. Was it in him or in the church? In him, assuredly, whether in her or not. For had he not been unable to utter the simple assertion that he did believe the things which, as the mouthpiece of the church, he had been speaking in the name of the truth every Sunday, would again speak the day after tomorrow? And now the point was, why could he not say he believed them? He had never consciously questioned them. He did not question them now. And yet, when a forward, overbearing young infidel of a lawyer put it to him plump, as it were, in the witness box, or rather, indeed, in the dock, did he believe a word of what the church had set him to teach? A strange something. Was it honesty? If so, how dishonest had he hitherto been? Was it diffidence? If so, how presumptuous his position in that church? This nondescript something seemed to raise a viewless obstruction in his throat, and having thus rendered him the first moment incapable of speaking out like a man, had taught him the next. Had it? To quibble like a priest, the lawyer fellow would doubtless have said. He must go home and study Paley, or perhaps Butler's analogy. He owed the church something, and ought to be able to strike a blow for her. Or would not Leighton be better, or more modern writers, say Neander or Coleridge, or perhaps Dr. Liddon? There were thousands able to fit him out for the silencing of such foolish men as this Bascom of the shirt front. Wingfold found himself filled with contempt, but the next moment was not sure whether this Bascom or one Wingfold were the more legitimate object of it. One thing was undeniable. His friends had put him in the priest's office, and he had yielded to go, that he might eat a piece of bread. He had no love for it except by fits, when the beauty of an anthem or the composition of a collect awoke in him a faint consenting admiration or a weak, responsive sympathy? Did he not indeed sometimes despise himself, and that pretty heartily, for earning his bread by work which any pious old woman could do better than he? True, he attended to his duties, not merely did church, but his endeavour also that all things should be done decently and in good order. All the same, it remained a fact that if Barrister Bascom were to stand up and to assert in full congregation, as no doubt he was perfectly prepared to do, that there was no God anywhere in the universe, the Reverend Thomas Wingfold could not, on the Church's part, prove to anybody that there was. Dared not, indeed, so certain would he be of discomfiture, advance a single argument on his side of the question. Was it even his side of the question? Could he say he believed there was a God? Or was not this all he knew, that there was a Church of England, which paid him for reading public prayers to a God in whom the congregation and himself were supposed by some to believe, by others, Bascom, for instance, not? These reflections were not pleasant, especially with Sunday so near. For what if there were hundreds, yes, thousands of books triumphantly settling every question which an overseething and ill-instructed brain might by any chance suggest? What could it boot? How was a poor, finite mortal, with much the ordinary faculty and capacity, and but a very small stock already stored, to set about reading, studying, understanding, mastering, appropriating the contents of those thousands of volumes necessary to the arming of him who, without pretending himself the mighty champion to seek the dragon in his den, might yet hope not to let the loathly worm swallow him, armour and all, at one gulp in the highway? Add to this that thought of all most dismayful. He had himself to convince first, the worst dragon of all to kill, for bare honesty's sake in his own field, while all the time he was arming and fighting like the waves of the flowing tide in a sou'wester. Sunday came in upon Sunday, roaring on this flat defenseless shore. Sunday behind Sunday rose towering in awful perspective away to the verge of an infinite horizon. Sunday after Sunday of dishonesty and sham, yes, hypocrisy, far worse than any idolatry. To begin now, and in such circumstances, to study the evidences of Christianity, were about as reasonable as to send a man whose children were crying for their dinner off to China to make his fortune. He laughed the idea to scorn, discovered that a gravestone in a November midnight was a cold chair for study, rose, stretched himself disconsolately, almost despairingly, looked long at the persistent solidity of the dark church and the waving line of its age-slackened ridge, which, like a mountain range, shot up suddenly in the tower and ceased, then, turning away, left the houses of the dead, crowded all about the house of the resurrection. At the farther gate he turned yet again, and gazed another moment on the tower. Towards the sky it towered, and led his gaze upward. There still soared, yet rested, the same quiet night, with its delicate heaps of transparent blue, its cool glowing moon, its steely stars, and its something he did not understand. He went home, a little quieter of heart, as if he had heard from afar something sweet and strange. Chapter 7 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Cousins. George Bascom was a peculiar development of the present century, almost of the present generation. In the last century, beyond a doubt, the description of such a man would have been incredible. I do not mean that he was the worse or the better for that. There are types both of good and evil which to the past would have been incredible because unintelligible. It is very hard sometimes for a tolerably honest man, as we have just seen in the case of Wingfold, to say what he believes, and it ought to be yet harder to say what another man does not believe. Therefore I shall presume no farther concerning Bascom in this respect than to say that the thing he seemed most to believe was that he had a mission to destroy the beliefs of everybody else. Whence he derived this mission he would not have thought a reasonable question. Would have answered that, if any man knew any truth unknown to another, understood any truth better, or could present it more clearly than another, the truth itself was his commission of apostleship, and his stand was indubitably a firm one. Only there was the question whether his presumed commission was verily truth or no. It must be allowed that a good deal turns upon that. According to the judgment of some men who thought they knew him, Bascom was as yet, I will not say incapable of distinguishing, but careless of the distinction between not a fact and a law perhaps, but a law and a truth. They said also that he inveighed against the beliefs of other people without having ever seen more than a distorted shadow of those beliefs. Some of them he was not capable of seeing, they said, only capable of denying. Now, while he would have been perfectly justified, they said, in asserting that he saw no truth in the things he denied, was he justifiable in concluding that his not seeing a thing was a proof of its non-existence, any more, in fact, than a presumption against its existence, or in denouncing every man who said he believed this or that which Bascom did not believe as either a knave or a fool, if not both in one? He would, they say, judge anybody, a Shakespeare, a Bacon, a Milton, without a moment's hesitation or a quiver of reverence, judge men who, beside him, were as the living ocean to a rose diamond. If he was armed in honesty, the rivets were of self-satisfaction. The suit, they allowed, was adamantine, unpierceable. That region of a man's nature which has to do with the unknown was in Bascom shut off by a wall, without chink or cranny. He was unaware of its existence. He had come out of the darkness and was going back into the darkness. All that lay between, plain and clear, he had to do with. Nothing more. He could not present to himself the idea of a man who found it impossible to live without some dealings with the supernal. To him, a man's imagination was of no higher calling than to amuse him with its vagaries. He did not know, apparently, that imagination had been the guide to all the physical discoveries which he worshipped, therefore could not reason that perhaps she might be able to carry a glimmering light even into the forest of the supersensible. How far he was original in the views he propounded will, to those who understand the times of which I write, be plain enough. The lively reception of another man's doctrine, especially if it comes over water or across a few ages of semi-oblivion, and has to be gathered with occasional help from a dictionary raises many a man in his own esteem to the same rank with its first propounder, after which he will propound it so heartily himself as to forget the difference and love it as his own child. It may seem strange that the son of a clergyman should take such a part in the world's affairs, but one who observes will discover that, at college at least, the behavior of sons of clergymen resembles in general as little as that of any, and less than most, the behavior enjoined by the doctrines their fathers have to teach. The cause of this matter is of consideration for those fathers. In Bascombe's case, it must be mentioned also that instead of taking freedom from prejudice as a portion of the natural accomplishment of a gentleman, he prided himself upon it, and therefore would often go dead against the things presumed to be held by the cloth long before he had begun to take his position as an iconoclast. Lest I should, however, tire my reader with the delineations of a character not of the most interesting, I shall for the present only add that Bascombe had persuaded himself, and without much difficulty, that he was one of the prophets of a new order of things. At Cambridge he had been so regarded by a few who had lauded him as a mighty foe to humbug, and in some true measure he deserved the praise. Since then he had found a larger circle, and had even radiated of his light, such as it was, from the centres of London editorial offices. But all I have to do with now is the fact that he had grown desirous to add his cousin, Helen Lingard, to the number of those who believed in him, and over whom, therefore, he exercised a prophet's influence. No doubt it added much to the attractiveness of the intellectual game that the hunt was on the home grounds of such a proprietress as Helen, a handsome, a gifted, and, above all, ladylike young woman. To do Bascombe justice, the fact that she was an heiress also had very little weight in the matter. If he had ever had any thought of marrying her, that thought was not consciously present to him when first he became aware of his wish to convert her to his views of life. But, although he was not in love with her, he admired her, and believed he saw in her one that resembled himself. As to Helen, although she was no more conscious of cause of self-dissatisfaction than her cousin, she was not therefore positively self-satisfied, like him. For that, her mind was not active enough. If it may seem, as it may to some of my readers, difficult to believe that she should have come to her years without encountering any questions, giving life to any aspirations, or even forming any opinions that could rightly be called her own, I would remind them that she had always had good health, and that her intellectual faculties had been kept in full and healthy exercise, nor had once afforded the suspicion of a tendency towards artistic utterance in any direction. She was no mere dabbler in anything. In music, for instance, she had studied thorough bass, and studied it well, yet her playing was one as I have already described it. She understood perspective, and could copy an etching in pen and ink to a hair's breadth, yet her drawing was hard and mechanical. She was pretty much at home in Euclid, and thoroughly enjoyed a geometric relation, but had never yet shown her English master the slightest pleasure in an analogy, or the smallest sympathy with any poetry higher than such as very properly delights schoolboys. 10,000 things she knew without wondering at one of them. Any attempt to rouse her admiration she invariably received with quiet intelligence, but no response. Yet her drawing-master was convinced there lay a large soul asleep somewhere below the calm grey morning of that wide-awake yet reposeful intelligence. As far as she knew, only she had never thought anything about it, she was in harmony with creation, animate and inanimate, and for what might or might not be above creation, or at the back or the heart or the mere root of it, how could she think about a something the idea of which had never yet been presented to her by love or philosophy or even curiosity? As for any influence from the public offices of religion, a contented soul may glide through them all for a long life, unstruck to the last, buoyant and evasive as a bee amongst hailstones. And now her cousin, unsolicited, was about to assume, if she should permit him, the unspiritual direction of her being, so that she need never be troubled from the quarter of the unknown. Mrs. Ramshorn's house had formerly been the manor house, and although it now stood in the old street with only a few yards of ground between it and the road, it had a large and ancient garden behind it. A large garden of any sort is valuable, but an ancient garden is invaluable, and this one had retained a very antique loveliness. The quaint memorials of its history lived on into the new, changed, unsympathetic time, and stood there, aged, modest, and unabashed. Yet not one of the family had ever cared for it on the ground of its old-fashionedness. Its preservation was owing merely to the fact that their gardener was blessed with a wholesome stupidity, rendering him incapable of unlearning what his father, who had been gardener there before him, had marvelous difficulty in teaching him. We do not half appreciate the benefits to the race that spring from honest dullness. The clever people are the ruin of everything. Into this garden Bascom walked the next morning after breakfast, and Helen, who, next to the smell of a fir wood fire, honestly liked the odor of a good cigar, spying him from her balcony, which was the roof of the veranda where she was trimming the few remaining chrysanthemums that stood outside the window of her room, ran down the little wooden stair that led from it to the garden and joined him. Nothing could, just at present, have Chapter 8 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Garden. "Take a cigar, Helen," said George. "No, thank you," answered Helen. "I like it diluted." "I don't see why ladies should not have things as strong as men." "Not if they don't want them. You can't enjoy everything. I mean, one can't have the strong and the delicate both at once. I don't believe a smoker can have the same pleasure in smelling a rose that I have." "Isn't it a pity we can never compare sensations?" "I don't think it matters much. Everyone would have to keep to his own, after all." "That's good, Helen. If ever a man try to humbug you, he will find he has lost his stirrups. If only there were enough like you left in this miserable old hulk of a creation." It was an odd thing that when in the humour of finding fault, Bascom would not unfrequently speak of the cosmos as a creation. He was not himself unaware of the curious fact. "You seem to have a standing quarrel with the creation, George. Yet one might think you had as little ground as most people to complain of your portion in it," said Helen.
"Well, I don't complain for myself. I don't pretend to think I am specially ill-used, but I am not everybody. And then there's such a lot of born fools in it."
"If they are born fools, they can't help it."
"That may be, only it makes it none the pleasanter for other people. But unfortunately they are not the only or the worst sort of fools. For one born fool there are 1,000 wilful ones. For one man that will honestly face an honest argument, there are 10,000 that will dishonestly shirk it. There's that curate fellow now, Wingfold, I think Aunt called him. Look at him now."
"I can't see much in him to rouse indignation," said Helen. "He seems a very inoffensive man."
"I don't call it inoffensive when a man sells himself to the keeping up of a system that—"
Here Bascom checked himself, remembering that a sudden attack upon what was, at least the more was the pity, a time-honoured system, might rouse a woman's prejudices, and as Helen had already listened to a large amount of undermining remark about perceiving the directions of his tunnels, he resolved, before venturing an open assault, to make sure that those prejudices stood, lightly borne, over an abyss of seething objection. He had had his experiences as the prophet pioneer of glad tidings to the nations, and had before now, although such weaknesses he could not anticipate in Helen, seen one whom he considered a most promising pupil turned suddenly away in a storm of terror and disgust. "What a folly it is now," he instantly resumed, leaving the general and attacking a particular, "to think to make people good by promises and threats, promises of a heaven that would bore the dullest among them to death, and threats of a hell the very idea of which, if only half conceived, would be enough to paralyze every nerve of healthy action in the human system." "All nations have believed in a future state, either of reward or punishment," objected Helen.
"Mere Brocken spectres of their own approbation or disapprobation of themselves.
And whither has it brought the human race?" "What then would you substitute for it, George?"
"Why substitute anything? Ought not men be good to one another because they are made up of ones and others? Do you or I need threats and promises to make us kind? And what right have we to judge others worse than ourselves? Mutual compassion," he went on, blowing out a mouthful of smoke, and then swelling his big chest with a huge lungful of air, "might be sufficient to teach poor ephemerals kindness and consideration enough to last their time." "But how would you bring such reflections to bear?" asked Helen pertinently. "I would reason thus. You must consider that you are but a part of the whole, and that whatever you do to hurt the whole or injure any of its parts will return upon you who form one of those parts."
"How would that influence the man whose favourable amusement is to beat his wife?"
"Not at all, I grant you. But that man is what he is from being born and bred under a false and brutal system. Having deluged his delicate brain with the poisonous fumes of adulterated liquor, and so roused all the terrors of a phantom-haunted imagination, he sees hostile powers above watching for his fall, and fiery ruin beneath gaping to receive him, and in pure despair acts like the madman the priests and the publicans have made him, Helen,"
continued Bascom with solemnity, regarding her fixedly, to deliver the race from the horrors of such falsehoods, which by no means operate only on the vulgar and brutal, for how many of the most refined and delicate of human beings are not their lives rendered bitter by the evil suggestions of lying systems? I care not what they are called, philosophy, religion, society, I care not. To deliver men, I say, from such ghouls of the human brain were indeed to have lived. And in the consciousness of having spent his life in the slaying of such dragons, a man may well go from the nameless past into the nameless future rejoicing, careless even if his poor length of days be shortened by his labours, to leave blessing behind him, and full of courage even in the moment of final disillusion, cast her mockery back into the face of mocking life, and die her enemy and the friend of death. George's language was a little confused. Perhaps he mingled his ideas a little for Helen's sake, or rather for obscurity's sake. Anyhow, the mournful touch in it was not his own, but taken from the poems of certain persons whose opinions resembled his, but floated on the surface of mighty and sad hearts. Tall and stately, comfortable Helen walked composedly by his side, softly shared his cigar, and thought what a splendid pleader he would make. Perhaps to her it sounded rather finer than it was, for its tone of unselfishness, the aroma of self-devotion that floated about it, pleased and attracted her. Was not here a youth in the prime of being and the dawn of success, handsome and smoking the oldest of Havanas, who, so far from being enamoured of his own existence, was anxious and careful about that of less favoured mortals, for whose welfare indeed he was willing to sacrifice his life? Nothing less could be what he meant. And how fine he looked as he said it, with his head erect and his nostrils quivering like those of a horse. For his honesty, that was self-evident. Perhaps, had she been capable of looking into it, the self-evident honesty might have resolved itself into this, that he thoroughly believed in himself, that he meant what he said, and that he offered her nothing he did not prize and cling to as his own. To one who had read Darwin and had chanced to see them as they walked in their steady, stately young life among the ancient cedars and clipped yews of the garden, with the rags and tatters of the ruined summer hanging over them and around them, they must have looked as fine an instance of natural selection as the world had to show. And now, in truth, for the first time, with any shadow of purpose, that is, did the thought of Helen as a wife occur to Bascom. She listened so well, was so ready to take what he presented to her, was evidently so willing to become a pupil, that he began to say to himself that here was the very woman made. Oh, no, not made. That implied a maker. But for him, without the maid, that is, if ever he should bring himself by marriage to limit the freedom to which man, the crown of the world, the blossom of nature, the cauliflower of the spine, was predestined or doomed, without will in himself or beyond himself, from an eternity of unthinking matter, ever producing what was better than itself in the prolific dark.
Chapter 9 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Park.
At the bottom of Mrs. Ramshorn's garden was a deep-sunk fence, which allowed a large meadow, a fragment of what had once been the manor park, to belong, so far as the eye was concerned, to the garden. Nor was this all, for in the sunk fence was a door, with a little tunnel by which they could pass at once from the garden to the meadow. So, the day being wonderfully fine, Bascom proposed to his cousin a walk in the park, the close paling of which, with a small door in it, whereto Mrs. Ramshorn had the privilege of a key, was visible on the other side of the meadow. The 2 keys had but to be fetched from the house, and in a few minutes they were in the park. The turf was dry, the air was still, and although the woods were very silent and looked mournfully bare, the grass drew nearer to the roots of the trees, and the sunshine filled them with streaks of gold, blending lovelily with the bright green of the moss that patched the older stems. Neither horses nor dogs say to themselves, I suppose, that the sunshine makes them glad. Yet both are happier after the rules of equine and canine existence on a bright day. Neither Helen nor George could have understood a poem of Keats, not to say Wordsworth. I do not mean that they would not have fancied they did, and yet the soul of nature that dwelt in these common shows did not altogether fail of influence upon them. "I wonder what the birds do with themselves all winter," said Helen.
"Eat berries and make the best of it,"
answered George. "I mean, what becomes of them all? We see so few of them."
"About as many as you see in the summer. Because you hear them, you fancy you see them."
"But there is so little to hide them in winter."
"Little is wanted to hide our dusky creatures."
"They must have a hard time of it in frost and snow."
"Oh, I don't know," returned George. "They enjoy life on the whole, I believe. It ain't such a very bad sort of world as some people would have it. Nature is cruel enough in some of her arrangements, it can't be denied. She won't scruple to carry out her plans. It's nothing to her that for the life of one great monster of a high priest, millions upon millions of submissive little fishes should be sacrificed, and then, if anybody come within the teeth of her machinery, don't she mangle them finely, with her fevers and her agues and her convulsions and consumptions and what not. But still, barring her own necessities and the consequences of man's ignorance and foolhardiness, she is, on the whole, rather a good-natured old woman, and scatters a deal of tolerably fair enjoyment around her.
One would think the birds must be happy in summer, at least, to hear them sing," corroborated Helen.
"Yes, or to see them stripping a hawthorn bush in winter, always provided the cat or the hawk don't get hold of them. With that, nature does not trouble herself. Well, it's soon over, with all of us, and that's a comfort. If men would only get rid of their cats and hawks, such as the fancy, for instance, that all their suffering comes of the will of a malignant power. That is the kind of thing that makes the misery of the world."
"I don't quite see," began Helen.
We were talking about the birds in winter," interrupted George, careful not to swell too suddenly any of the airbags with which he would float Helen's belief. He knew wisely, and he knew how, to leave a hint to work, while it was yet not half understood. By the time it was understood, it would have grown a little familiar. The supposed pup, when it turned out a cub, would not be so terrible as if it had presented itself at once as Leonet. And so they wandered across the park, talking easily. "They've got on a good way since I was here last," said George, as they came in sight of the new house the Earl was building. but they don't seem much in a hurry with it either."
"Aunt says it's 20 years since the foundations were laid by the uncle of the present earl," said Helen. "And then for some reason or other the thing was dropped."
"Was there no house on the place before?"
"Oh, yes, not much of a house, though."
"And they pulled it down, I suppose?"
"No, it stands there still."
"Where?"
"Down in the hollow there, over those trees, about the worst place they could have built in. Surely you've seen it. Polly and I used to run all over it."
"No, I never saw it. Was it empty then?"
"Yes, or almost. I can remember some little attention paid to the garden, but none to the house. It is just falling slowly to pieces. Would you like to see it?"
"That I should," returned Bascom, who was always ready for any new impression on his sensorium, and away they went to look at the old house of Glaston, as it was called after some greatly older and probably fortified place. In the hollow, all the water of the park gathered to a lake before finding its way to the river Leith. This lake was at the bottom of the old garden, and the house at the top of it. The garden was walled on the two sides, and the walls ran down to the lake. There were wonderful legends current amongst the children of Glaston concerning that lake, its depth, and the creatures in it, and one terrible story, which had been made a ballad of, about a lady drowned in a sack, whose ghost might still be seen when the moon was old, haunting the gardens and the house. Hence it came that none of them went near it, except those few whose appetites for adventure now and then grew keen enough to prevent their imaginations from rousing more fear than supplied the proper relish of danger. The house itself, even those few never dared to enter. Not so had it been with Helen and Leopold. The latter had imagination enough to receive everything offered, but Helen was the leader, and she had next to none. In her childhood she had heard the tales alluded to from her nurses, but she had been to school since, and had learned not to believe them, and certainly she was not one to be frightened at what she did not believe. So, when Leopold came in the holidays, the place was one of their favourite haunts, and they knew every cubic yard in the house. "Here," said Helen to her cousin, as she opened the door in a little closet and showed a dusky room which had no window, but a small one high up in the wall of a back staircase. "Here is one room into which I could never get Polly without the greatest trouble. I gave it up at last. He always trembled so till he got out again. I will show you such a curious place at the other end of it." She led the way to a closet similar to that by which they had entered, and directed Bascom how to raise a trap which filled all the floor of it so that it did not show. Under the trap was a sort of well, big enough to hold 3 upon emergency. "If only they could contrive to breathe," said George. "It looks ugly. If it had but a brain and a tongue, it could tell tales."
"Come," said Helen. I don't know how it is, but I don't like the look of it myself now. Let's get into the open air again." Ascending from the hollow and passing through a deep belt of trees that surrounded it, they came again to the open park, and by reached the road that led from the lodge to the new building, upon which they presently encountered a strange
Chapter 10 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Dwarfs.
The moment they had passed them, George turned to his cousin with a countenance which bore moral indignation mingled with disgust. The healthy instincts of the elect of his race were offended by the sight of such physical failures, such mockeries of humanity as those. The woman was little, if anything, over 4 feet in height. She was crooked, had a high shoulder, and walked like a crab, one leg being shorter than the other. Her companion walked quite straight, with a certain appearance of dignity which he neither assumed nor could have avoided, and which gave his gait the air of a march. He was not an inch taller than the woman, had broad, square shoulders, pigeon breast, and invisible neck. He was twice her age, and they seemed father and daughter. They heard his breathing, loud with asthma, as they went by. "Poor things," said Helen, with cold kindness. "It is shameful," said George, in a tone of righteous anger. "Such creatures have no right to existence. The horrid mannikin!" "But, George," said Helen, in expostulation, "the poor wretch can't help his deformity." "No, but what right had he to marry and perpetuate such odious misery?" "You are too hasty. The young woman is his niece." "She ought to have been strangled the moment she was born, for the sake of humanity. Monsters ought not to live." "Unfortunately, they have all got mothers," said Helen, and something in her face made him fear he had gone too far. "Don't mistake me, dear Helen," he said. I would neither starve nor drown them after they had reached the faculty of resenting such treatment. Of the justice of which," he added, smiling, "I am afraid it would be hard to convince them. But such people actually marry. I have known cases, and that ought to be provided against by suitable enactments and penalties." And so," rejoined Helen, "because they are unhappy already, you would heap unhappiness upon them?" "Now, Helen, you must not be unfair to me any more than to your hunchbacks. It is the good of the many I seek, and surely that is better than the good of the few." "What I object to is that it should be at the expense of the few who are least able to bear it." "The expense is trifling," said Bascom. "Grant that it would be better for society that no such, or rather put it this way, grant that it would be well for each individual that goes to make up society that he were neither deformed, sickly, nor idiotic. And you mean the same that I do. A given space of territory, under given conditions, will always maintain a certain number of human beings. Therefore, such a law as I propose would not mean that the number drawing the breath of heaven should, to take the instance before us in illustration, be 2 less, but that a certain 2 of them should not be such as he or she who pass now, creatures whose existence is a burden to them, but such as you and I, Helen, who may say without presumption that we are no disgrace to nature's handicraft." Helen was not sensitive. She neither blushed nor cast down her eyes, but his tenets, thus expounded, had nothing very repulsive in them, so far as she saw, and she made no further objection to them. As they walked up the garden again, through the many lingering signs of a more stately, if less luxurious existence than that of their generation, she was calmly listening to a lecture on the ground of law, namely the resignation of certain personal rights for the securing of other more important ones. She understood, was mildly interested, and entirely satisfied. They seated themselves in the summer-house, a little wooden room under the down-sloping boughs of a huge cedar, and pursued their conversation, or rather Bascom pursued his monologue. A lively girl would in all probability have been bored to death by him, but Helen was not a lively girl, and was not bored at all. Ere they went into the house, she had heard, amongst 100 other things of wisdom, his views concerning crime and punishment, with which, good and bad, true and false, I shall not trouble my reader, except in regard to one point, that of the obligation to punish. Upon this point he was severe. No person, he said, ought to allow any weakness of pity to prevent him from bringing to punishment the person who broke the laws upon which the well-being of the community depended. A man must remember that the good of the whole and not the fate of the individual was to be regarded. It was, altogether, a notable sort of tete-a-tete between two such perfect specimens of their race, and as at length they entered the house, they professed to each other to have much enjoyed their walk. Holding the opinions he did, Bascom was in one thing inconsistent. He went to divine service on the Sunday with his aunt and cousin, not to humour Helen's prejudices, but those of Mrs. Ramshorn, who, belonging, as I have said, to the profession, had strong opinions as to the wickedness of not going to church. It was of no use, he said to himself, trying to upset her ideas, for to succeed would only be to make her miserable, and his design was only to make the race happy. In the grand old abbey, therefore, they heard together morning prayers, the litany, the communion, all in one after a weariful and lazy modern custom not yet extinct, and then a dull, sensible sermon, short and tolerably well read, on the duty of forgiveness of injuries. I dare say it did most of the people present a little good, undefinable as the faint influences of starlight, to sit under that high embowed roof, with that vast artistic isolation, through whose mighty limiting the boundless is embodied, and we learn to feel the awful infinitude of the parent space out of which it is scooped. I dare also say that the tones of the mellow old organ spoke to something in many of the listeners that lay deeper far than the plummet of their self-knowledge had ever sounded. I think also that the prayers, the reading of which in respect of intelligence was admirable, were not only regarded as sacred utterances, but felt to be soothing influences by not a few of those who made not the slightest effort to follow them with their hearts. And I trust that on the whole their church-going tended rather to make them better than to harden them. But as to the main point, the stirring up of the children of the highest to lay hold of the skirts of their father's robe, the waking of the individual conscience to say, I will arise, and the strengthening of the captive will to break its bonds and stand free in the name of the eternal creating freedom, for nothing of that was there any special provision. This belonged, in the nature of things, to the sermon, in which, if anywhere, the voice of the indwelling Spirit might surely be heard, out of his holy temple, if indeed that be the living soul of man, as St. Paul believed. But there was no sign that the preacher regarded his office as having any such end, although in his sermon lingered the rudimentary tokens that such must have been the original intent of pulpit utterance. On the way home, Bascom made some objections to the discourse, partly to show his aunt that he had been attending. He admitted that one might forgive and forget what did not come within the scope of the law, but, as he had said to Helen before, a man was bound, he said, to punish the wrong which through him affected the community. "George," said his aunt, "I differ from you there. Nobody ought to go to the law to punish an injury. I would forgive ever so many before I would run the risk of the law. But as to forgetting an injury, some injuries at least, no, that I never would. And I don't believe, let the young man say what he will, that is required of anyone." Helen said nothing. She had no enemies to forgive, no wrongs worth remembering, and was not interested in the question. She thought it a very good sermon indeed. When Bascom left for London in the morning, he carried with him the lingering rustle of silk, the odour of lavender, and a certain blueness, not of the sky, which seemed to have something behind it, as never did the sky to him. He had never met a woman so worthy of being his mate, either as regarded the perfection of her form or the hidden development of her brain evident in her capacity for the reception of truth, as his own cousin, Helen Lingard. Might not the relationship account for the fact? Helen thought nothing to correspond. She considered George a fine, manly fellow. What bold and original ideas he had about everything. Her brother was a baby to him. But then Leopold was such a love of a boy. Such eyes and such a smile were not to be seen on this side of the world. Helen liked her cousin, was attached to her aunt, but loved her brother Leopold, and loved nobody else. His Hindu mother, high of caste, had given him her lustrous eyes and pearly smile, which, the first moment she saw him, won his sister's heart. He was then but 8 years old, and she but 11. Since then he had been brought up by his father's elder brother, who had taken the family estate in Yorkshire, but he had spent part of all his holidays with her, and they often wrote to each other. Of late, indeed, his letters had not been many, and a rumour had reached her that he was not doing quite satisfactorily at Cambridge, but she explained it away to the full contentment of her own heart, and went on building such castles as her poor aerolithic skill could command, with Leopold ever and always as the sharer of her self. Chapter 11 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Curate at Home. If we could arrive at the feelings of a fish of the northern ocean, around which the waters suddenly rose to a tropical temperature and swarmed with strange forms of life, uncouth and threatening, we should have a fair symbol of the mental condition in which Thomas Wingfold now found himself. The spiritual fluid in which his being floated had become, all at once, more potent, and he was in consequence uncomfortable. A certain intermittent stinging, as from the flashes of some moral electricity, had begun to pass in various directions through the crude and chaotic mess he called himself, and he felt strangely restless. It never occurred to him, as how should it, that he might have commenced undergoing the most marvelous of all changes, one so marvelous indeed that for a man to foreknow its result or understand what he was passing through would be more strange than that a caterpillar should recognize in the rainbow-winged butterfly hovering over the flower at whose leaf he was gnawing the perfected idea of his own potential self. I mean the change of being born again. Nor were the symptoms such as would necessarily have suggested, even to a man experienced in the natural history of the infinite, that the process had commenced. A restless night followed his reflections in the churchyard, and he did not wake at all comfortable. Not that he ever had been in the way of feeling comfortable. To him life had not been a land flowing with milk and honey. He had had few smiles, and not many of those grasps of the hand which let a man know another man is near him in the battle. For had it not been something of a battle, how could he have come to the age of 26 without being worse than he was? He would not have said, "All these things I have kept from my youth up." But I can say that for several of them he had shown fight, although only one knew of any of it. This morning, then, it was not merely that he did not feel comfortable, he was consciously uncomfortable. Things were getting too hot for him. That infidel fellow had poked several most awkward questions at him, yes, into him, and a good many more had in him self-arisen to meet them. Usually he lay a little while before he came to himself, but this morning he came to himself at once, and not liking the interview, jumped out of bed as if he had hoped to leave himself there behind him. He had always scorned lying, until one day, when still a boy at school, he suddenly found that he had told a lie after which he hated it. Yet now, if he was to believe whom? Did not the positive fellow and his own conscience say the same thing? His profession, his very life was a lie. The very bread he ate grew on the rank fields of falsehood. No, it was absurd. It could not be. What had he done to find himself damned to such a depth? Yet the thing must be looked to. He bathed himself without remorse, and never even shivered, though the water in his tub was bitterly cold. Dressed with more haste than precision, hurried over his breakfast, neglected his newspaper, and took down a volume of early church history. But he could not read. The thing was hopeless, utterly. With the wolves of doubt and the jackals of shame howling at his heels, how could he start for a 1,000-mile race? For God's sake, give him a weapon to turn and face them with. Evidence. All of it that was to be had was but such as one man received, another man refused, and the popular acceptance was worth no more in respect of Christianity than of Mohammedanism, for how many had given the subject at all better consideration than himself? And there was Sunday with its wolves and jackals, and but a hedge between. He did not so much mind reading the prayers. He was not accountable for what was in them, although it was bad enough to stand up and read them. Happy thing he was not a dissenter, for then he would have to pretend to pray from his own soul, which would have been too horrible. But there was the sermon. That at least was supposed to contain, or to be presented as containing, his own sentiments. Now what were his sentiments? For the life of him he could not tell. Had he any sentiments, any opinions, any beliefs, any unbeliefs? He had plenty of sermons. Old, yellow, respectable sermons, not lithographed, neither composed by mind nor copied out by hand unknown, but in the neat writing of his old D.D. uncle, so legible that he never felt it necessary to read them over beforehand, just saw that he had the right one. 157 such sermons, the odd one for the year that began on a Sunday, of unquestionable orthodoxy, had his kind old uncle left him in his will, with the feeling probably that he was not only setting him up in sermons for life, but giving him a fair start as well in the race of which a stall in some high cathedral was the goal. For his own part, he had never made a sermon, at least never one he had judged worth preaching to a congregation. He had rather a high idea, he thought, of preaching, and these sermons of his uncle he considered really excellent. Some of them, however, were altogether doctrinal, some very polemical. Of such he must now beware. He would see of what kind was the next in order. He would read it and make sure it contained nothing he was not, in some degree at least, prepared to hold his face to and defend. If he could not absolutely swear he believed it purely true. He did as resolved. The first he took up was in defense of the Athanasian Creed. That would not do. He tried another. That was upon the inspiration of the Scriptures. He glanced through it, found Moses on a level with St. Paul, and Jonah with St. John, and doubted greatly. There might be a sense, but no, he would not meddle with it. He tried a third. That was on the authority of the Church. It would not do. He had read each of all these sermons at least once to a congregation with perfect composure and following indifference, if not peace of mind, but now he could not come on one with which he was even in sympathy, not to say one of which he was certain that it was more true than false. At last he took up the odd one, that which could come into use but once in a week of years. And this was the sermon Bascom heard and commented upon. Having read it over and found nothing to compromise him with his conscience, which was like an irritable man trying to find his way in a windy wood by means of a broken lantern, he laid all the rest aside and felt a little more relieved. Wingfold had never neglected the private duty of a clergyman in regard to morning and evening devotions, but was in the habit of dressing and undressing his soul with the help of certain chosen contents of the prayer book, a somewhat circuitous mode of communicating with him who was so near to him, that is, if St. Paul was right in saying that he lived and moved and was in him. But that Saturday he knelt by his bedside at noon, and he began to pray, or tried to pray, as he had never prayed or tried to pray before. The perplexed man cried out within the clergyman, and pressed for some acknowledgment from God of the being he had made. But was it strange to tell, or if strange, was it not the most natural result nevertheless? Almost the same moment he began to pray in this truer fashion, the doubt rushed up in him like a torrent spring from the fountains of the great deep. Could there be a God at all, a real being who might actually hear his prayer? In this crowd of houses and shops and churches, amidst buying and selling and plowing and praising and backbiting, this endless pursuit of ends and of means to ends, while yet even the wind that blew where it listed blew laws most fixed, and the courses of the stars were known to a hair's breadth, was there Could there be a silent, invisible God working his own will in it all? Was there a driver to that chariot whose multitudinous horses seemed tearing away from the pole in all directions? And was he indeed, although invisible and inaudible, guiding that chariot, sure as the flight of a comet, straight to its goal? Or was there a soul to that machine whose myriad wheels went grinding on and on, grinding the stars into dust, matter into man, and man into nothingness? Could there be a living heart to the universe that did positively hear him? Poor, misplaced, dishonest, ignorant Thomas Wingfold, who had presumed to undertake a work he neither could perform nor had the courage to forsake, when out of the misery of the grimy little cellar of his consciousness he cried aloud for light and something to make a man of him. For now that Thomas had begun to doubt like an honest being, every ugly thing within him began to show itself to his awakened probity. But honest and of good parentage as the doubts were, no sooner had they shown themselves than the wings of the ascending prayers fluttered feebly and failed. They sank slowly, fell and lay as dead, while all the wretchedness of his position rushed back upon him with redoubled inroad. Here was a man who could not pray, and yet must go and read prayers and preach in the old attesting church, as if he too were of those who knew something of the secrets of the Almighty, and could bring out from his treasury, if not things new and surprising, then things old and precious. Ought he not to send round the bellman to cry aloud that there would be no service? But what right had he to lay his troubles, the burden of his dishonesty, upon the shoulders of them who faithfully believed, and who looked to him to break to them their daily bread? And would not any attempt at a statement of the reasons he had for such an outrageous breach of all decorum be taken for a denial of those things concerning which he only desired most earnestly to know that they were true? For he had received from somewhere, he knew not how or whence, a genuine prejudice in favor of Christianity, while of those refractions and distorted reflexes of it which go by its name and rightly disgust many, he had had few of the tenets thrust upon his acceptance. Thus into the dark pool of his dull, submissive life the bold words of the unbeliever had fallen. A dead stone, perhaps, but causing 1,000 motions in the living water. Question crowded upon question, and doubt upon doubt, until he could bear it no longer, and starting from the door on which at last he had sunk prostrate, he rushed in all but involuntary haste from the house, and scarcely knew where he was, until in a sort he came to himself some little distance from the town, wandering hurriedly in field paths.
Chapter 12 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. An Incident. It was a fair morning of All Hallows summer. The trees were nearly despoiled, but the grass was green, and there was a memory of spring in the low, sad sunshine,
Even the sunshine, the gladdest thing in creation, is sad sometimes. There was no wind, nothing to fight with, nothing to turn his mind from its own miserable perplexities. How endlessly his position as a clergyman, he thought, added to his miseries. Had he been a man unpledged, he could have taken his own time to think out the truths of his relations. As it was, he felt like a man in a coffin. Out he must get, but had not room to make a single vigorous effort for freedom. It did not occur to him yet that, unpressed from without, his honesty unstung, he might have taken more time to find out where he was than would have been either honest or healthful. He came to a stile where his path joined another that ran both ways, and there seated himself just as the same strange couple I have already described as met by Miss Lingard and Mr. Bascom approached and went by. After they had gone a good way, he caught sight of something lying in the path, and, going to pick it up, found it was a small manuscript volume. With the pleasurable instinct of service, he hastened after them. They heard him, and, turning, waited his approach. He took off his hat, and, presenting the book to the young woman, asked if she had dropped it. Possibly, had they been ordinary people of the class to which they seemed to belong, he would not have uncovered to them, for he naturally shrunk from what might be looked upon as a display of courtesy, but their deformity rendered it imperative. Her face flushed so at the sight of the book that, in order to spare her uneasiness, Wingfold could not help saying with a smile, "Do not be alarmed. I have not read one word of it." She returned his smile with much sweetness, and said, "I see I need not have been afraid." Her companion joined in the thanks and apologies for having caused him so much trouble. Wingfold assured them that it had been but a pleasure. It was far from a scrutinizing look with which he regarded them, but the interview left him with the feeling that their faces were refined and intelligent, and their speech was good. Again he lifted his rather shabby hat. The man responded with equal politeness in removing from a neat grey head one rather better, and they turned from each other and went their ways, the sight of their malformation arousing in the curate no such questions as those with which it had agitated the tongue, if not the heart, of George Bascom, to widen the scope of his perplexities. He had heard the loud breathing of the man, and had seen the projecting eyes of the woman, but he never said to himself, therefore, that they were more hardly dealt with than he. Had such a thought occurred to him, he would have comforted the pain of his sympathy with the reflection that at least neither of them was a curate of the Church of England, who knew positively nothing of the foundation upon which that church professed to stand. How he got through the Sunday he could never have told. What times a man may get through, he knows not how. As soon as it was over, it was all a mist, from which gleamed or gloomed large the face of George Bascom, with its keen, unbelieving eyes and scornful lips. All the time he was reading the prayers and lessons, all the time he was reading his uncle's sermon, he had not only been aware of those eyes, but aware also of what lay behind them, seeing and reading the reflex of himself in Bascom's brain, but nothing more whatever could he recall. Like finger-posts dim seen on a moorland journey, through the gathering fogs, Sunday after Sunday passed. I will not request my reader to accompany me across the confusions upon which was blowing that wind whose breath was causing a world to pass from chaos to cosmos. One who has ever gone through any experience of the kind himself will be able to imagine it. To one who has not, my descriptions would be of small service. He would but shrink from the representation as diseased and of no general interest. And he would be in so far right, that the interest in such things must be most particular and individual, or none at all. The weeks passed, and seemed to bring him no light, only increased earnestness in the search after it. Some assurance he must find soon, else he would resign his curacy and look out for a situation as a tutor. Of course, all this he ought to have gone through long ago. But how can a man go through anything till his hour be come? Saul of Tarsus was sitting at the feet of Gamaliel when our Lord said to his apostles, Yea, the time cometh that whosoever killeth you will think that he doeth God's service. Wingfold had all this time been skirting the wall of the kingdom of heaven without even knowing that there was a wall there, not to say seeing a gate in it. The fault lay with those who had brought him up to the church as to the profession of medicine, or the bar, or the drapery business, as if it lay on one level of choice with other human callings. Nor were the honored of the church who had taught him free from blame, who had never warned him to put his shoes off his feet for the holiness of the ground. But how were they to warn him if they had sowed and reaped and gathered into barns on that ground, and had never discovered therein treasure more holy than libraries, incomes, and the visits of royalty? As to visions of truth that make a man sigh with joy, and enlarge his heart with more than human tenderness, how many of those men had ever found such treasure in the fields of the church? How many of them knew, save by hearsay, whether there be any Holy Ghost? How then were they to warn other men from the dangers of following in their footsteps and becoming such as they? Where, in a general ignorance and community of fault, shall we begin to blame? Wingfold had no time to accuse anyone after the first gush of bitterness. He had to awake from the dead and cry for light, and was soon in the bitter agony of the cataleptic struggle between life and death. He thought afterwards, when the time had passed, that surely in this period of darkness he had been visited and upheld by a power whose presence and even influence escaped his consciousness. He knew not how else he could have got through it. Also he remembered that strange helps had come to him, that the aspects of nature then wonderfully softened towards him, that then first he began to feel sympathy with her ways and shows, and to see in them all the working of a diffused humanity. He remembered how once a hawthorn bud set him weeping, and how once, as he went miserable to church, a child looked up in his face and smiled, and how in the strength of that smile he had walked boldly to the lectern. He never knew how long he had been in the strange birth agony in which the soul is as it were at once the mother that bears the child and the child.
Chapter 13 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A Report of Progress. In the meantime, George Bascombe came and went.
Every visit he showed clearer notions as to what he was for and what he was against. Every visit he found Helen more worthy and desirable than before, and flattered himself he made progress in the conveyance of his opinions and judgments over into her mind. His various accomplishments went far in aid of his design. There was hardly anything Helen could do that George could not do as well, and some he could do better, while there were many things George was at home in which were sealed to her. The satisfaction of teaching such a pupil he found great. When at length he began to make love to her, Helen found it rather agreeable than otherwise, and if there was a little more making in it than some women would have liked, Helen was not sufficiently in love with him to detect its presence. Still, the pleasure of his preference was such that it opened her mind with a favorable prejudice towards whatever in the shape of theory or doctrine he would have her receive, and much that a more experienced mind would have rejected because of its evident results in practice was by her accepted, in the ignorance which confined her regard of his propositions to their intellectual relations, and prevented her from following them into their influences upon life, which would have reflected light upon their character. For life, in its real sense, was to her, as yet, little more definite and present than a dream that waits for the coming night. Hence, when her cousin at length ventured to attack even those doctrines which all women who have received a Christian education would naturally be expected to revere the most, she was able to listen to him unshocked. But she little thought, or he either, that it was only in virtue of what Christian teaching she had had that she was capable of appreciating what was grand in his doctrine of living for posterity without hope of a good result to the self, beyond the consciousness that future generations of perishing men and women would be a little more comfortable and perhaps a little less faulty therefrom. She did not reflect either that no one's theory concerning death is of much weight in his youth, while life feels interminable, or that the gift of comfort during a life of so little value that the giver can part with it without regret is scarcely one to be looked upon as a mighty benefaction. "But truth is truth," George would have replied. "What you profess to teach them might be a fact, but could never be a truth," I answer. "And the very value which you falsely put upon facts you have learned to attribute to them from the supposed existence of something at the root of all facts, namely, truths, or eternal laws of being. Still, if you believe that men will be happier from learning your discovery that there is no God, preach it, and prosper in proportion to its truth. No, that from my pen would be a curse. No, where I grant indeed, but you cannot know, that you will not find him. And all regions of thought and feeling, all the unknown mental universe of possible discovery, preach it not until you have searched that also. I say, lest what you count a truth should prove to be no fact, and there should after all be somewhere, somehow, a very living God, a truth indeed, in whom is the universe. If you say, 'But I am convinced there is none,' I answer, you may be convinced that there is no God such as this or that in whom men imagine they believe, but you cannot be convinced there is no God. Meantime, George did not forget the present of this life in its future, continued particular about his cigars and his wine, ate his dinners with what some would call a good conscience, and I would call a dull one, were I sure it were not a good digestion they really meant, and kept reading hard and to purpose. Matters as between the two made no rapid advance. George went on loving Helen more than any other woman, and Helen went on liking George next best to her brother Leopold. Whether it came of prudence, of which George possessed not a little, of coldness of temperament, or a pride that would first be sure of acceptance, I do not know, but he made no formal offer yet of handing himself over to Helen, and certainly Helen was in no haste to hear, more than he to utter, the irrevocable. Chapter 14 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Jeremy Taylor. One Tuesday morning in the spring, the curate received by the local post the following letter dated from the Park Gate. Respected Sir, an obligation on my part which you have no doubt forgotten gives me courage to address you on a matter which seems to me of no small consequence concerning yourself. You do not know me, and the name at the end of my letter will have for you not a single association. The matter itself must be its own excuse. I sat in a free seat at the Abbey Church last Sunday morning. I had not listened long to the sermon ere I began to fancy I foresaw what was coming, and in a few minutes more I seemed to recognize it as one of Jeremy Taylor's. When I came home, I found that the best portions of one of his sermons had, in the one you read, been wrought up with other material. If, sir, I imagined you to be one of such as would willingly have that regarded as their own which was better than they could produce, and would with contentment receive any resulting congratulations, I should feel that I was only doing you a wrong if I gave you a hint which might aid you in avoiding detection. For the sooner the truth concerning such a one was known, and the judgment of society brought to bear upon it, the better for him, whether the result were justification or the contrary. But I have read that in your countenance and demeanour, which convinces me that, however custom and the presence of worldly elements in the community to which you belong may have influenced your judgment, you require only to be set thinking of a matter to follow your conscience with regard to whatever you may find involved in it. I have the honor to be, respected sir, your obedient servant and well-wisher, Joseph Polwarth. Wingfold sat, staring at the letter, slightly stunned. The feeling which first grew recognizable in the chaos it had caused was vexation at having so committed himself. The next, annoyance with his dead old uncle for having led him into such a scrape. There in the good doctor's own handwriting lay the sermon, looking nowise different from the rest. Had he forgotten his marks of quotation? Or to that sermon did he always have a few words of extempore introduction? For himself he was as ignorant of Jeremy Taylor as of Zoroaster. It could not be that that was his uncle's mode of making his sermons. Was it possible they could all be pieces of literary mosaic? It was very annoying. If the fact came to be known, it would certainly be said that he had attempted to pass off Jeremy Taylor's for his own, as if he would have the impudence to make the attempt, and with such a well-known writer. But what difference did it make whether the writer was well or ill-known? None, except as to the relative probabilities of escape and discovery. And should the accusation be brought against him, how was he to answer it? By burdening the reputation of his departed uncle with the odium of the fault? Was it worse in his uncle to use Jeremy Taylor than in himself to use his uncle? Or would his remonstrance accept the translocation of blame? Would the church-going or chapel-going inhabitants of Glaston remain mute when it came to be discovered that since his appointment he had not once preached a sermon of his own? How was it that, knowing all about it in the background of his mind, he had never come to think of it before? It was true that, admirer of his uncle as he was, he had never imagined himself reaping any laurels from the credit of his sermons. It was equally true, however, that he had not told a single person of the hidden cistern from whence he drew his large discourse. But what could it matter to any man, so long as a good sermon was preached, where it came from? He did not occupy the pulpit in virtue of his personality, but of his office, and it was not place for the display of originality, but for dispensing the bread of life from the stores of other people. Yes, certainly, if other people's bread was better, and no one the worse for his taking it. For me, I have none, he said to himself. Why then should that letter have made him uncomfortable? What had he to be ashamed of? Why should he object to being found out? What did he want to conceal? Did not everybody know that very few clergymen really made their own sermons? Was it not absurd, this mute agreement, that although all men knew to the contrary, it must appear to be taken for granted that a man's sermons were of his own mental production? Still more absurd, as well as cruel, was the way in which they sacrificed to the known falsehood by the contempt they poured upon any fellow the moment they were able to say of productions which never could have been his, that they were by this man or that man, or bought at this shop or that shop in Great Queen Street or Booksellers' Row. After that he was an enduring object for the pointed finger of a mild scorn. It was nothing but the old Spartan game of steal as you will and enjoy as you can. You are nothing the worse, but woe to you if you are caught in the act. There was something contemptible about the whole thing. He was a greater humbug than he had believed himself, for upon this humbug, which he now found himself despising, he had himself been acting diligently. It dawned upon him that, while there was nothing wrong in preaching his uncle's sermons, there was evil in yielding to cast any veil, even the most transparent, over the fact that the sermons were not. Chapter 15 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Park Gate. He had, however, one considerate, even friendly parishioner, it seemed, to whom it became him at least to thank for his openness. He ceased to pace the room, sat down at his writing-table, and acknowledged Mr. Polwarth's letter, expressing his obligation for its contents, and saying that he would do himself the honour of calling upon him that afternoon in the hope of being allowed to say for himself what little could be said, and of receiving counsel in regard to the difficulty wherein he found himself. He sent the note by his landlady's boy, and as soon as he had finished his lunch, which meant his dinner, for he could no longer afford to dull his soul in its best time for reading and thinking, he set out to find Park Gate, which he took for some row of dwellings in the suburbs. Going in the direction pointed out, and finding he had left all the houses behind him, he stopped at the gate of Osterfield Park to make further inquiry. The door of the lodge was opened by one whom he took for the first half-second to be a child, but recognized the next as the same young woman whose book he had picked up in the fields a few months before. He had never seen her since, but her deformity and her face together had made it easy to remember her. "We have met before," he said, in answer to her courtesy and smile, "and you must now do me a small favour if you can." "I shall be most happy, sir. Please come in," she answered. "I am sorry I cannot at this moment, as I have an engagement. Can you tell me where Mr. Polwarth of the Park Gate lives?" The girl's smile of sweetness changed to one of amusement, as she repeated in a gentle voice, through which ran a thread of suffering, "Come in, sir, please. My uncle's name is Joseph Polwarth, and this is the gate to Osterfield Park. People know it as the Park Gate." The house was not one of those trim modern park lodges, all angles and peaks, which one sees everywhere nowadays, but a low cottage with a very thick wig-like thatch, into which rose two astonished eyebrows over the stare of two half-awake dormer windows. On the front of it were young leaves and old hips enough to show that in summer it must be covered with roses. Wingfold entered at once, and followed her through the kitchen, upon which the door immediately opened, a bright place with stone floor and shining things on the walls, to a neat little parlour, cosy and rather dark, with a small window to the garden behind, and a smell of last year's roses. "My uncle will be here in a few minutes," she said, placing a chair for him. "I would have had a fire here, but my uncle always talks better amongst his books. He expected you, but my lord's stewards sent for him up to the new house." He took the chair she offered him, and sat down to wait. He had not much of the gift of making talk, a questionable accomplishment, and he never could approach his so-called inferiors but as his equals, the fact being that in their presence he never felt any difference. Notwithstanding his ignorance of the lore of Christianity, Thomas Wingfold was, in regard to some things, gifted with what I am tempted to call a divine stupidity. Many of the distinctions and privileges after which men follow, and of the annoyances and slights over which they fume, were to the curate inappreciable. He did not and could not see them. "So you are warders of the gate here, Miss Polwarth," he said, assuming that to be her name, and rightly, when the young woman who had for a moment left the room returned. "Yes," she answered. "We have kept it now for about 8 years, sir. It is no hard task, but I fancy there will be a little more to do when the house is finished." "It's a long way for you to go to church." "It would be, sir, but I do not go," she said. "Well, your uncle does." "Not very often, sir." She left the door open, and kept coming and going between the kitchen and the parlour, busy about the house affairs. Wingfold sat and watched her as he had opportunity, with growing interest. She had the full-sized head that is so often set on a small body, and it looked yet larger from the quantity of rich brown hair upon it, hair which some ladies would have given their income to possess. Clearly, too, it gave pleasure to its owner, for it was becomingly as well as carefully and modestly dressed. Her face seemed to Wingfold more interesting every fresh peep he had of it, until at last he pronounced it to himself one of the sweetest he had ever seen. Its prevailing expression was of placidity, and something that was not contentment merely. I would term it satisfaction, were I sure that my reader would call up the very antipode of self-satisfaction. And yet there were lines of past and shadows of present suffering upon it. The only sign, however, that her poor, crooked body was not at present totally forgotten was a slight, shy undulation that now and then flickered across the lines of her sensitive mouth, seeming to indicate a shadowy, dim-defined thought, or rather feeling of apology, as if she would disarm prejudice by an expression of sorrow that she could not help the pain and annoyance her unsightliness must occasion. Every feature in her thin face was good, and seemed individually almost to speak of a loving spirit, yet he could see ground for suspecting that keen expressions of a quick temper could be no strangers upon those delicately modelled forms. Her hands and feet were both as to size and shape those of a mere child. He was still studying her as a book, which a boy reads by stealth, when with slow step her uncle entered the room.
Wingfold rose and held out his hand. "You are welcome, sir," said Polwarth modestly, with the strong grasp of a small, firm hand. "Will you walk upstairs with me, where we shall be undisturbed? My niece has, I hope, already made my apologies for not being at home to receive you. Rachel, my child, will you get us a cup of tea? And by the time it is ready, we shall have got through our business, I dare say."
The face of Wingfold's host and new friend, in expression, a good deal resembled that of his niece, but bore traces of yet greater suffering, bodily, and it might be mental as well. It did not look quite old enough for the whiteness of the plentiful hair that crowned it, and yet there was that in it which might account for the whiteness. His voice was a little dry and husky, streaked, as it were, with the asthma whose sounds made that big disproportioned chest seem like the cave of the east wind, but it had a tone of dignity and decision in it, quite in harmony with both matter and style of his letter, and before Wingfold had followed him to the top of the steep, narrow, straight staircase, all sense of incongruity in him had vanished from his mind. Chapter 16 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Attic. The little man led the way into a tolerably large room, with down-sloping ceiling on both sides, lighted by a small window in the gable near the fireplace, and a dormer window as well. The low walls up to the slope were filled with books. Books lay on the table, on the bed, on the chairs, and in corners everywhere. "Aha!" said Wingfold, as he entered and cast his eyes around. There is no room for surprise that you should have found me out so easily, Mr. Polwarth. Here you have a legion of detectives for such rascals." The little man turned, and for a moment looked at him with a doubtful and somewhat pained expression, as if he had not been prepared for such an entrance on a solemn question. But a moment's reading of the curate's honest face, which by this time had a good deal more print upon it than would have been found there 6 months agone, sufficed. The cloud melted into a smile, and he said cordially, "It is very kind of you, sir, to take my presumption in such good part. Pray sit down, sir. You will find that chair a comfortable one." "Presumption," echoed Wingfold. "The presumption was all on my part, and the kindness on yours. But you must first hear my explanation, such as it is. It makes the matter hardly a jot the better, only a man would not willingly look worse, or better either, than he is, and besides, we must understand each other if we would be friends. However unlikely it may seem to you, Mr. Polwarth, I really do share the common weakness of wanting to be taken exactly for what I am, neither more nor less." "It is a noble weakness, and far enough from common, I am sorry to think," returned Polwarth. The curate then told the gatekeeper of his uncle's legacy and his own ignorance of Jeremy Taylor. "But," he concluded, "since you set me about it, my judgment has capsized itself, and it now seems to me worse to use my uncle's sermons than to have used the bishop's, which anyone might discover to be what they are." "I see no harm in either," said Polwarth, "provided only it be above board. I believe some clergymen think the only evil lies in detection. I doubt if they ever escape it, and believe the amount of successful deception in that kind to be very small indeed. Many a congregation can tell, by a kind of instinct, whether a man be preaching his own sermons or not. But the worst evil seems to me to lie in the tacit understanding that a sermon must seem to be a man's own, although all in the congregation know, and the would-be preacher knows that they know, that it is none of his." "Then you mean, Mr. Polwarth, that I should solemnly acquaint my congregation next Sunday with the fact that the sermon I am about to read to them is one of many left to me by my worthy uncle, Jonah Driftwood, D.D., who, on his deathbed, expressed the hope that I should support their teaching by my example, for, having gone over them some 10 or 15 times in the course of his incumbency, and bettered each every time until he could do no more for it, he did not think, save by my example, I could carry further the enforcement of the truths they contained. Shall I tell them all of that?" Polwarth laughed, but with a certain seriousness in his merriment, which, however, took nothing from its genuineness. Indeed, seemed rather to add therefore. "It would hardly be needful to enter so fully into particulars," he said. "It would be enough to let them know that you wished it understood between them and you that you did not profess to teach them anything of yourself, but merely to bring to bear upon them the teaching of others. It would raise complaints and objections, doubtless, but for that you must be prepared if you would do anything right." Wingfold was silent, thoughtful, saying to himself, "How straight an honest bow can shoot! But this involves something awful. To stand up in that pulpit and speak about myself, I who, even if I had any opinions, could never see reason for presenting them to other people. It's my office, is it not me? Then I wish my office would write his own sermons. He can read the prayers well enough." All his life a little heave of pent-up humour would now and then shake his burden into a more comfortable position upon his bending shoulders. He gave a forlorn laugh. "But," resumed the small man, "have you never preached a sermon of your own thinking? I don't mean of your own making. One that comes out of the commentaries, which are, I am told, the mines whither some of our most noted preachers go to dig for their first inspirations, but one that came out of your own heart, your delight in something you had found out, or something you felt much." "No," answered Wingfold, "I have nothing, never had anything worth giving to another, and it would seem to me very unreasonable to subject a helpless congregation to the blundering attempts of such a fellow to put into the forms of reasonable speech things he really knows nothing about." "You must know about some things which it might do them good to be reminded of, even if they know them already," said Polwarth. "I cannot imagine that a man who looks things in the face as you do, the moment they confront you, has not lived at all, has never met with anything in his history which has taught him something other people need to be taught. I profess myself a believer in preaching, and I consider that in so far as the Church of England has ceased to be a preaching church, and I don't call 9/10 of what goes by the name of it preaching, she has forgotten a mighty part of her high calling. Of course, a man to whom no message has been personally given has no right to take the place of a prophet, and cannot save by more or less of simulation, but there is room for teachers as well as prophets, and the more need of teachers that the prophets are so few. And a man may right honestly be a clergyman who teaches the people, though he may possess none of the gifts of prophecy." "I do not now see well how you are leading me," said Wingfold, considerably astonished at both the aptness and fluency with which a man in his host's position was able to express himself. "Pray, what do you mean by prophecy?" "I mean what I take to be the sense in which St. Paul uses the word. I mean the highest kind of preaching. But I will come to the point practically. A man, I say, who does not feel in his soul that he has something to tell his people should straightway turn his energy to the providing of such food for them as he finds feeds himself. In other words, if he has nothing new in his own treasure, let him bring something old out of another man's. If his soul is unfed, he can hardly be expected to find food for other people, and has no business in any pulpit, but ought to betake himself to some other employment, whatever he may have been predestined, made fit for." "Then you should intend that a man should make up his sermons from the books he reads?" "Yes, if he cannot do better. But then I would have him read, not with his sermon in his eye, but with his people in his heart. Men in business and professions have so little time for reading or thinking, and the idle people have still less.
that their means of grace, as the theologians say, are confined to discipline without nourishment, whence their religion, if they have any, is often from mere atrophy but a skeleton. And the office of preaching is, after all, to wake them up, lest their sleep turn to death. Next, to make them hungry, and lastly, to supply that hunger. And for all these things the pastor has to take thought. If he feed not the flock of God, then he is an hireling, and no shepherd.
At this moment Rachel entered with a small tea-tray. She could carry only little things, and a few at a time. She cast a glance of almost loving solicitude at the young man who now sat before her uncle, with head bowed and self-abasement on his honest countenance, then took a look almost of expostulation to her uncle, as if interceding for a culprit and begging the master not to be too hard on him. But the little man smiled, such a sweet smile of reassurance that her face returned at once to its prevailing expression of content. She cleared a place on the table, set down her tray, and went to bring cups and saucers. Chapter 17. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Polwarth's Plan. "I think I understand you now," said Wingfold, after the little pause occasioned by the young woman's entrance. "You would have a man who cannot be original deal honestly in second-hand goods. Or perhaps rather he should say to the congregation, 'This is not homemade bread I offer you, but something better. I got it from this or that baker's shop. I have eaten of it myself, and it has agreed well with me and done me good. If you chew it well, I don't doubt you also will find it good.' Is that something like what you would have, Mr. Polwarth?"
"Precisely," answered the gatekeeper. "But," he answered after a moment's delay, "I should be sorry if you stopped there." "Stopped there!" echoed Wingfold. "The question is whether I can begin there. You have no idea how ignorant I am, how little I have read." "I have some idea of both, I fancy. I must have known considerably less than you at your age, for I was never at university." "But perhaps even then you had more of the knowledge of which they say life only can give." "I have it now at all events, but of that everyone has enough who lives this life. Those who gain no experience are those who shirk the king's highway for fear of encountering the duty seated by the road." "You ought to be a clergyman yourself, sir," said Wingfold humbly. "How is it that such as I—" Here he checked himself, knowing something of how it was. "I hope I ought to be just what I am, neither more nor less," replied Polwarth. "As to being a clergyman, Moses had a better idea about such things, at least, so far as concerns outsides, than you seem to have, Mr. Wingfold. He would never have let a man who, in size and shape is a mere mockery of the human. Stand up to minister to the congregation. But if you will let me help you, I shall be most grateful, for of late I have been oppressed with the thought that I serve no one but myself and my niece. I am in mortal fear of growing selfish under the weight of my privileges. A fit of asthmatic coughing seized him, and grew in severity until he seemed struggling for his life. It was at the worst when his niece entered, but she showed no alarm, only concern, and did nothing but go up to him and lay her hand on his back between his shoulders till the fit was over. The instant the convulsion ceased, its pain dissolved in a smile. Wingfold uttered some lame expressions of regret that he should suffer so much. It's really nothing to distress you or me either, Mr. Wingfold, said the little man. Shall we have a cup of tea and then resume our talk? The fact, I find, Mr. Polwarth, said the curate, giving the result of what had been passing through his mind, and too absorbed in that to reply to the invitation, is that I must not, and indeed cannot, give you half confidences. I will tell you all that troubles me, for it is plain that you know something of which I am ignorant, something which I have great hopes will turn out to be the very thing I need to know. May I speak? Will you let me tell you about myself? I am entirely at your service, Mr. Wingfold, returned Polwarth, and seeing the curate did not touch his tea, placed his own cup on the table. The young woman got down like a child from the chair upon which she had perched herself at the table, and with a kind look at Wingfold was about to leave the room. No, Miss Polwarth, said the curate, rising. I shall not be able to go on if I feel that I have sent you away and your tea untouched too. What a selfish and ungrateful fellow I am! I did not even observe that you had given me tea. But you would pardon me if you knew what I have been going through. If you don't mind staying, we can talk and drink our tea at the same time. I am very fond of tea when it is so good as I see yours is. I only fear I may have to say some things that will shock you. I will stay till then, replied Rachel with a smile, and climbed again upon her chair. I am not much afraid. My uncle says things sometimes fit to make a Pharisee's hair stand on its head. But somehow they make my heart burn inside me. May I stop, uncle? I should like so much. Certainly, my child, if Mr. Wingfold will not feel your presence a restraint. Not in the least, said the curate. Miss Polwarth helped them to bread and butter, and a brief silence followed. I was brought up to the church, said Wingfold, playing with his teaspoon and looking down on the table. It's an awful shame that such a thing should have been, but I don't find out that anybody in particular was to blame for it. Things are all wrong that way in general, I doubt. I pass my examinations with decency, distinguish myself in nothing, go before the bishop, am admitted a deacon, after a year am ordained a priest, and after another year or two of false preaching and of parish work suddenly find myself curate in charge of a grand old abbey church. But as to what the whole thing means in practical relation with myself as a human being, I am as ignorant as Simon Magus without his excuse. Do not mistake me. I think I could stand an examination on the doctrines of the Church, as contained in the Articles and Prayer Book generally. But for all they have done for me, I might as well have never heard of them. Don't be quite sure of that, Mr. Wingfold. At least they have brought you to inquire if there be anything in them. Mr. Polwarth, returned Wingfold abruptly, I can't even prove there is a God. But the Church of England exists for the sake of teaching Christianity, not proving there is a God. What is Christianity, then? God in Christ, and Christ in man. What is the use of that if there be no God? None whatever. Mr. Polwarth, can you prove there is a God? No. Then, if you don't believe there is a God, I don't know what is to become of me, said the curate in a tone of deep disappointment, and rose to go. Mr. Wingfold, said the little man, with a smile and a deep breath as of delight at the thought that was moving in him, I know him in my heart, and he is all in all to me. You did not ask whether I believed in him, but whether I could prove that there was a God. As well ask a fly which has not yet crawled about the world if he can prove that it is round. Pardon me, and have patience with me, said Wingfold, resuming his seat. I am a fool, but it is life or death to me. I would we were all such fools. But please, ask me no more questions, or ask me as many as you will, but expect no answers just yet. I want to know more of your mind first. Well, I will ask questions, but press for no answers. If you cannot prove there is a God, do you know for certain that such a one as Jesus Christ ever lived? Can it be proved with positive certainty? I say nothing of what they call the doctrines of Christianity, or the authority of the Church, or the sacraments, or anything of that sort. Such questions are at present of no interest to me. And yet the fact that they do not interest me were enough to prove me in as false and despicable a position as ever a man found himself occupying, as arrant a hypocrite and deceiver as any God-personating priest in the Delphic temple. I had rather a man despised than excused me, Mr. Polwarth, for I am at issue with myself, and love not my past. I shall do neither, Mr. Wingfold. Go on, if you please, sir. I am more deeply interested than I can tell you. Some few months ago, then, I met a young man who takes for granted the opposite of all that I had up to that time taken for granted, and which now I want to be able to prove. He spoke with contempt of my profession. I could not defend my profession, and of course had to despise myself. I began to think, I began to pray, if you will excuse me for mentioning it. My whole past life appeared like the figures that glide over the field of a camera obscura, not an abiding fact in it all. A cloud gathered upon me and hangs about me still. I call, but no voice answers me out of the darkness, and at times I am in despair. I would, for the love and peace of honesty, give up the profession, but I shrink from forsaking what I may yet possibly find, though I fear to be as true as I wish to find it. Something, I know not what, holds me to it, some dim, vague affection, possibly mere prejudice, aided by a love for music and the other sweet sounds of our prayers and responses. Nor would I willingly be supposed to deny what I dare not say, indeed know not how to say, I believe, not knowing what it is. I should nevertheless have abandoned everything months ago had I not felt bound by my agreement to serve my rector for a year. You are the only one of the congregation who has shown me any humanity, and I beg of you to be my friend and help me. What shall I do? After the avowal you have made, I may well ask you again, how am I to know that there is a God?
It were a more pertinent question, sir, returned Polwarth. If there be a God, how am I to find him? And, as I hinted before, there is another question, one you have already put more pertinent to your position as an English clergyman. Was there ever such a man as Jesus Christ? Those, I think, were your own words. What do you mean by such a man?
Well, such as he is represented in the New Testament.
From that representation, what description would you give of him now? What is that such? What sort of person, supposing the story true, would you take this Jesus from that story to have been?
Wingfold thought for a while. I am a worse humbug than I fancied, he said. I cannot tell what he was. My thoughts of him are so vague and indistinct that it would take me a long time to render myself able to answer your question.
Perhaps longer still than you think, sir. It took me a very long.
Chapter 18. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Joseph Polwarth.
Shall I tell you, the gatekeeper went on, something of my life in return of the confidence you have honoured me with?
Nothing could be more to my mind, answered Wingfold, and I trust, he added, it is no unworthy curiosity that makes me anxious to understand how you have come to know so much.
Indeed, it is not that I know much, said the little man. On the contrary, I am the most ignorant person of my acquaintance. You would be astonished to discover what I don't know. But the thing is that I know what is worth knowing, yet I get not a crumb more than my daily bread by it. I mean, the bread by which the inner man lives. The man who gives himself to making money will seldom fail of becoming a rich man,
and it would be hard if a man who gave himself to find wherewithal to still the deepest cravings of his best self should not be able to find that bread of life. I tried to make a little money by bookselling once. I failed, not to pay my debts, but to make the money. I could not go into it heartily, or give it thought enough. So it was all right I should not succeed. But what I did and do make my object does not disappoint me. My ancestors, as my name indicates, were of and in Cornwall, where they held large property. Forgive the seeming boast, it is but fact, and can reflect little enough on one like me. Scorn and pain mingled with mighty hope is a grand prescription for weaning the heart from the judgments and aspirations of the world. Later ancestors were, not many generations ago, the proprietors of this very property of Osterfield, which the uncle of the present Lord de Bear bought, and to which I, their descendant, am gatekeeper. What with gambling, drinking, and worse, they deserved to lose it. The results of their lawlessness are ours. We are what and where you see us. With the inherited poison, the father gave the antidote. Rachel, my child, am I not right to think when I say that you thank God with me for having thus visited the iniquities of the fathers upon the children? I do, uncle. You know I do, from the bottom of my heart, replied Rachel in a low, tender voice. A great solemnity came upon the spirit of Wingfold, and for a moment he felt as if he sat wrapped in a cloud of sacred marvel, beyond and around which lay a gulf of music too perfect to touch his sense. But presently Polwarth resumed. My father was in appearance a remarkably fine man, tall and stately. Of him I have little to say. If he did not do well, my grandfather must be censured first. He had a sister very like Rachel here, poor Aunt Lottie. She was not so happy as my little one. My brothers were all fine men like himself, yet they all died young except my brother Robert. He too is dead now, thank God, and I trust he is in peace. I had almost begun to fear with himself that he would never die. And yet he was but 50. He left me my Rachel with her £20 a year. I have 30 of my own, and this cottage we have rent-free for attending to the gate. I shall tell you more about my brother some day. There are none of the family left now but myself and Rachel. God in his mercy is about to let it cease. I was sent to one of our smaller public schools, mainly, I believe, because I was an eyesore to my handsome father. There I made, I fancy, about as good a beginning as wretched health and the miseries of a sensitive nature, ever conscious of exposure, without mother or home to hide its feebleness and deformity, would permit. For then first I felt myself an outcast. I was the butt of all the coarser-minded of my schoolfellows, and the kindness of some could but partially make up for it. On the other hand, I had no haunting and irritating sense of wrong, such as I believe not a few of my fellows in deformity feel. No burning indignation or fierce impulse to retaliate on those who injured me, or on the society that scorned me. The isolation that belonged to my condition wrought indeed to the intensifying of my individuality, but that again intensified my consciousness of need more than of wrong, until the passion blossomed almost into assurance, and at length I sought even with agony the aid to which my wretchedness seemed to have a right. My longing was mainly for a refuge, for some corner into which I might creep, where I should be concealed, and so at rest. The sole triumph I coveted over my persecutors was to know that they could not find me, that I had a friend stronger than they. It is no wonder I should not remember when I began to pray and hope that God heard me. I used to fancy to myself that I lay in his hand and peeped through his fingers at my foes. That was at night, for my deformity brought me one blessed comfort, that I had no bedfellow. This I felt at first both as a sad deprivation and a painful rejection, but I learned to pray the sooner for the loneliness, and the heartier from the solitude which was as a chamber with a closed door. I hardly know how I lived for the next 3 or 4 years. It must have been almost on charity, I think. My father was never at home, and but for the old woman who had been our only attendant all my life, I think very likely I should have starved. I spent my time mostly in reading, whatever I could lay my hands upon, and that not carelessly, but with such reflection as I was capable of. One thing I may mention as showing how I was still carried in the same direction as before, that without any natural turn for handicraft, I constructed for myself a secret place of carpenter's work in a corner of the garret, small indeed, but big enough for a couch on which I could lie, and a table as long as the couch. That was all the furniture. The walls were lined from top to bottom with books, mostly gathered from those lying about the house. Cunningly was the entrance to this nest contrived. I doubt if anyone may have found it yet. If some imaginative, dreamy boy has come upon it, what a find it must have been to him! I could envy him the pleasure. There I always went to say my prayers and read my Bible. But sometimes the Arabian Nights or some other book of entrancing human invention would come between and make me neglect both, and then I would feel bad and forsaken, for as yet I knew little of the heart to which I cried for shelter and warmth and defence. Somewhere in this time, at length, I began to feel dissatisfied, even displeased with myself. At first the feeling was vague, altogether undefined, a mere sense that I did not fit into things, that I was not what I ought to be, what was somehow and by the authority required of me. This went on, began to gather roots rather than send them out, grew towards something more definite. I began to be aware that heavy affliction, as it was to be made so different from my fellows, my outward deformity was but a picture of my inward condition. There nothing was right. Many things which in theory I had condemned and in others despised were yet a part of myself, or at best part of evil disease cleaving fast unto me. I found myself envious and revengeful and conceited. I discovered that I looked down on people whom I thought less clever than myself. Once I caught myself scorning a young fellow to whose disadvantage I knew nothing except that God had made him handsome enough for a woman. All at once one day, with a sickening conviction, it came upon me, with one of those sudden slackenings of the cord of self-consciousness, in which it doubles back, quivering, and seems to break, while the man for an instant beholds his individuality apart from himself, is generally frightened at it, and always disgusted. A strange and indeed awful experience, which, if it lasted longer than its allotted moment, might well drive a man mad who had no God to whom to offer back his individuality, in appeal against his double consciousness. It was in one of these cataleptic fits of the spirit, I say, that I first saw plainly what a contemptible little wretch I was, and writhed in the bright agony of conscious worthlessness. I now concluded that I had been nothing but a Pharisee and a hypocrite, praying with a bad heart, and that God saw me just as detestable as I saw myself, and despised me and was angry with me. I read my Bible more diligently than ever for a time, found in it nothing but denunciation and wrath, and soon dropped it in despair. I had already ceased to pray. One day, a little boy mocked me. I flew into a rage, and rendered by passion for the moment fleet and strong, I pursued and caught him. Whatever may be a man's condition of defence against evil, I have learnt that he cannot keep the good out of him. When the boy found himself in my clutches, he turned on me a look of such terror that it disarmed me at once, and, confounded and distressed to see a human being in such abject fear, a state which in my own experience I knew to be horrible. Ashamed also that it should be before such a one as myself. I would have let him go instantly, but that I could not without first having comforted him. But not a word of mine could get into his ears, and I saw at length he was so prepossessed that every tone of kindness I uttered sounded to him a threat. Nothing would do but let him go. The moment he found himself free, he fled headlong into the pond, got out again, ran home, and told with perfect truthfulness, I believe, though absolute inaccuracy, that I threw him in. After this I tried to govern my temper, but found that the more I tried, the more even that I succeeded outwardly, that is, succeeded in suppressing the signs and deeds of wrath, the less could I keep down the wrath in my soul. Then I tried never to think about myself at all, and read, not the Bible, more and more, in order to forget myself. But ever through all my reading and thinking I was aware of the lack of harmony at the heart of me. I was not that which it was well to be. I was not at peace. I lacked. I was distorted. I was sick. Such were my feelings, not my reflections. All that time is as the memory of an unlovely dream, a dream of confusion and pain. One evening, in the twilight, I lay alone in my little den, not thinking, but with mind surrendered and passive to what might come into it. It was very hot, indeed sultry. My little skylight was open, but not a breath of air entered. What proceeded I do not know, but the face of the terrified boy rose before me, or in me rather, and all at once I found myself eagerly, painfully, at length, almost in an agony, persuading him that I would not hurt him, but meant well and friendly towards him. Again I had just let him go in despair, when the sweetest, gentlest, most refreshing little waft of air came in at the window and just went being, hardly moving, over my forehead. Its greeting was more delicate than even my mother's kiss, and yet it cooled my whole body. Now, whatever or whencesoever the link, if any be supposed needful to account for the fact, it kept below in the secret places of the springs, for I saw it not, but the next thought of which I was aware was, what if I misunderstood God the same way the boy had misunderstood me? And the next thing was to take my New Testament from the shelf on which I had laid it aside. Another evening of that same summer I said to myself that I would begin at the beginning and read it through. I had no definite idea in the resolve. It seemed a good thing to do, and I would do it. It would serve towards keeping up my connection in a way with things above. I began, but did not that night get through the first chapter of St. Matthew. Consciously I read every word of the genealogy, but when I came to the 23rd verse and read, "Thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins," I fell on my knees. No system of theology had come between me and a common-sense reading of the book. I did not for a moment imagine that to be saved from my sins meant to be saved from the punishment of them. That would have been no glad tidings to me. My sinfulness was ever before me, and often my sins too, and I loved them not, yet could not free myself of them. They were in me and of me, and how was I to part myself from that which came to me with my consciousness, which asserted itself in me as one with my consciousness? I could not get behind myself so as to reach its root. But here was news of one who came from behind that root itself to deliver me from that in me which made being a bad thing. Ah, Mr. Wingfold, what if after all the discoveries made, and all the theories set up and pulled down amid all the commonplaces men call common sense, notwithstanding all the overpowering and excluding self-assertion of things that are seen, ever crying, "Here we are, and save us there is nothing. The unseen is the unreal." What if I say, notwithstanding all this, it should yet be that the strongest weapon a man can wield is prayer to the one who made him? What if the man who lifts up his heart to the unknown God even be entering amid the mockery of men who worship what they call natural law and science into the region whence issues every law, and where the very material of science is born? To tell you all that followed, if I could recall and narrate it in order, would take hours. Suffice it that from that moment I was a student, a disciple. Soon to me also came then the two questions. How do I know that there is a God at all? And how am I to know that such a man as Jesus ever lived? I could answer neither. But in the meantime I was reading the story, was drawn to the man there presented, and was trying to understand his being and character and principles of life and action, and to sum all in a word, many months had not passed ere I had forgotten to seek an answer to either question. They were, in fact, questions no longer. I had seen the man, Christ Jesus, and in him had known the Father of him and of me. My dear sir, no conviction can be got, or if it could be got, would be of any sufficing value, through that dealer in second-hand goods, the intellect. If by it we could prove there is a God, it would be of small avail indeed. We must see him and know him to know that he was not a demon. But I know no other way of knowing that there is a God but that which reveals what he is. The only idea that could be God shows him in his self-proving existence, and that way is Jesus Christ as he revealed himself on earth, and as he is revealed afresh to every heart that seeks to know the truth concerning him. A pause followed, a solemn one, and then again Polwarth spoke. The whole frame of existence, he said, is a wretched, miserable unfitness, a chaos with dreams of a world, a chaos in which the higher is forever subject to the lower. Or it is an embodied idea growing towards perfection in him who is the one perfect creative idea, the Father of lights, who suffers himself that he may bring his many sons into glory, which is his own glory.
Chapter 19 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The End of the Matter.
But, said Wingfold, only, pray do not think I am opposing you. I am in the straits you have left so far behind. How am I to know that I should not merely have wrought myself up to the believing of that which I should like to be true? Leave that question, my dear sir, until you know what that really is, which you want to believe. I do not imagine that you have more than the merest glimmer of the nature of that concerning which you, for the very reason that you know not what it is, most rationally doubt. Is a man to refuse to withdraw his curtains, lest some flash in his own eyes should deceive him with a vision of morning, while it is yet night? The truth to the soul is as light to the eyes. You may be deceived, and mistake something else for light, but you can never fail to know the light when it really comes. What then would you have of me? What am I to do? Said Wingfold, who, having found his master, was docile as a child, but had not laid firm enough hold upon what he had last said. I repeat, said Polwarth, that the community whose servant you are was not founded to promulgate or defend the doctrine of the existence of a deity. but to perpetuate the assertion of a man that he was the Son and only revealer of the Father of men. A fact, if it be a fact, which precludes the question of the existence of a God, because it includes the answer to it. Your business, therefore, even as one who finds himself in your unfortunate position as a clergyman, is to make yourself acquainted with that man. He will be to you nobody save in revealing, through knowledge of his inmost heart, the Father to you. Take, then, your New Testament as if you had never seen it before, and read to find out. If in him you fail to meet God, then go to your consciences of the race, your metaphysics, your Plato, your Spinoza. Till then, this point remains. There was a man who said he knew him, and that if you would give heed to him, you too should know him. The record left of him is indeed scanty, yet enough to disclose what manner of man he was, his principles, his way of looking at things, his thoughts of his father and his brethren, and the relations between them, of man's business in life, his destiny, his hopes. I see plainly, answered the curate, that what you say I must do. But how? While on duty as a clergyman, I do not know. How am I, with the sense of the unreality of my position ever growing upon me, and my utter inability to supply the wants of the congregation, save from my uncle's store of dry provender, which it takes me a great part of my time so to modify as in using it to avoid direct lying, with all this pressing upon me and making me restless and irritable and self-contemptuous, how am I to set myself to such solemn work, wherein a man must surely be clear-eyed and single-hearted if he would succeed in his quest? I must resign my curacy. Mr. Polwarth thought a little. It would be well, I think, to retain it for a time, at least while you search, he said. If you do not within a month see prospect of finding him, then resign. In any case, your continuance in the service must depend on your knowledge of the Lord of it, and his will concerning you. May not a prejudice in favor of my profession blind and deceive me? I think it will rather make you doubtful of conclusions that support it. I will go and try, said Wingfold, rising, but I fear I am not the man to make discoveries in such high regions. You are the man to find what fits your own need, if the thing be there, said Polwarth. But to ease your mind for the task, I know pretty well some of our best English writers of the more practical and poetic sort in theology. The two qualities go together, and if you will do me the favour to come again tomorrow, I shall be able, I trust, to provide you wherewithal to feed your flock, free of that duplicity which, be it as common as the surplice, and as fully connived as laughed at by that flock, is yet duplicity. There is no law that sermons shall be the preacher's own, but there is an eternal law against all manner of humbug. Pardon the word. "I will not attempt to thank you," said Wingfold, "but I will do as you tell me. You are the first real friend I have ever had, except my brother, who is dead. Perhaps you have had more friends than you are aware of. You owe something to the man, for instance, who, with his outspoken antagonism, roused you first to a sense of what was lacking to you." "I hope I shall be grateful to God for it some day," returned Wingfold. "I cannot say that I feel much obligation to Mr. Bascombe, and yet, when I think of it, perhaps I don't know. What ought a man be more grateful for than honesty?" After a word of arrangement for the next day, the curate took his leave, assuredly with a stronger feeling of simple, genuine respect than he had ever yet felt for man. Rachel bade him good night with her fine eyes filled with tears, which suited their expression, for they always seemed to be looking through sorrow to something beyond it. "If this be a type of the way the sins of the fathers are visited upon the children," said the curate to himself, "there must be more in the progression of history than political economy can explain. It would drive us to believe in an economy wherein rather the well-being of the whole was the result of individual treatment, and not the well-being of the individual the result of the management of the whole." I will not count the milestones along the road on which Wingfold now began to journey. Some of the stages, however, will appear in the course of my story. When he came to any stiff bit of collar work, the little man generally appeared with an extra horse. Every day during the rest of that week he saw his new friend. Chapter 20 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A Strange Sermon. On the Sunday, the curate walked across the churchyard to the morning prayer very much as if the bells, instead of ringing the people to church, had been tolling for his execution. But if he was going to be hanged, he would at least die like a gentleman, confessing his sin. Only he would it were bedtime and all well. He trembled so when he stood up to read that he could not tell whether or not he was speaking in a voice audible to the congregation. But as his hour grew near, the courage to meet it drew near also, and when at length he ascended the pulpit stairs, he was able to cast a glance across the sea of heads to learn whether the little man was in the poor seats. But he looked for the big head in vain. When he read his text, it was to a congregation as listless and indifferent as it was wont to be. He had not gone far, however, before that change of mental condition was visible in the faces before him, which a troop of horses would have shown by a general forward swivelling of the ears. Wonderful to tell, they were actually listening. But in truth it was no wonder, for seldom in any, and assuredly never in that church, had there been heard such an exordium to a sermon. His text was, "Confessing your faults one to another." Having read it with a return of the former trembling, and paused, his brain suddenly seemed for a moment to reel under a wave of extinction that struck it, then to float away upon it, and then to dissolve in it as it interpenetrated its whole mass, annihilating thought and utterance together.
But with a mighty effort of the will, in which he seemed to come as near as man could come to the willing of his own existence, he recovered himself and went on. To do justice to this effort, my reader must remember that he was a shy man, and that he knew his congregation but too well for an unsympathetic one. Whether from their fault or his own mattered little for the once. It had been hard enough to make up his mind to the attempt when alone in his study, or rather to tell the truth in his chamber, but to carry out his resolve in the face of so many faces, and in spite of a cowardly brain, was an effort and a victory indeed. Yet, after all, upon second thoughts, I see that the true resolve was the victory, sweeping shyness and every other opposing weakness along with it. But it wanted courage of yet another sort to make of his resolve a fact, and his courage, in that kind as well, had never yet been put to a test or trained by trial. He had not been a fighting boy at school. He had never had the chance of riding to hounds. He had never been in a shipwreck or a house on fire, had never been waked from a sound sleep with a demand for his watch and money. Yet, one who had passed creditably through all these trials might still have carried a doubting conscience to his grave rather than face what Wingfold now confronted. From the manuscript before him he read thus: "Confess your faults one to another." This command of the apostle, my hearers, ought to justify me in doing what I fear some of you may consider almost as a breach of morals, talking of myself in the pulpit. But in the pulpit has a wrong been done, and in the pulpit shall it be confessed. From Sunday to Sunday, standing on this spot, I have read to you, without word of explanation, as if they formed the message I had sought and found for you, the thoughts and words of another. Doubtless they were better than any I could have given you from my own mind or experience, and the act had been a righteous one, had I told you the truth concerning them. But that truth I did not tell you. At last, through words of honest expostulation, the voice of a friend whose words are faithful, I have been aroused to a knowledge of the wrong I have been doing. Therefore I now confess it. I am sorry. I will do so no more. But, brethren, I have only a little garden on a bare hillside, and it hath never yet borne me any fruit fit to offer for your acceptance. Also my heart is troubled about many things, and God hath humbled me. I beg of you, therefore, to bear with me for a little while. If, doing what is but lawful and expedient both, I break through the bonds of custom in order to provide you with food convenient for you. Should I fail in this, I shall make room for a better man. But for your bread of this day, I go gleaning openly in other men's fields, fields into which I could not have found my way in time, at least for your necessities, and where I could not have gathered such full ears of wheat, barley, and oats, but for the more than assistance of the same friend who warned me of the wrong I was doing both to you and myself. Right ancient fields are some of them, where yet the ears lie thick for the gleaner. To continue my metaphor, I will lay each handful before you with the name of the field where I gathered it, and together they will serve to show what some of the wisest and best shepherds of the English flock have believed concerning the duty of confessing our faults. He then proceeded to read the extracts which Mr. Polwarth had helped him to find and arrange, not chronologically, but after an idea of growth. Each handful, as he called it, he prefaced with one or two words concerning him in whose field he had gleaned it. His voice steadied and strengthened as he read. Renewed contact with the minds of those vanished teachers gave him a delight which infused itself into the uttered words and made them also joyful. And if the curate preached to no one else in the congregation, certainly he preached to himself, and before it was done had entered into a thorough enjoyment of the sermon. A few in the congregation were disappointed, because they had looked for a justification and enforcement of the confessional, thinking the change in the curate could only have come from that portion of the ecclesiastical heavens towards which they themselves turned their faces. A few others were scandalized at such an innovation on the part of a young man who was only a curate. Many, however, declared that it was the most interesting sermon they had ever heard in their lives, which perhaps was not saying much. Mrs. Ramshorn made a class by herself, not having yet learned to like Wingfold, and being herself one of the craft, with a knowledge of not a few of the secrets of the clerical prison house, shall I call it, or green room. She was indignant with the presumptuous young man who degraded the pulpit to a level with the dock. Who cared for him? What was it to a congregation of respectable people, many of them belonging to the first county families, that he, a mere curate, should have committed what he fancied a crime against them? He should have waited until it had been laid to his charge. Couldn't he repent of his sins, whatever they were, without making a boast of them in the pulpit, and exposing them to the eyes of a whole congregation? She had known people make a stock in trade of their sins. What was it to them whether the washy stuff he gave them by way of sermons was his own foolishness or some other noodles? Nobody would have troubled himself to inquire into his honesty if he had but held his foolish tongue. Better men than he had preached other people's sermons, and never thought it worth mentioning. And what worse were the people. The only harm lay in letting them know it. That brought the profession into disgrace, and prevented the good the sermon would otherwise have done, perhaps giving the enemies of the truth a handle against the church. And then such a thing to call a sermon! As well take a string of blown eggs to market. Thus she expatiated half the way home before either of her companions found an opportunity of saying a word. "I am sorry to differ with you, aunt," said Helen. "I thought the sermon a very interesting one. He read beautifully."
"For my part," said Bascom, who was now a regular visitor from Saturdays to Mondays, "I used to think the fellow a muff, but by Jove, I've changed my mind. If ever there was a plucky thing to do, that was one, and there ain't many a man, let me tell you, aunt, who would have the pluck for it. It's my belief, Helen," he went on, turning to her and speaking in a lower tone, "I've had the honour of doing that fellow some good. I gave him my mind about honesty pretty plainly the first time I saw him, and who can tell what may come next when a fellow once starts in the right way? We shall have him with us before long. I must look out for something for him, for of course he'll be in a devil of a fix without his profession."
"I am so glad you think with me, George," said Helen. "There was always something I was inclined to like about Mr. Wingfold. Indeed, I should have liked him quite if he had not been so painfully modest."
"Notwithstanding his sheepishness, though," returned Bascom, "there was a sort of quiet self-satisfaction about him, and the way he always said, 'Don't you think?' as if he were Socrates taking advantage of Mr. Green and softly guiding him into a trap, which I confess made me set him down as conceited. But, as I say, I begin to change my mind. By Jove, he must have worked pretty hard, too, in the dustbins to get together all those bits of gay rag and resplendent crockery."
"You heard him say he had help," said Helen.
"No, I don't remember that."
"It came just after that pretty simile about gleaning in old fields.
Well, I remember the simile, for I thought it a very absurd one, as if fields would lie gleanable for generations.
To be sure, now you point it out, acquiesced Helen.
The grain would have sprouted and borne harvests 100. If a man will use figures, he should be careful to give them legs. I wonder whom he got to help him. Not the rector, I suppose.
The rector? Echoed Mrs. Ramshorn, who had been listening to the young people's remarks with a smile of quiet scorn on her lip, thinking what an advantage was experience, even if it could not make up for the loss of youth and beauty. The last man in the world to lend himself to such a miserable makeshift and pretence, without brains enough even to fancy himself able to write a sermon of his own. He flies to the dead, to their very coffins, as it were, and I will not say steals from them, for he does it openly, not having even the shame enough to conceal his shame.
I like a man to hold his face to what he does, or thinks, either, said Bascom.
Ah, George, returned his aunt, in tones of wisdom, by the time you have had my experience, you will have learned a little prudence. Meantime, so far as his aunt was concerned, George did use prudence, for in her presence he did not hold his face to what he thought. He said to himself it would do her no good. She was so prejudiced, and it might interfere with his visits. She, for her part, never had the slightest doubt of his orthodoxy. Was he not the son of a clergyman and canon, a grandson of the Church herself?
Chapter 21 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. A Thunderbolt. Sometimes a thunderbolt, as men call it, will shoot from a clear sky, and sometimes into the midst of a peaceful family or a yet quieter individuality, without warning of gathered storm above or slightest tremble of earthquake beneath, will fall a terrible fact. And from the moment everything is changed. That family or that life is no more what it was, probably never more can be what it was. Better it ought to be, worse it may be, which depends upon itself. But its spiritual weather is altered. The air is thick with cloud and cannot weep itself clear. There may come a gorgeous sunset, though. It were a truism for one who believes in God to say that such catastrophes, so rending, so frightful, never come but where they are needed. The power of life is not content that they who live in and by him should live poorly and contemptibly. If the presence of low thoughts which he repudiates yet makes a man miserable, how must it be with him, if they who live and move and have their being in him are mean and repulsive, or alienated through self-sufficiency and slowness of heart? I cannot report much progress in Helen during the months of winter and spring. But if one wakes at last, wakes at all, who shall dare cast the stone at him that he ought to have awakened sooner? What man who is awake will dare to say that he roused himself the first moment it became possible to him? The main and plain and worst, perhaps only, condemnation is that when people do wake, they do not get up. At the same time, however, I can hardly doubt that Helen was keeping the law of a progress slow as the growth of an iron tree. Nothing had ever yet troubled her. She had never been in love, could hardly be said to be in love now. She went regularly to church, and I believe said her prayers night and morning, yet felt no indignation at the doctrines and theories propounded by George Bascom. She regarded them as George's ideas, and never cared to ask whether they were true or not, at the same time that they were becoming to her by degrees as like truth as falsehood can ever be. For to the untruthful mind the false can seem the truth. Meantime she was not even capable of giving him the credit he deserved, in that, holding the opinions he held, he yet advocated a life spent for the community, without, as I presume, deriving much inspiration thereto from what he himself would represent as the ground of all conscientious action, the consideration, namely, of its reaction upon its originator. Still farther was it from entering the field of her vision that possibly some of the good which distinguished George's unbelief from that of his brother ephemera of the last century was owing to the deeper working of that leaven which he denounced as the poisonous root whence sprung all the evil diseases that gnawed at the heart of society. One night she sat late, making her aunt a cap. The one sign of originality in her was the character of her millinery, of which kind of creation she was fond, displaying therein both invention as to form and perception as to effect, combined with lightness and deftness of execution. She was desirous of completing it before the next morning, which was that of her aunt's birthday. They had had friends to dine with them who had stayed rather late, and it was now getting towards 1 o'clock. But Helen was not easily tired, and was not given to abandoning what she had undertaken, so she sat working away and thinking not of George Bascom, but of one whom she loved better, far better, her brother Leopold. But she was thinking of him not quite so comfortably as usual. Certain anxieties she had ground for concerning him had grown stronger, for the time since she heard from him had grown very long. All at once her work ceased. Her hands were arrested. Her posture grew rigid. She was listening. Had she heard a noise outside her window? My reader may remember that it opened on a balcony, which was at the same time the roof of a veranda that went along the back of the house, and had a stair at one end to the garden. Helen was not easily frightened, and had stopped her needle only that she might listen the better. She heard nothing. Of course it was but a fancy. Her hands went on again with their work, but that was really very like a tap at the window, and now her heart did beat a little faster, if not with fear, then with something very like it, in which perhaps some foreboding was mingled. But she was not a woman to lay down her arms upon the inroad of a vague terror. She quietly rose, and, saying to herself it must be one of the pigeons that haunted the balcony, laid her work on the table and went to the window. As she drew one of the curtains a little aside to peep, the tap was plainly and hurriedly, though softly, repeated, and at once she swept it back. There was the dim shadow of a man's head upon the blind, cast there by an old withered moon low in the west. Perhaps it was a something in the shape of the shadow that made her pull up the blind so hurriedly, and yet with something of the awe with which we take the face-cloth from the face. Yes, there was a face, frightful, not as that of a corpse, but as that of a spectre from whose soul the scars of his mortal end have never passed away. Helen did not scream.
Her throat seemed to close and her heart to cease, but her eyes continued movelessly fixed on the face, even after she knew it was the face of her brother, and the eyes of the face kept staring back into hers through the glass with such a look of concentrated eagerness that they seemed no more organs of vision, but caves of hunger, nor was there a movement of the lips toward speech. The two gazed at each other for a moment of rigid silence. The glass that separated them might have been the veil that divides those who call themselves the living from those whom they call the dead. It was but a moment by the clock, though to the after-consciousness it seemed space immeasurable. She came to herself, and slowly, noiselessly, though with tremulous hand, undid the sash and opened the window. Nothing divided them now, yet he stood as before, staring into her face. Presently his lips began to move, but no words came from them. In Helen, horror had already roused the instinct of secrecy. She put out her two hands, took his face between them, and said in a hurried whisper, calling him by the pet name she had given him when a child, "Come in, Poldy, and tell me all about it." Her voice seemed to wake him. Slowly, with the movements of one half paralyzed, he shoved and dragged himself over the window-sill, dropped himself on the floor inside, and lay there, looking up in her face like a hunted animal that hoped he had found a refuge but doubted. Seeing him so exhausted, she turned from him to go and get some brandy, but a low cry of agony drew her back. His head was raised from the floor, and his hands were stretched out, while his face entreated her as plainly as if he had spoken, not to leave him. She knelt and would have kissed him, but he turned his face from her with an expression which seemed of disgust. "Poldy," she said, "I must go and get you something. Don't be afraid. They are all sound asleep." The grasp with which he had clutched her dress relaxed, and his hand fell by his side. She rose at once and went creeping through the slumber-house, light and noiseless as a shadow, but with a heart that seemed not her own lying hard in her bosom. As she went she had to struggle both to rouse and to compose herself, for she could not think. An age seemed to have passed since she had heard the clock strike 12. One thing was clear. Her brother had been doing something wrong, and, dreading discovery, had fled to her. The moment this conviction made itself plain to her, she drew herself up with the great deep breath of a vow, as strong as it was silent and undefined, that he should not have come to her in vain. Silent-footed as a beast of prey, silent-handed as a thief, lithe in her movements, her eye flashing with the new-kindled instinct of motherhood to the orphan of her father, it was as if her soul had been suddenly raised to a white heat which rendered her body elastic and responsive.
Chapter 22 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Leopold. She re-entered her room with the gait of a new-born goddess treading the air. Her brother was yet prostrate where she had left him. He raised himself on his elbow, seized with trembling hand the glass she offered him, swallowed the brandy at a gulp, and sank again on the floor. The next instant he sprang to his feet, cast a terrified look at the window, bounded to the door and locked it, then ran to his sister, threw his arms around her, and clung to her like a trembling child. But ever his eyes kept turning to the window. Though now 20 years of age and at his full height, he was hardly so tall as Helen. Swarthy of complexion, his hair dark as the night, his eyes large and lustrous with what Milton calls quel sereno fulgor de amabil nero. His frame nervous and slender, he looked compact and small beside her. She did her utmost to quiet him, unconsciously using the same words and tones with which she had soothed his passions when he was a child. All at once he raised his head and drew himself back from her arms with a look of horror, then put his hand over his eyes as if her face had been a mirror, and he had seen himself in it. "What is on your wristband, Leopold?" she asked. "Have you hurt yourself?" The youth cast an indescribable look on his hand, but it was not that which turned Helen so deadly sick. With her question had come to her the ghastly suspicion that the blood she saw was not his, and she felt guilty of an unpardonable, wicked wrong against him. But she would never believe it. A sister suspect her only brother of such a crime. Yet her arms dropped and let him go. She stepped back a pace, and of themselves, as it were, her eyes went wandering and questioning all over him, and saw that his clothes were torn and soiled, stained. Who could tell with what? He stood for a moment, still and submissive to their search, with face downcast. Then, suddenly flashing his eyes on her, he said in a voice that seemed to force its way through earth, that choked it back,
"Helen, I am a murderer, and they are after me. They will be here before daylight."
He dropped on his knees and clasped her.
"Oh, sister, sister, save me, save me!" he cried in a voice of agony.
Helen stood without response, for to stand took all her strength. How long she fought that horrible sickness, knowing that if she moved an inch, turned from it a moment, yielded a hair's breadth, it would throw her senseless on the floor, and the noise of her fall would rouse the house, she never could even conjecture. All was dark before her, as if her gaze had been on the underside of her coffin lid, and her brain sank and swayed and swung in the coils of the white snake that was sucking at her heart. At length the darkness thinned. It grew a grey mist. The face of her boy brother glimmered up through it, like that of Dives in hell-fire to his guardian angel, as he hung lax-winged and faint in the ascending smoke. The mist thinned, and at length she caught a glimmer of his pleading, despairing, self-horrified eyes. All the mother in her nature rushed to the aid of her struggling will. Her heart gave a great heave, the blood ascended to her white brain and flushed it with rosy life. Her body was once more reconciled and obedient. Her hand went forth, took his head between them, and pressed it against her. "Poldy, dear," she said, "be calm and reasonable, and I will do all I can for you. Here, take this, and now answer me one question."
"You won't give me up, Helen?"
"No, I will not."
"Swear it, Helen."
"Oh, my dear Poldy, is it come to this between you and me?"
"Swear it, Helen."
"So help me God, I will not," returned Helen, looking up. Leopold rose and again quietly stood before her, but again with down-bent head, like a prisoner about to receive sentence. "Do you mean what you said a moment since, that the police are in search of you?" asked Helen with forced calmness.
"They must be. They must have been after me for days. I don't know how many. They will be here soon. I can't think how I have escaped them so long. Hark! Isn't that a noise in the street door? No, there's a shadow on the curtains. No, it's my eyes. They've cheated me 1,000 times. Helen, I did not try to hide her. They must have found her long ago."
"My God!" Helen cried, but checked the scream that sought to follow the cry.
"There was an old shaft near," he went on hurriedly. "If I had thrown her down that, they would never have found her, for there must be a choke damp at the bottom of it, enough to kill 1,000 of them. But I could not bear the thought of sending the lovely thing down there, even to save my life."
He was growing wild again, but the horror had again laid upon Helen, and she stood speechless, staring at him. "Hide me! Hide me, Helen!" he pleaded. "Perhaps you think I'm mad. Would to God I were. Sometimes I think I must be. But this, I tell you, is no madman's fancy. If you take it for that, you will bring me to the gallows. So if you will see me hanged." He sat down and folded his arms. "Hush, Poldy, hush!" cried Helen in an agonized whisper. "I am only thinking what I can best do. I cannot hide you here, for if my aunt knew, she would betray you by her terrors. And if she did not know, and those men came, she would help them to search every corner of the house. Otherwise there might be a chance." Again she was silent for a few minutes. Then, seeming suddenly to have made up her mind, she went softly to the door. "Don't leave me!" cried Leopold. "Hush! I know now what I must do. Be quiet here until I come back." Slowly, cautiously, she unlocked it and then left the room. In 3 or 4 minutes she returned, carrying a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine. To her dismay, Leopold had vanished. Presently he came creeping out from under the bed, looking so abject that Helen could not help a pang of shame. But the next moment the love of the sister, the tender compassion of the woman returned in full tide and swallowed up the unsightly thing. The more abject he was, the more he was to be pitied and ministered to. "Here, Poldy," she said, "you carry the bread, and I will take the wine. You must eat something, or you will be ill." As she spoke, she locked the door again, and then she put a dark shawl over her head and fastened it under her chin. Her white face shone out from it like the moon from a dark cloud. "Follow me, Poldy," she said, and, putting out the candles, went to the window. He obeyed without question, carrying the loaf she had put into his hands. The window sash rested on a little door. She opened it and stepped on the balcony. As soon as her brother had followed her, she closed it again, drew down the sash, and led the way to the garden, and so, by the door in the sunk fence, Chapter 23. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Refuge. The night was very dusky, but Helen knew perfectly the way she was going. A strange excitement possessed her and lifted her above all personal fear. The instant she found herself in the open air, her faculties seemed to come preternaturally awake, and her judgment to grow quite cool. She congratulated herself that there had been no rain, and the ground would not betray their steps. There was enough of light in the sky to see the trees against it, and partly by their outlines she guided herself to the door in the park paling, where she went as straight as she could for the deserted house. Remembering well her brother's old dislike to the place, she said nothing of their destination, but when he suddenly stopped, she knew that it had dawned upon him. For one moment he hung back, but a stronger and more definite fear lay behind, and he went on. Emerging from the trees on the edge of the hollow, they looked down, but it was too dark to see the mass of the house or the slightest gleam from the surface of the lake. All was silent as a deserted churchyard, and they went down the slope as if it had been the descent to Hades. Arrived at the wall of the garden, they followed its buttressed length until they came to a tall, narrow gate of wrought iron, almost consumed with rust, and standing half open. By this they passed into the desolate garden, whose misery in the daytime was like that of a ruined soul, but now hidden in the night's black mantle. Through the straggling bushes with their arms they forced, and with their feet they felt their way to the front door of the house, the steps to which, from the effects of various floods, were all out of level in different directions. The door was unlocked as usual, needing only a strong push to open it, and they entered. How awfully still it seemed, much stiller than the open air, though that had seemed noiseless. There was not a rat or a black beetle in the place. They groped their way through the hall and up the wide staircase, which gave not one crack in answer to their needlessly careful footsteps. Not a soul was within a mile of them. Helen had taken Leopold by the hand, and she now led him straight to the closet whence the hidden room opened. He made no resistance, for the covering wings of the darkness had protection in them. How desolate must the soul be that welcomes such protection! But when, knowing that thence no ray could reach the outside, she struck a light, and the spot where he had so often shuddered was laid bare to his soul, he gave a cry and turned and would have rushed away. Helen caught him. He yielded and allowed her to lead him into the room. There she lighted a candle, and as it came gradually alive, it shed a pale yellow light around and revealed a bare chamber with a bedstead and the remains of a moth-eaten mattress in a corner. Leopold threw himself upon it, uttering a sound that more resembled a choked scream than a groan. Helen sat down beside him, took his head on her lap, and sought to soothe him with such tender, loving words as had never before found birth in her heart, not to say crossed her lips. She took from her pocket a dainty morsel and tried to make him eat, but in vain. Then she poured him out a cupful of wine. He drank it eagerly, and asked for more, which she would not give him. But instead of comforting him, it seemed only to rouse him to fresh horror. He clung to his sister as a child clings to the nurse who has just been telling him an evil tale, and ever his face would keep turning from her to the door with a look of frightful anticipation. She consoled him with all her ingenuity, assured him that for the present he was perfectly safe, and, thinking it would encourage a sense of concealment, reminded him of the trap in the floor of the closet and the little chamber underneath. But at that he started up with glaring eyes. "Helen, I remember now," he cried. "I knew it at the time. Don't you know I never could endure the place? I foresaw as plainly as I see you now that one day I should be crouching here for safety with a hideous crime on my conscience. I told you so, Helen, at the time. Oh, how could you bring me here?" He threw himself down again and hid his face in her lap. With a fresh inroad of dismay, Helen thought he must be going mad, for this was the merest trick of his imagination. Certainly he had always dreaded the place, but never a word of that sort had he said to her. Yet there was a shadow of possible comfort in the thought, for what if the whole thing should prove an hallucination? But whether real or not, she must have his story. "Come, dearest Polly, darling brother," she said, "you have not yet told me what it is. What is the terrible thing you have done? I dare say it's nothing so very bad at all." "There's the light coming," he said in a dull, hollow voice. "The morning, always the morning, coming again." "No, no, dear Polly," she returned. "There is no window here. At least it only looks on the back stair, high above heads, and the morning is a long way off." "How far?" he asked, staring in her eyes. 20 years? That was just when I was born. Oh, that I could enter a second time into my mother's womb and never be born. Why are we sent into this cursed world? I would God had never made it. What's the good? Couldn't he have let well alone?" He was silent. She must get him to sleep. It was as if a second soul had been given her to supplement the first and enable her to meet what would otherwise have been the exorbitant demands now made upon her. With an effort of the will such as she could never before have even imagined, she controlled the anguish of her own spirit, and, softly stroking the head of the poor lad which had again sought her lap, compelled herself to sing him for lullaby a song of which in his childhood he had been very fond, and with which, in all the importance of imagined motherhood, she had often sung him to sleep. And the old influence was potent yet. In a few minutes the fingers which clutched her hand relaxed, and she knew by his breathing that he slept. She sat still as a stone, not daring to move, hardly daring breathe enough to keep her alive, lest she should rouse him from his few blessed moments of self-nothingness, during which the tide of the all-enfolding ocean of peace was free to flow into the fire-torn cave of his bosom. She sat motionless thus until it seemed as if for very weariness she must drop in a heap on the floor, but that the aches and pains which went through her in all directions held her body together like ties and rivets. She had never before known what weariness was, and now she knew it for all her life. But like an irritant, her worn body clung about her soul and dulled it to its own grief, thus helping it to a pitiful kind of repose. How long she sat thus she could not tell. She had no means of knowing, but it seemed hours on hours, and yet, though the nights were now short, the darkness had not begun to thin. But when she thought how little access the light had to that room, she began to grow uneasy lest she should be missed from her own, or seen on her way back to it. At length some involuntary movement woke him. He started to his feet with a look of wild gladness, but there was scarcely time to recognize it before it vanished.
"Oh, my God, it's true, then!" he shrieked. "Oh, Helen, I dreamed that I was innocent, that I had but dreamed I had done it. Tell me that I'm dreaming now. Tell me, I am no murderer."
As he spoke, he seized her shoulder with a fierce grasp and shook her as if trying to wake her from the silence of lethargy. "I hope you are innocent, my darling, but in any case I will do all I can to protect you," said Helen. "Only I shall never be able unless you control yourself sufficiently to let me go home."
"No, Helen," he cried, "you must not leave me. If you do, I shall go mad. She will come instead."
Helen shuddered inwardly, but kept her outward composure. "If I stay with you, just think, dearest, what will happen," she said. I shall be missed, and all the county will be raised to look for me. They will think I have been—" She checked herself.
"And so you might be, so might anyone," he cried, "so long as I am loosed, like the Rajah's mad-eating horse. Oh, God, it has come to this!"
And he hid his face in his hands. "And then, you see, my Polly," Helen went on as calmly as she could, "they would come here and find us, and I don't know what might come next."
Yes, Helen, go directly. Leave me this instant," he said hurriedly, and took her by the shoulders as if he would push her from the room, but went on talking. It must be, I know, but when the light comes I shall go mad. Would to God I might, for the day is worse than the darkness. Then I shall see my own black against the light. But now go, Helen. But you will come back to me as soon as ever you can. How shall I know when to begin to look for you? What o'clock is it? My watch has never been since... The light will be here soon. Helen, I know now what hell is. Oh, yes." As he spoke, he had been feeling in one of his pockets. "I will not be taken alive. Can you whistle, Helen?" Yes, Polly," Helen answered, trembling. "Don't you remember teaching me?" Yes. Then when you come near the house, whistle, and go on whistling, for if I hear a step without any whistling, I shall kill myself." "What have you got there?" she asked in renewed terror, noticing that he kept his hands in the breast pocket of his coat. "Only the knife," he answered calmly. "Give it to me," she said calmly too. He laughed, and the laugh was more terrible than any cry. "No, I'm not so green as that," he said. "My knife is my only friend. Who is to take care of me when you are away?" She saw that the comfort of the knife must not be denied him, nor did she fear any visit that might drive him
to its use, except, indeed, the police were to come upon him, and then what better could he do? She thought. Well, I will not plague you, she said. Lie down, and I will cover you with my shawl, and you can fancy it my arms around you. I will come to you as soon as ever I can. He obeyed. She spread her shawl over him and kissed him. Thank you, Helen, he said quietly. Pray to God to deliver you, dear, she said. He can do that only by killing me, he returned. I will pray for that. But do you go, Helen. I will try to bear my misery for your sake. He followed her from the room with eyes out of which looked the very demon of silent despair. I will not further attempt to set forth his feelings. The incredible, the impossible, had become a fact, and he was the man. He who knows the relief of waking from a dream of crime, to the jubilation of recovered innocence, to the sunlight that blots out the thing as untrue, may by help of that conceive the misery of a delicate nature suddenly filled with the clear assurance of horrible guilt. Such a misery no waking but one that annihilated the past could ever console. Yes, there is yet an awaking, if a man might but attain unto it, an awaking into a region whose very fields are full of the harmony sovereign to console, not merely for having suffered, that needs little consoling, but for having inflicted the deepest wrong. The moment Helen was out of sight, Leopold drew a small silver box from an inner pocket, eyed it with the eager look of a hungry animal, took from it a portion of a certain something, put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and lay still.
Chapter 24 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Helen with a Secret. When Helen came out into the corridor, she saw that the day was breaking. A dim, dreary light filled the dismal house, but the candle had prevented her from perceiving the little of it that could enter the room withdrawn. A pang of fear shot to her soul, and, like a belated spectre or a roused somnambulist, she fled across the park. It was all so like a horrible dream, from which she must wake in bed, yet she knew there was no such hope for her. Her darling lay in that frightful house, and if anyone should see her, it might be death to him. But yet it was very early, and 2 hours would pass before any of the workmen would be on their way to the new house. Yet, like a murderer shaken out of the earth by the light, she fled. When she was safe in her own room, ere she could get into bed, she once more turned deadly sick, and next knew by the agonies of coming to herself that she had fainted. A troubled, weary, excited sleep followed. She woke with many a start, as if she had sinned in sleeping, and instantly for very weariness dozed off again. How kind is weariness sometimes! It's like the Father's hand laid a little heavy on the heart to make it still. But her dreams were full of torture, and even when she had no definite dream, she was haunted by the vague presence of blood. It was considerably past her usual time for rising, when at length she heard her maid in the room. She got up wearily, but beyond the heaviest of hearts and a general sense of misery, nothing ailed her, nor even did her head ache. But she had lived an age since she woke last, and the wonder was not that she felt so different.
but that she should be aware of being the same person as before, notwithstanding all that had passed. Her business now was to keep herself from thinking until breakfast should be over. She must hold the ebony box of last night close shut, even from her own eyes, lest the demons of which it was full should rush out and darken the world around her. She hurried to her bath for strength. The friendly water would rouse her to the present, make the past recede like a dream, and give her courage to face the future. Her very body seemed defiled by the knowledge that was within it. Alas, how must poor Leopold feel then? But she must not think. All the time she was dressing, her thoughts kept hovering around the awful thing like moths around a foul flame, from which she could not drive them away. Ever and again she said to herself that she must not, yet ever and again she found herself peeping through the chinks of the thought-chamber at the terrible thing inside, the form of which she could not see, saw only the color, red mingled with ghastly whiteness. In all the world, her best loved, her brother, the child of her grandfather, was the only one who knew how that thing came there. But while Helen's being was in such tumult that she could never more be the cool, indifferent, self-contented person she had hitherto been, her old habits and forms of existence were now of endless help to the retaining of her composure and the covering of her secret. A dim gleam of gladness woke in her at the sight of the unfinished cap. Then she could not have a better excuse for her lateness, and when she showed it to her aunt, with the wish of many happy returns of the day, no second glance from Mrs. Ramshorn added to her uneasiness. But oh, how terribly the time crept in its going! For she dared not approach the deserted house while the daylight kept watching it like a dog. And what if Leopold should have destroyed himself in the madness of his despair before she could go to him? She had not a friend to help her. George Bascom? She shuddered at the thought of him. With his grand ideas of duty, he would be for giving Leopold up that very moment. Naturally, the clergyman was the one to go to, and Mr. Wingfold had himself done wrong, but he had confessed it. No, he was a poor creature, and would not hold his tongue. She shook at every knock at the door, every ring of the bell, lest it should be the police. To be sure, he had been comparatively little there, and naturally they would seek him first at Goldswire. But where next? At Glaston, of course. Every time a servant entered the room, she turned away, lest her ears should make her countenance a traitor. The police might be watching the house, and might follow her when she went to him. With her opera-glass she examined the meadow, then ran to the bottom of the garden, and lying down, peered over the sunk fence. But not a human being was in sight. Next she put on her bonnet with the pretence of shopping to see if there were any suspicious-looking persons in the street. But she did not meet a single person unknown to her between her aunt's door and Mr. Drew, the linen-draper's. There she bought a pair of gloves and walked quietly back, passing the house, and going on to the Abbey without meeting one person at whom she had to look twice. All the time her consciousness was like a single, intense point of light in the middle of a darkness it could do nothing to illuminate. She knew nothing but that her brother lay in that horrible empty house, and that if his words were not the ravings of a maniac, the law, whether it suspected him or not, was certainly after him, and if it had not yet struck upon his trail, was every moment on the point of finding it, and must sooner or later come up with him. She must save him, all that was left of him to save. But poor Helen knew very little about saving. One thing more she became suddenly aware of as she re-entered the house, the possession of a power of dissimulation, of hiding herself, hitherto strange to her, for hitherto she had had nothing, hardly even a passing dislike, to conceal. The consciousness brought only exaltation with it, for her nature was not yet delicate enough to feel the jar of the thought that neither words nor looks must any more be an index to what lay within her. Chapter 25 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. A Daylight Visit. But she could not rest. When would the weary day be over, and the longed-for rather than welcome night appear? Again she went into the garden, and down to the end of it, and looked out over the meadow. Not a creature was in sight except a red and white cow, a child gathering buttercups, and a few rooks crossing from one field to another. It was a glorious day. The sun seemed the very center of conscious peace. And now, strange to say, Helen began to know the bliss of bare existence under a divine sky, in the midst of a divine air, the two making a divine summer which throbbed with the presence of the creative spirit, but as something apart from her now, something she had had, but had lost, which could never more be hers. How could she ever be glad again with such a frightful fact in her soul? Away there beyond those trees lay her unhappy brother in the lonely house, now haunted indeed. Perhaps he lay there dead. The horrors of the morning or of his own hand might have slain him. She would defy the very sun and go in the face of the universe. Was he not her brother? Was there no help anywhere? No mantle for this sense of soul nakedness that had made her feel as if her awful secret might be read a mile away, lying crimson and livid in the bottom of her heart? She dared hardly think of it, lest the very act should betray the thing of darkness to the world of light around her. Nothing but the atmosphere of another innocent soul could shield hers, and she had no friend. What did people do when their brothers did awful deeds? She had heard of praying to God, had indeed herself told her brother to pray, but it was all folly, worse, priestcraft, as if such things and a God could exist together. Yet even with the thought of denial in her mind, she looked up and gazed earnestly into the wide, innocent, mighty space, as if by some searching she might find someone. Perhaps she ought to pray. She could see no likelihood of a God, and yet something pushed her towards prayer. What if all this had come upon her and Poldy because she had never prayed? If there were such horrible things in the world, although she had never dreamed of them, if they could come so near her, into her very soul, making her feel like a murderess, might there not be a God also, though she knew nothing of his whereabouts or how to reach him and gain a hearing? Certainly, if things went with such hellish possibilities at the heart of them, and there was no hand at all to restrain or guide or restore, the world was a good deal worse place than either the Methodists or the Positivists made it out to be. In the form of feelings, not of words, hardly even of thoughts, things like these passed through her mind as she stood on the top of the sunk fence and gazed across the flat of sunny green before her. She could almost have slain herself to be rid of her knowledge, and the awful consciousness that was its result. She would have found no difficulty in that line of Macbeth. To know my deed, 'twere best not to know myself. But all this time there was her brother. She must go to him. God, hide me, she cried within her. But how can he hide me, she thought, when I am hiding a murderer? Oh, God, she cried again, and in this time in an audible murmur, I am his sister, thou knowest. Then she turned, walked back to the house, and sought her aunt. I have got a little headache, she said quite coolly, and I want a long walk. Don't wait luncheon for me. It is such a glorious day. I shall go by the Millpool Road and across the park. Good-bye till tea, or perhaps dinner-time even. Hadn't you better have a ride and be back to luncheon? I shan't want Jones to-day, said her aunt mournfully, who, although she had almost given up birthdays, thought her niece need not quite desert her on the disagreeable occasion. I'm not in the humour for riding, aunt. Nothing will do me good but a walk. I shall put some luncheon in my bag. She went quietly out by the front door, walked slowly, softly, statelily, along the street and out of the town, and entered the park by the lodge gate. She saw Rachel at her work in the kitchen as she passed, and heard her singing in a low and weak but very sweet voice, which went to her heart like a sting, making the tall, handsome, rich lady envy the poor, distorted Adam, who, through all the fogs of her winter, had yet something in her that sought such utterance. But indeed, if all her misery had been swept away like a dream, Helen might yet have envied the dwarf 10 times more than she did now, had she but known how they stood compared with each other. For the being of Helen to that of Rachel was as a single untwined primary cell to a finished brain, as the peeping of a chicken to the song of a lark. I had almost said to a sonata of Beethoven. "Good day, Rachel," she said, calling as she passed, in a kindly, even then rather condescending voice, through the open door, where a pail of water, just set down, stood rocking the sun on its heaving surface and flashing it out again into the ocean of the light. It seemed to poor Helen a squalid abode, but it was a home-like palace, and fairly furnished in comparison with the suburban villa and shop upholstery which typified the house of her spirit, now haunted by a terrible secret walking through its rooms and laying a bloody hand upon all their whitenesses. There was no sound all the way as she went, but the noise of the birds and an occasional clank from the new building far away. At last, with beating heart and scared soul, she was within the high garden wall, making her way through the rank growth of weeds and bushes to the dismal house. She entered trembling, and the air felt as if death had been before her. Hardly would her limbs carry her, but with slow step she reached the hidden room. He lay as she had left him. Was he asleep or dead? She crept near and laid her hand on his forehead. He started to his feet in an agony of fright. She soothed and reassured him as best she was able. When the paroxysm relaxed, "You didn't whistle," he said. "No, I forgot," answered Helen. shocked at her own carelessness. "But if I had, you would not have heard me. You were fast asleep." "A good thing I was. And yet, no, I wish I had heard you, for then by this time I should have been beyond their reach." Impulsively he showed her the short, dangerous-looking weapon he carried. Helen stretched out her hand to take it, but he hurriedly replaced it in his pocket. "I will find some water for you to wash with," said Helen. "There used to be a well in the garden, I remember. I have brought you a shirt." With some difficulty she found the well, all but lost in matted weeds under an ivy tod, and in the saucer of a flower-pot she carried him some water, and put the garment with the horrible spot in her bag to take it away and destroy it. Then she made him eat and drink. He did whatever she told him with a dull yet dog-like obedience. His condition was much changed. He had a stupefied look, and seemed only half awake to his terrible situation. Yet he answered what questions she put to him, even too readily, with an indifferent matter-of-factness, indeed, more dreadful than any most passionate outburst. But at the root of the apparent apathy lay despair and remorse. Weary, like gorged and sleeping tigers fall back into their dens. Only the dull torpedo of misery was awake, lying motionless on the bottom of the deepest pool of his spirit. The mood was favourable to the drawing of his story from him, but there are more particulars in the narrative I am now going to give than Helen at that time learned. Chapter 26 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Leopold's Story. While yet a mere boy, scarcely more than 16, Leopold had made acquaintance with the family of a certain manufacturer, who, having retired from business with a rapidly gained fortune, had some years before purchased an estate a few miles from Goldswire, his uncle's place. Their settling in the neighbourhood was not welcome to the old-fashioned, long-rooted family of the Lingards, but although they had not called upon them, they could not help meeting them occasionally. Leopold's association with them commenced just after he had left Eton, between which time and his going up to Cambridge he had spent a year in reading with his cousin's tutor. It was at a ball he first saw Emmeline, the eldest of the family. She had but lately returned from a school where everything is done that is done, first for manners, then for accomplishments, and lastly for information, leaving all the higher faculties and endowments of the human being as entirely unconsidered as if they had no existence. Taste, feeling, judgment, imagination, conscience are in such places left to look after themselves and the considerations presented to them, and duties required of them as religious are only fitted to lower still farther such moral standard as they may possess. Schools of this kind send out as their quota of the supply of mothers for the ages to come young women who will consult a book of etiquette as to what is ladylike, who always think what is the mode, never what is beautiful, who read romances in which the wickedness is equalled only by the shallowness, who write questions to weekly papers concerning points of behaviour, and place their whole or chief delight in making themselves attractive to men. Some such girls look ladylike and interesting, and many of them are skilled in the arts that meet their fullest development in a nature whose sense of existence is rounded by its own reflection in the mirror of self-consciousness falsified by vanity. Once understood, they are for a sadness or a loathing after the nature that understands them. Till then they are to the beholder such as they desire to appear, while under the fair outside lies a nature whose vulgarity, if the most thorough of changes do not in the meantime supervene, will manifest itself hideously on the approach of middle age, that is, by the time when habituation shall have destroyed the restraints of diffidence. Receiving ever fresh and best assurance of their own consequence in the attention and admiration of men, such girls are seldom capable of any real attachment, and the marvel is that so few of them comparatively disgrace themselves after marriage. Whether it was the swarthy side of his nature, early ripened under the hot Indian sun, that found itself irresistibly drawn to the widening of its humanity in the flaxen fairness of Emmeline, or the Saxon element in him seeking back to its family. It might indeed have been both, our nature admitting of such marvelous complexity in its unity. He fell in love with her, if not in the noblest, yet in a very genuine, though at the same time very passionate way, and as she had, to use a Scots proverb, a crop for all corn, his attentions were acceptable to her. Had she been true-hearted enough to know anything of that love whose name was forever suffering profanation upon her lips, she would, being at least a year and a half older than he, have been too much of a woman to encourage his approaches, would have felt he was a boy and must not be allowed to fancy himself a man. But, to be just, he did look to English eyes older than he was, and then he was very handsome, distinguished-looking, of a good family, which could in no sense be said of her, and with high connections, at the same time a natural contrast to herself, and personally attractive to her. The first moment she saw his great black eyes blaze, she accepted the homage, laid it on the altar of her self-worship, and ever after sought to see them lighted up afresh in worship of her only divinity. To be feelingly aware of her power over him, to play upon him as on an instrument, to make his cheek pale or glow, his eyes flash or fill as she pleased, was a game almost too delightful. One of the most potent means for producing the humano-atmospheric play in which her soul thus rejoiced, and one whose operation was to none better known than to Emmeline, was jealousy. And for its generation she had all possible faculties, for there could not be a woman in regard of whom jealousy was more justifiable on any ground except that of being worth it. So far as it will reach, however, it must be remembered, in mitigation of judgment, that she had no gauge in herself equal to the representation of a tithe of the misery whose signs served to lift her to the very paradise of falsehood. She knew not what she did, and possibly knowledge might have found in her some pity and abstinence. But when a woman, in her own nature cold, takes delight in rousing passion, she will, selfishly confident in her own safety, go to strange lengths in kindling and fanning the flame, which is the death of the other. It is far from my intention to follow the disagreeable topic across the pathless swamp through which an elaboration of its phases would necessarily drag me. Of morbid anatomy, save for the setting forth of cure, I am not fond, and here there is nothing to be said of cure. What concerns me as a narrator is that Emmeline consoled and irritated and reconsoled Leopold until she had him her very slave, and the more her slave, that by that time he knew something of her character, the knowledge took from him what little repose she had left him. He did no more good at school, and went to Cambridge with the conviction that the woman to whom he had given his soul would be doing things in his absence the sight of which would drive him mad. Yet somehow he continued to live, reassured now and then by the loving letters she wrote to him, and relieving his own heart while he fostered her falsehood by the passionate replies he made to them. From a sad accident of his childhood, he had become acquainted with something of the influences of a certain baneful drug, to the use of which one of his attendants was addicted, and now at college, partly from curiosity, partly from a desire to undergo its effects, but chiefly in order to escape from ever-gnawing and passionate thought, he began to make experiments in its use. Experiment called for repetition. In order to verification, said the fiend, and repetition led first to a longing after its effects, and next to a mad appetite for the thing itself, so that by the time of which my narrative treats, he was on the verge of absolute slavery to its use, and in imminent peril of having to pass the rest of his life in alternations of ecstasy and agony, divided by dull spaces of misery, the ecstasies growing rarer and rarer, and the agonies more and more frequent, intense and lasting, until at length the dethroned Apollo found himself chained to a pillar of his own ruined temple, which the sirocco was fast filling with desert sand. Chapter 27 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Leopold's story concluded. He knew from her letters that they were going to give a ball, at which as many as pleased should be welcome in fancy dresses, and masked if they chose. The night before it he had a dream, under the influence of his familiar, no doubt, which made him so miserable and jealous that he longed to see her as a wounded man longs for water, and the thought arose of going down to the ball, not exactly in disguise, for he had no mind to act a part, but masked, so that he should not be recognized as uninvited, and should have an opportunity of watching Emmeline, concerning whose engagement with a young cavalry officer there had lately been reports, which, however, before his dream had caused him less uneasiness than many such preceding. The same moment the thought was a resolve. I must mention that no one whatever knew the degree of his intimacy with Emmeline, or that he had any ground for considering her engaged to him. Secrecy added much to the zest of Emmeline's pleasures. Everyone knew that he was a devoted admirer, but therein to be classed with a host. For concealment he contented himself with a large travelling cloak, a tall felt hat, and a black silk mask. He entered the grounds with an arrival of guests, and knowing the place perfectly, contrived to see something of her behaviour while he watched for an opportunity of speaking to her alone, a quest of unlikely success. Hour after hour he watched, and all the time never spoke or was spoken to. Those who are acquainted with the mode of operation of the drug to which I have referred are aware that a man may be fully under its influences without betraying to the ordinary observer that he is in a condition differing from that of other men. But in the living dream wherein he walks, his feeling of time and of space is so enlarged, or perhaps I rather think so subdivided to the consciousness, that everything about him seems infinite both in duration and extent. The action of a second has in it a multitudinous gradation of progress, and a line of space is marked out into millionths, of every one of which the consciousness takes note. At the same time, his senses are open to every impression from things around him, only they appear to him in a strangely exalted metamorphosis, the reflex of his own mental exaltation, either in bliss or torture, while the fancies of a man mingle with the facts thus introduced and modify, and are in turn modified by them, whereby out of the chaos arises the mountain of an earthly paradise, whose roots are in the depths of hell. And whether the man be with the divine air and the clear rivers and the thousand-hued flowers on the top, or down in the ice lake with the tears frozen to hard lumps in the hollows of his eyes, so that he can no more have even the poor consolation of weeping, is but the turning of a hair, so far at least as his will has to do with it. The least intrusion of anything painful, any jar that cannot be wrought into the general harmony of the vision, will suddenly alter its character, and from the seventh heaven of speechless bliss the man may fall plumb down into gulfs of horrible and torturing, it may be loathsome imaginings. Now Leopold had taken a dose of the drug on his journey, and it was later than usual, probably because of the motion, ere it began to take effect. He had indeed ceased to look for any result from it, when, all at once, as he stood amongst the laburnums and lilacs of a rather late spring, something seemed to burst in his brain, and that moment he was Endymion, waiting for Diana in her interlunar grove, while the music of the spheres made the blossoms of a stately yet flowering forest tremble all with conscious delight. Emboldened by his new condition, he drew nigh the house. They were then passing from the ball to the supper-room, and he found the tumult so distasteful to his mood of still ecstasy that he would not have entered had he not remembered that he had in his pocket a note ready, if needful, to slip into her hand, containing only the words, "Meet me for 1 long minute at the Circle." He threw his cloak, Spanish fashion, over his left shoulder, slouched his hat, and, entering, stood in a shadowy spot where she must pass in going to or from the supper-room. There he waited with the note hid in his hand a long time, yet not a weary one. Such visions of loveliness passed before his entranced gaze. At length she also passed, lovely as the Diana whose dress she had copied, not quite so perfectly as she had abjured her manners. She leaned trustingly on the arm of someone, but Leopold never even looked at him. He slid the note into her hand, which hung ungloved as inviting confidences. With an instinct quickened and sharpened tenfold by much practice, her fingers instantly closed upon it, but not a muscle belonging to any other part of her betrayed the intrusion of a foreign body. I do not believe her heart gave one beat the more the next minute. She passed graceful on, her swan's neck shining, and Leopold hastened out to one of the windows of the ballroom, there to feast his eyes upon her loveliness. But when he caught sight of her, whirling in the waltz with the officer of dragoons whose name he had heard coupled with hers, and saw her flash on him the light and power of eyes which were to him the windows of all the heaven he knew, as they swam together in the joy of the rhythm of the motion of the music, suddenly the whole frame of the dream wherein he wandered trembled, shook, fell down into the dreary vaults that underlie all the airy castles that have other foundation than the will of the eternal builder. With the suddenness of the dark that follows the lightning, the music changed to a dissonant clash of multitudinous cymbals, the resounding clang of brazen doors, and the hundred-toned screams of souls in torture. The same moment, from halls of infinite scope, where the very air was a soft tumult of veiled melodies, ever and anon twisted into inextricable knots of harmony, under whose skyey domes he swept, upborne by chords of sound throbbing against great wings mighty as though, yet in their motions as easy and subtle, he found himself lying on the floor of a large vault, whose black slabs were worn into many hollows by the bare feet of the damned, as they went on and came between the chambers of their torture, opening off upon every side, whence issued all kinds of sickening cries, and mingled with the music to which, with whips of steel, hellish executioners urged the dance, whose every motion was an agony. His soul fainted within him, and the vision changed. When he came to himself, he lay on the little plot of grass amongst the lilacs and the laburnums, where he had asked Emmeline to meet him. Fevered with jealousy and the horrible drug, his mouth was parched like an old purse, and he found himself chewing at the grass to ease its burning and drought. But presently the evil thing resumed its sway, and fancies usurped over facts. He thought he was lying in an Indian jungle, close by the cave of a beautiful tigress which crouched within, waiting the first sting of reviving hunger to devour him. He could hear her breathing as she slept, but he was fascinated, paralyzed, and could not escape, knowing that even if, with mighty effort, he succeeded in moving a finger, the motion would suffice to wake her, and she would spring upon him and tear him to pieces. Years upon years passed thus, and he still lay on the grass in the jungle, and still the beautiful tigress slept. But however far apart the knots upon the string of time may lie, they must pass. An angel in white stood over him. His fears vanished. The waving of her wings cooled him, and she was the angel whom he had loved, and loved from all eternity, in whom was his ever and only rest. She lifted him to his feet, gave him her hand. They walked away, and the tigress was asleep forever. For miles and miles, as it seemed to his exaltation, they wandered away into the woods, to wander in them forever, the same violet blue flashing with roseate stars, forever looking in through the tree-tops, and the great leafy branches hushing, ever hushing them, as with the voices of child-watching mothers, into peace, whose depth is bliss. "Have you nothing to say now I am come?" said the angel. "I have said all. I am at rest," answered the mortal. "I am going to be married to Captain Hodges," said the angel. And with the words the forests of heaven vanished, and the halls of Eblis did not take their place. A worse hell was there.
the cold reality of an earth abjured and a worthless maiden walking by his side. He stood and turned to her. The shock had mastered the drug. They were only in the little wooded hollow 100 yards from the house. The blood throbbed in his head as from the piston of an engine. A horrid sound of dance music was in his ears. Emmeline, his own, stood in her white dress, looking up in his face with the words just parted from her lips, "I am going to be married to Captain Hodge." The next moment she threw her arms around his neck, pulled his face to hers, and kissed him and clung to him. "Poor Leopold," she said, and looked in his face with her electric battery at full power. "Does it make him miserable, then? But you know it could not have gone on like this between you and me forever. It was very dear while it lasted, but it must come to an end." Was there a glimmer of real pity and sadness in those wondrous eyes? She laughed. Was it a laugh of despair or of exultation? And hid her face on his bosom. And what was it that awoke in Leopold? Had the drug resumed its power over him? Was it rage at her mockery or infinite compassion for her despair? Would he slay a demon or ransom a spirit from hateful bonds? Would he save a woman from disgrace and misery to come, or punish her for the vilest falsehood? Who can tell? For Leopold himself never could. Whatever the feeling was, its own violence erased it from his memory and left him with a knife in his hand and Emmeline lying motionless at his feet. It was a knife the Scotch Highlanders called a scian-diu, sharp-pointed as a needle, sharp-edged as a razor, and with one blow of it he had cleft her heart, and she never cried or laughed any more in that body whose charm she had degraded to the vile servitude of her vanity. The next thing he remembered was standing on the edge of the shaft of a deserted coal-pit, ready to cast himself down. Whence came the change of resolve he could not tell, but he threw in his cloak and mask and fled. The one thought in his miserable brain was his sister. Having murdered one woman, he was fleeing to another for refuge. Helen would save him. How he had found his way to his haven, he had not an idea. Searching the newspapers, Helen heard that a week had elapsed between the mysterious murder of a young lady in Yorkshire and the night on which he came to her window.
Chapter 28 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Sisterhood.
"Well, Poldy, after all I would rather be you than she," cried Helen indignantly, when she had learned the whole story. It was far from the wisest thing to say, but she meant it, and clasped her brother to her bosom. Straightway the poor fellow began to search for all that man could utter in excuse, nay, in justification, not of himself, but of the woman he had murdered, appropriating all the blame. But Helen had recognized in Emmeline the selfishness which is the essential murderer, nor did it render her more lenient towards her that the same moment, with a start of horror, she caught a transient glimpse of the same in herself. But the discovery wrought in the other direction, and the tenderness she now lavished upon Leopold left all his hopes far behind.
Her brother's sin had broken wide the feebly flowing springs of her conscience, and she saw that in idleness and ease and drowsiness of soul she had been forgetting and neglecting even the being she loved best in the universe. In the rushing confluence of love, truth, and indignation to atone for years of half-love, half-indifference, as the past now appeared to her, she would have spoiled him terribly, heaping on him caresses and assurances that he was far less the guilty and more injured of the two. But Leopold's strength was exhausted, and he fell back in a faint. While she was occupied with his restoration, many things passed through her mind. Amongst the rest, she saw it would be impossible for her to look after him sufficiently where he was, that the difficulty of feeding him even would be great, that very likely he was on the borders of an illness when he would require constant attention, that the danger of discovery was great, in short, that some better measures must be taken for his protection, and the possibility of her ministrations. If she had a friend to consult, ever that thought returned. Alas, she had none on whose counsel or discretion either she could depend. When at length he opened his eyes, she told him that she must leave him now, but when it was dark she would come again and stay with him till dawn. Feebly he assented, seeming but half aware of what she said, and again closed his eyes. While he lay thus, she gained possession of his knife. It left its sheath behind, and she put it naked in her pocket. As she went from the room, feeling like a mother abandoning her child in a wolf-haunted forest, his eyes followed her to the door with a longing, wild, hungry look, and she felt the look following her still through the wood and across the park and into her chamber, while the knife in her pocket felt like a spellbound demon waiting his chance to work them both a mischief. She locked her door and took it out, and as she put it carefully away, fearful lest any attempt to destroy it might lead to its discovery, she caught sight of her brother's name engraved in full upon the silver mounting of the handle. What if he had left it behind him, she thought, with a shudder. But a reassuring strength had risen in her mind with Leopold's disclosure. More than once on her way home she caught herself reasoning that the poor boy had not been to blame at all, that he could not help it, that she had deserved nothing less. Her conscience speedily told her that, in consenting to such a thought, she herself would be a murderess. Love her brother she must. Excuse him she might, for honest excuse is only justice, but to uphold the deed would be to take the part of hell against heaven. Still the murder would not seem so frightful after she had heard the whole tale, and she found it now required far less effort to face her aunt. If she was not the protectress of the innocent, she was of the grievously wronged. And the worst wrong done him was the crime he had been driven to do. She lay down and slept until dinner time, woke refreshed, and sustained her part during the slow meal, heartened by the expectation of seeing her brother again, and in circumstance of less anxiety when the friendly darkness had come, and all eyes but theirs were closed. She talked to her aunt and a lady who dined with them as if she had the freest heart in the world. The time passed, the converse waned, the hour arrived, adieus were said, drowsiness came. All the world of Glaston was asleep, the night on her nest was brooding upon the egg of tomorrow, the moon was in darkness, and the wind was blowing upon Helen's hot forehead as she slid like a thief across the park. Her mind was in a tumult of mingled feelings, all gathered about the form of her precious brother. One moment she felt herself ministering to the father she had loved so dearly in protecting his son. The next, the thought of her father had vanished, and all was love for the boy, whose memories filled the shadow of her childhood, about whom she had dreamed night after night as he crossed the great sea to come to her, who had crept into her arms timidly and straightway turned into the daintiest, merriest playmate, who had charmed her even in his hot-blooded rages when he rushed at her with whatever was in his hand at the moment. Then she had laughed and dared him. Now she shuddered to remember. Again, and this was the feeling that generally prevailed, she was a vessel overflowing with the mere woman passion of protection. The wronged, abused, maddened, oppressed, hunted human thing was dependent upon her, and her alone, for any help or safety he was ever to find. Sometimes it was the love of a mother for her sick child, sometimes that of a tigress crouching over her wounded cub and licking its hurts. All was colored with admiration of his beauty and grace, and mingled with boundless pity for their sad overclouding and defeature. Nor was the sense of wrong to herself in wrong to her own flesh and blood wanting. The sum of all was a passionate devotion of her being to the service of her brother. I suspect that at root the loves of the noble wife, the great-souled mother, and the true sister are one. Anyhow, they are all but glints on the ruffled waters of humanity of the one changeless, enduring.
Chapter 29 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, The Sick Chamber. Helen had reached the little iron gate which hung on one hinge only, and was lifting it from the ground to push it open when, sudden, through the stillness came a frightful cry. Had they found him already? Was it a life-and-death struggle going on within? For one moment she stood rooted. The next she flew to the door. When she entered the hall, however, the place was silent as a crypt. Could it have been her imagination? Again, curdling her blood with horror, came the tearing cry, a sort of shout of agony. All in the dark she flew up the stair, calling him by name, fell twice, rose as if on wings, and flew again until she reached the room. There all was silence and darkness. With trembling hands she found her matchbox and struck a light, uttering all the time every soothing word she could think of, while her heart quavered in momentary terror of another shriek. It came just as the match flamed up in her fingers, and an answering shriek from her bosom tore its way through her clenched teeth, and she shuddered like one in an ague. There sat her brother on the edge of the bedstead, staring before him with fixed eyes and terror-stricken countenance. He had not heard her enter, and saw neither the light nor her who held it. She made haste to light the candle, with mighty effort talking to him still, in gasps and choking, but in vain. The ghastly face continued unchanged, and the wide-open eyes remained fixed. She seated herself beside him and threw her arms around him. It was like embracing a marble statue, so moveless, so irresponsive was he. But presently he gave a kind of shudder. The tension of his frame relaxed, and the soul, which had been absorbed in its own visions,
came forward to its windows, cast from them a fleeting glance, then dropped the curtains. "Is it you then, Helen?" he said, shuddering, as he closed his eyes and laid his head on her shoulder. His breath was like that of a furnace. His skin seemed on fire. She felt his pulse. It was galloping. He was in a fever, brain fever probably, and what was she to do? A thought came to her. Yes, it was the only possible thing. She would take him home. There, with the help of the household, she might have a chance of concealing him. A poor one, certainly, but here, how was she even to keep him to the house in his raving fits? "Poldy, dear," she said, "you must come with me. I am going to take you to my home, where I can nurse you properly, and need not leave you. Do you think you could walk as far?" "Walk? Yes, quite well. Why not?" "I'm afraid you are going to be ill, Poldy, but however ill you may feel, you must promise me to try and make as little noise as you can, and never cry out if you can help it. When I do like this," she went on, laying her finger on his lips, "you must be silent altogether." "I will do whatever you tell me, Helen, if you only promise not to leave me, and then when they come to me to give me poison." She promised, and made haste to obliterate every sign that the room had been occupied. She then took his arm and led him out. He was very quiet, too quiet and submissive, she thought. Seemed sleepy. Revived a little when they reached the open air, presently grew terrified, and kept starting and looking about him as they crossed the park, but never spoke a word. By the door in the sunk fence they reached the garden, and were soon in Helen's chamber, where she left him to get into bed while she went to acquaint her aunt with his presence in the house. Hard and unreasonable, like most human beings where her prejudices were concerned, Mrs. Ramshorn had, like all other women, sympathy with those kinds of suffering which by experience she understood. Mental distress was beyond her, but for the solace of another's pain she would even have endured a portion herself. When, therefore, she heard Helen's story, how her brother had come to her window, that he was ill with brain fever, as she thought, and talked wildly, she quite approved of her having put him to bed in her own room, and would have got up to help in nursing him. But Helen persuaded her to have her night's rest, and begged her to join with her in warning the servants not to mention his presence in the house, on the ground that it might get abroad that he was out of his mind. They were all old and tolerably faithful, and Leopold had been from childhood such a favourite that she hoped thus to secure their silence. "But, child, he must have the doctor," said her aunt. "Yes, but I will manage him. What a good thing old Mr. Bird is gone. He was such a gossip. We must call in the new doctor, Mr. Faber. I shall see that he understands. He has his practice to make, and will mind what I say." "Why, child, you're as cunning as an old witch," said her aunt. "It is very awkward," she went on. "What miserable creatures men are, from first to last, out of one scrape into another, from babies to old men. Would you believe it, my dear, your uncle, one of the best men and most exemplary of clergymen, why, I had to put on his stockings for him every day he got up. Not that my services stopped there either, I can tell you. Latterly I wrote more than half of his sermons for him. He never would preach the same sermon twice, you see. He made that a point of honour, and the consequence was that at last he had to come to me. His sermons were nothing the losers, I trust, or our congregation either. I used the same commentaries he did, and you would hardly believe how much I enjoyed the work. Poor dear boy, we must do what we can for him. I will call you if I find it necessary, Aunt. I must go to him now, for he cannot bear me out of his sight. Don't please send for the doctor till I see you again. When she got back to her room, to her great relief, she found Leopold asleep. The comfort of the bed, after his terrible exhaustion, and the hardships he had undergone, had combined, with the drug under whose influences he had more or less been ever since he first appeared at Helen's window, and he slept soundly. But when he woke he was in a high fever, and Mr. Faber was summoned. He found the state of his patient such that no amount of wild utterance could have surprised him. His brain was burning, and his mind all abroad. He tossed from side to side, and talked vehemently, but even to Helen unintelligibly. Mr. Faber had not attended medical classes and walked the hospitals without undergoing the influences of the unbelief prevailing in those regions, where, on the strength of a little knowledge of the human frame, cartloads of puerile ignorance and anile vulgarity, not to mention obscenity, are uttered in the name of truth by men who know nothing whatever of the things that belong to the deeper nature believed in by the devout and simple, and professed also by many who are perhaps yet farther from a knowledge of its affairs than those who thus treat them with contempt. When, therefore, he came to practice in Glaston, he brought his quota of yeast into the old bottle of that ancient and slumbrous town. But as he had to gain for himself a practice, he was prudent enough to make no display of the cherished emptiness of his swept and garnished rooms. I do not mean to blame him. He did not fancy himself the holder of any Mephistophelian commission for the general annihilation of belief, like George Bascom, only one from nature's bureau of ways and means for the cure of the ailing body, which indeed to him comprised all there was of humanity. He had a cold, hard, business-like manner, which, however admirable on some grounds, destroyed any hope Helen had cherished of finding in him one to whom she might disclose her situation. He proved himself both wise and skilful, yet it was weeks before Leopold began to mend. By the time the fever left him, he was in such a prostrate condition that it was very doubtful whether yet he could live, and Helen had to draw largely even upon her fine stock of health. Her ministration continued most exhausting, yet now she thought of her life as she had never thought of it before, namely as a thing of worth. It had grown precious to her since it had become the stay of Leopold's. Notwithstanding the terrible state of suspense and horror in which she now lived, seeming to herself at times an actual sharer in her brother's guilt, she would yet occasionally find herself exulting in the thought of being the guardian angel he called her. Now that by his bedside hour plodded after hour in something of sameness and much of weariness, she yet looked back on her past as on the history of a slug. During all the time she scarcely saw her cousin George, and indeed she could hardly tell why, shrunk from him. In the cold, bright, shadowless, north-windy day of his presence, there was little consolation to be gathered, and for strength to face him made a fresh demand upon the little she had. Her physical being had certainly lost, but the countenance, which, After a long interval of absence, the curate at length one morning descried in the midst of the congregation, had, along with its pallor and look of hidden and suppressed trouble, gathered the expression of a higher order of existence. Not that she had drawn a single consoling draught from any one of the wells of religion, or now sought the church for the sake of any reminder of something found precious. The great quiet place drew her merely with the offer of its 2 hours' restful stillness. The thing which had elevated her was simply the fact that, without any thought, not to say knowledge of him, she had yet been doing the will of the heart of the world. True, she had been but following her instinct and ministering not to humanity from an enlarged affection, but only to the one being she best loved in the world. A small merit, surely, yet was it the beginning of the way of God, the lovely way, and therefore the face of the maiden had begun to shine with a light which no splendor of physical health, no consciousness of beauty, however just,
Chapter 30 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The Curate's Progress. The visits of Wingfold to the little people at the gate not only became frequent, but more and more interesting to him. And as his office occasioned few demands on his attention, Polwarth had plenty of time to give to one who sought instruction in those things which were his very passion. He had never yet had any pupil but his niece, and to find another, and one whose soul was so eager after that of which he had such long gathered store to dispense, was a keen, pure, and solemn delight. It was that for which he had so often prayed, an outlet for the living waters of his spirit into dry and thirsty lands. He had not much faculty for writing, although now and then he would relieve his heart in verse. And if he had a somewhat remarkable gift of discourse, to attempt public utterance would have been but a vain exposure of his person to vulgar mockery. In Wingfold he had found a man, docile and obedient, both thirsting after and recognizant of the truth, and if he might but aid him in unsealing the well of truth in his own soul, the healing waters might from him flow far and near. Not as the little Zacchaeus who pieced his own shortness with the length of the sycamore tree, so to rise above his taller brethren and see Jesus. Little Polwarth would lift tall Wingfold on his shoulders first to see, and then cry aloud to his brethren who was at hand. For 2 or 3 Sundays the curate, largely assisted by his friend, fed his flock with his gleanings from other men's harvests, and already, though it had not yet come to his knowledge, one consequence was that complaints running together made a pool of discontent, and a semi-public meeting had been held, wherein was discussed and not finally negatived the propriety of communicating with the rector on the subject. Some, however, held that as the incumbent paid so little attention to the flock, it would be better to appeal to the bishop and acquaint him with the destitution of that portion of his oversight. But things presently took a new turn, at first surprising, soon alarming to some, and at length, to not a few, appalling.
Obedient to Polwarth's instructions, Wingfold had taken to his New Testament. At first, as he read and sought to understand, ever and anon some small difficulty, notably, foremost of all, the discrepancy in the genealogies. I mention it merely to show the sort of difficulty I mean. Would, insect-like, shoot out of the darkness and sting him in the face. Some of these he pursued, encountered, crushed, and found he had gained next to nothing by the victory. And Polwarth soon persuaded him to let such alone for the present, seeing they involved nothing concerning the man at a knowledge of whom it was his business to arrive. But when it came to the perplexity caused by some of the sayings of Jesus himself, it was another matter. He must understand these, he thought, or fail to understand the man. Here Polwarth told him that if, after all, he seemed to fail, he must conclude that possibly the meaning of the words was beyond him, and that the understanding of them depended on a more advanced knowledge of Jesus himself. For while words reveal the speaker, they must yet lie in the light of something already known of the speaker to be themselves intelligible. Between the mind and the understanding of certain hard utterances, therefore, there must of necessity lie a gradation of easier steps. And here Polwarth was tempted to give him a far more important, because more immediately practical hint, but refrained, from the dread of weakening by presentation the force of a truth which in discovery would have its full effect. For he was confident that the curate, in the temper which was now his, must ere long come immediately upon the truth towards which he was tempted to point him. On one occasion, when Wingfold had asked him whether he saw the meaning of a certain saying of our Lord, Polwarth answered him thus: "I think I do, but whether I could at present make you see it, I cannot tell. I suspect it is one of those concerning which I have already said that you have yet to understand Jesus better before you can understand them. Let me, just to make the nature of what I state clearer to you, ask you one question. Tell me, if you can, what primarily did Jesus, from his own account of himself, come into the world to do?" "To save it," answered Wingfold. "I think you are wrong," returned Polwarth. "Mind, I said primarily. You will yourself come to the same conclusion by and by. Either our Lord was a phantom, a heresy of potent working in the minds of many who would be fierce in its repudiation, or he was a very man, uttering the heart of his life that it might become the life of his brethren. And if so, a honest man can never ultimately fail of getting at what he means. I have seen him described somewhere as a man dominated by the passion of humanity, or something like that. The description does not, to my mind, even shadow the truth. Another passion, if such I may dare to call it, was the light of his life, dominating even that which would yet have been enough to make him lay down his life." Wingfold went away pondering. Though Polwarth read little concerning religion except the New Testament, he could yet have directed Wingfold to several books which might have lent him good aid in his quest after the real likeness of the man he sought. But he greatly desired that on the soul of his friend the dawn should break over the mountains of Judea. The light, I mean, flow from the words themselves of the Son of Man. Sometimes he grew so excited about his pupil and his progress, and looked so anxiously for the news of light in his darkness, that he could not rest at home, but would be out all day in the park, praying, his niece believed, for the young parson. And little did Wingfold suspect that now and again, when his lamp was burning far into the night because he struggled with some hard saying, the little man was going round and round the house, like one muttering charms, only they were prayers for his friend. Ill-satisfied with his own feeble affection, he would supplement it with its origin, would lay hold upon the riches of the Godhead, crying for his friend, to the first stock father of gentleness. Folly all and fair subject of laughter to such as George Bascom, if there be no God. But as Polwarth, with his whole healthy holy soul believed, there is a God, it was for him but simple common sense. Still no daybreak, and now the miracles had grown troublesome. Could Mr. Polwarth honestly say that he found no difficulty in believing things so altogether out of the common order of events, and so buried in the darkness and dust of antiquity, that investigation was impossible? Mr. Polwarth could not say that he had found no such difficulty. Well, then, why should the weight of the story, said Wingfold, the weight of its proof, I mean, to minds like ours, coming so long after and by their education incapacitated for believing in such things, in a time when the law of everything is stretched into, and yet very likely as far from understood as ever, interposed, but not interrupted Polwarth. Why should the weight of its proof, I ask, be laid upon such improbable things as miracles? That they are necessarily improbable, I presume you will admit. Having premised that I believe every one recorded, said Polwarth, I heartily admit their improbability. But the weight of proof is not, and never was, laid upon them. Our Lord did not make much of them, and did them far more for the individual concerned than for the sake of the beholders. I will not, however, talk to you about them now. I will merely say that it is not through the miracles you will find the Lord, though, after having found him, you will find him there also. The question for you is not, are the miracles true, but was Jesus true? Again, I say, you must find him, the man himself. When you have found him, I may perhaps retort upon you the question, can you believe such improbable things as the miracles, Mr. Wingfold? The little man showed pretty plainly by the set of his lips that he meant to say no more. And again Wingfold had, with considerable dissatisfaction and no answer, Chapter 31 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Curate Makes a Discovery. At length one day, as he was working with a harmony, comparing certain passages between themselves, and as variedly given in the Gospels, he fell into a half-thinking, half-dreaming mode, in which his eyes for some time unconsciously rested on the verse, "Ye will not come unto me that ye might have life." It mingled itself with his brooding, and by, though yet he was brooding rather than meditating, the form of Jesus had gathered, in the stillness of his mental quiescence, so much of a reality that at length he found himself thinking of him as of a true-hearted man, mightily in earnest to help his fellows, who could not get them to mind what he had told them. "Ah," said the curate to himself, "if I had but seen him, would I not have haunted his steps with question upon question until I got at the truth?" Again the more definite thought vanished in the seething chaos of reverie, which dured unbroken for a time, until again suddenly rose from memory to consciousness and attention the words, "Why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?" "Good God!" he exclaimed. "Here am I bothering over words and questioning about this and that as if I were testing his fitness for a post I had to offer him, and he all the time claiming my obedience. I cannot, even on the spur of the moment at least, tell one thing he wants me to do, and as to doing anything because he told me, not once did I ever. But then how am I to obey him until I am sure of his right to command? I just want to know whether I am to call him Lord or not. No, that won't do either, for he says, 'Why even of yourselves judge ye not what is right?' And do I not know, have I ever even doubted that what he said we ought to do was the right thing to do? Yet here have I all these years been calling myself a Christian, ministering forsooth in the temple of Christ as if he were a heathen divinity, who cared for songs and prayers and sacrifices, and cannot honestly say I ever once in my life did a thing because he said so, although the record is full of his earnest, even pleading words. I have not been an honest man, and how should a dishonest man be a judge over that man who said he was the Christ of God? Would it be any wonder if the things he uttered should be too high and noble to be by such a man recognized as truth? With this, yet another saying dawned upon him. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God or whether I speak of myself. He went into his closet and shut to the door, came out again, and went straight to visit a certain grievous old woman. The next open result was that on the following Sunday a man went up into the pulpit who, for the first time in his life, believed he had something to say to his fellow sinners. It was not now the sacred spoil of the best of gleaning or catering that he bore thither with him, but the message given him by a light in his own inward parts, discovering therein the darkness and the wrong. He opened no sermon case, nor read words from any book, save with trembling voice these: "Why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?" I pause for a moment in my narrative to request the sympathy of such readers as may be capable of affording it for a man whose honesty makes him appear egotistic. When a man finding himself in a false position, is yet anxious to do the duties of that position until such time as, if he should not in the meantime have verified it and become able to fill it with honesty, he may honorably leave it, I think he may well be pardoned if, of inward necessity, he should refer to himself in a place where such reference may be either the greatest impiety or the outcome of the truest devotion. In him it was neither. It was honesty and absorption in the startled gaze of a love that believed it had caught a glimmer of the passing garment of the truth. Thus strengthened, might I not say inspired, for what is the love of truth and the joy therein, if not a breathing into the soul of the breath of life from the God of truth? He looked round upon his congregation as he had never dared till now, saw face after face and knew it, saw amongst the rest that of Helen Lingard, so sadly yet not pitifully altered, with a doubt if it could be she, trembled a little with a new excitement which one less modest or less wise might have taken, how foolishly, instead of the truth perceived for the inspiration of the Spirit, and sternly, suppressing the emotion, said, "My hearers, I come before you this morning to utter the first word of truth it has ever been given me to utter." His hearers stared, both mentally and corporeally. "Is he going to deny the Bible?" said some. "It will be the last," said others, "if the rector hear in time how you have been disgracing yourself and profaning his pulpit." "And," the curate went on, "it would be as a fire in my bones did I attempt to keep it back. In my room 3 days ago I was reading the strange story of the man who appeared in Palestine saying that he was the Son of God, and came upon those words of his which I now read in your hearing. At their sound the accuser, conscience, awoke in my bosom, and asked, Dost thou the things he saith to thee? And I thought with myself, have I this day done anything he says to me? When did I do anything I had heard of him? Did I ever, to this it came at last, did I ever in all my life do one thing because he said to me, do this? And the answer was no, never. Yet there I was, not only calling myself a Christian, but on the strength of my Christianity it was to be presumed, living amongst you and received by you as your helper on the way to the heavenly kingdom, a living falsehood, walking and talking amongst you. What a wretch! Said one man to himself, who made a large part of his living by the sale of undergarments whose every stitch was an untacking of the body from the soul of a seamstress. Bah! Said someone. A hypocrite by his own confession, said others. Exceedingly improper, said Mrs. Ramshorn. Unheard of and most unclerical behaviour, and actually to confess such paganism. For Helen, she waked up a little and began to listen, and wondered what he had been saying that a wind seemed to have blown rustling among the heads of the congregation. Having made this confession, Wingfold proceeded, you will understand that whatever I now say, I say to and of myself, as much as to and of any other to whom it may apply. Then he proceeded to show that faith and obedience are one and the same spirit, passing as it were from room to room in the same heart. What in the heart we call faith, in the will we call obedience. He showed that the Lord refused absolutely the faith that found its vent at the lips in the worshipping words, and not at the limbs in obedient action, which some present pronounced bad theology, while others said to themselves, surely that was at least common sense. For Helen, what she heard might be interesting to clergymen, or people like her aunt who had to do with such matters, but to her it was less than nothing and vanity, whose brother lay at home sick in heart and sick in head. But hard thoughts of him could not stay the fountain of Wingfold's utterance, which filled as it flowed. Eager after a right presentation of what truth he saw, he dwelt on the mockery it would be of any man to call him the wisest, the best, the kindest, yea, and the dearest of men, yet never heed either the smallest request or the most urgent entreaty he made.
"Socinian," said Mrs. Ramshorn. "There's stuff in the fellow," said the rector's churchwarden, who had been brought up a Wesleyan. "He'd make a fellow fancy he did believe all his grandmother told him," thought Bascom.
As he went on, the awakened curate grew almost eloquent. His face shone with earnestness. Even Helen found her gaze fixed upon him, though she had not a notion of what he was talking about. He closed at length with these words: "After the confession I have now made to you, a confession which I have also entreated every one to whom it belongs to make to himself and his God, it follows that I dare not call myself a Christian. How should such a one as I know anything about that, which, if it be true at all, is the loftiest, the one all-absorbing truth in the universe? How should a fellow such as I," he went on, growing scornful at himself in the presence of the truth, "judge of its sacred probabilities, or, having led such a life of simony, be heard when he declares that such a pretended message from God to men seems too good to be true? The things therein contained I declare good, yet went not and did them. Therefore I am altogether out of court, and must not be heard in the matter. No, my hearers, I call not myself a Christian, but I call every one here who obeys the word of Jesus, who restrains anger, who declines judgment, who practices generosity, who loves his enemies, who prays for his slanderers, to witness my vow, that I will henceforth try to obey him, in the hope that he whom he called God and his Father will reveal to him whom you call your Lord Jesus Christ, that into my darkness I may receive the light of the world."
"A professed infidel," said Mrs. Ramshorn. "A clever one, too. That was a fine trap he laid for us, to prove us all atheists as well as himself. As if any mere mortal could obey the instructions of the Saviour. He was divine. We are but human."
She might have added, "and but poor creatures as such," but did not go so far, believing herself more than an average specimen. But there was one shining face which, like a rising sun of love and light and truth, pillowed his chin, not on an orient wave, but on the book-board of a free seat. The eyes of it were full of tears, and the heart behind it was giving that God and Father thanks, for this was more, far more than he had even hoped for, save in the indefinite future. The light was no longer present as warmth or vivification alone, but had begun to shine as light in the heart of his friend, to whom now, praised be God, the way lay open into all truth. And when the words came, in a voice that once more trembled with emotion, "Now to God the Father." He bent down his face, and the poor, stunted, distorted frame and great grey head were grievously shaken with the sobs of a mighty gladness. Truth in the inward parts looked out upon him from the face of one who stood before the people their self-denied teacher. How would they receive it? It mattered not. Those whom the Father had drawn would hear. Polwarth neither sought the curate in the vestry, waited for him at the church door, nor followed him to his lodging. He was not of those who compliment a man on his fine sermon. How grandly careless are some men of the risk of ruin their praises are to their friends. "Let God praise him," said Polwarth. "I will only dare to love him." He would not toy with his friends. Chapter 32 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Hopes. It was the first Sunday Helen had gone to church since her brother came to her. On the previous Sunday he had passed some crisis and begun to improve, and by the end of the week was so quiet that, longing for a change of atmosphere and believing he might be left with the housekeeper, she had gone to church. On her return she heard he was no worse, although he had been a-frettin' after her. She hurried to him as if he had been her baby. "What did you go to church for?" he asked, half petulantly, like a spoiled child, with languid eyes whence the hard fire had vanished. "What's the use of it?" He looked at her, waiting an answer. "Oh, not much," replied Helen. "I like the quiet and the music, that's all." He seemed disappointed, and lay still for a few moments. "In old times," he said at last, "those churches used to be a refuge, I suppose. That is why one can't help feeling as if some safety were to be got from them yet. Was your cousin George there this morning?" "Yes, he went with us," answered Helen. "I should like to see him. I want somebody to talk to." Helen was silent. She was more occupied, however, in answering to herself the question why she shrank so decidedly from bringing Bascom into the sick-room, than in thinking what she should say to Leopold. The truth was the truth, and why should she object to Leopold's knowing, or at least being told as well as herself, that he need fear no punishment in the next world, whatever he might have to encounter in this, that there was no frightful God who hated wrongdoing to be terrified at, that even the badness of his own action need not distress him, that he and it would pass away as the blood he had shed had already vanished from the earth? Ought it not encourage the poor fellow? But to what? To live on and endure his misery, or to put an end to it and himself at once? Or perhaps to plunge into vice that he might escape the consciousness of guilt and the dread of the law? I will not say that exactly such a train of thought as this passed through her mind, but whatever sort it was, it brought her no nearer to a desire for the light of George Bascom's presence by the bedside of her guilty brother. At the same time, her partiality for her cousin made her justify his exclusion thus: "George is so good himself, he is only fit for the company of good people. He would not in the least understand my poor Poldy, and would be too hard on him." Since her brother's appearance, in fact, she had seen very little of her cousin, and this was not merely because her presence was so much required in the sick chamber, but because she was herself unwilling to meet him. She had felt, almost without knowing it, that his character was unsympathetic, and that his loud, cold good nature could never recognize or justify such love as she bore to her brother. Nor was this all, for remembering how he had upon one occasion expressed himself with regard to criminals, she feared even to look in his face, lest his keen, questioning, unsparing eyes should read in her soul that she was the sister of a murderer. Before this time, however, a hint of light had appeared in the clouds that enwrapped her and Leopold. She had begun to doubt whether he had really committed the crime of which he accused himself. There had been no inquiry after him, except from his uncle concerning his absence from Cambridge, for which his sudden attack of brain fever served as a more than sufficient excuse. That there had been such a murder, the newspapers left her no room to question, but might not the relation in which he stood to the victim, the horror of her death, the insidious approaches of the fever, and the influences of that hateful drug, have combined to call up a hallucination of blood guiltiness? What at length all but satisfied her of the truth of her conjecture was that, when he began to recover, Leopold seemed himself in doubt at times whether his sense of guilt had not its origin in some one or other of the many dreams which had haunted him throughout his illness, knowing only too well that it was long since dreams had become to him more real than the greater part of what was going on around him. To this blurring and confusing of consciousness, it probably contributed that, in the first stages of the fever, he was under the influence of the same drug which had been working upon his brain up to that very moment when he committed the crime. During the week, the hope had almost settled into conviction, and one consequence was that, although she was not a whit more inclined to introduce George Bascombe to the sick chamber, she found herself not only equal but no longer averse to meeting him, and on the following Saturday, when he presented himself as usual, come to spend the Sunday, she listened to her aunt and consented to go out with him for a ride. In the evening, however, when Mrs. Ramshorn herself, who had shown Leopold great and genuine kindness, would be able to sit with him. They therefore had dinner early, and Helen went again to her brother's room, unwilling to leave him a moment until she gave up her charge to her aunt. They had tea, and Leopold was very quiet. It is wonderful with what success the mind will accommodate itself, in its effort after peace, to the presence of the most torturing thought. But Helen took this quietness for a sign of innocence, not knowing that the state of the feelings is neither test nor gauge of guilt. The nearer perfection a character is, the louder is the cry of conscience at the appearance of fault, and, on the other hand, the worst criminals have had the easiest minds. Helen also was quiet and fell into a dreamy mood, watching her brother, who every now and then turned on her a look of love and gratitude which moved her heart to its very depths. Not until she heard the horses coming round from the stable did she rise to go and change her dress. "I shall not be long away from you, Poldy," she said. "Do not forget me, Helen," he returned. "If you forget me, an enemy will think of me." His love comforted her, and yet further strengthened her faith in his innocence, and it was with a kind of half-repose, timid wavering, and glad upon her countenance, how different from the old, dull, wooden quiescence, that she joined her cousin in the hall. A moment, and he had lifted her to the saddle, and Chapter 33, Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33, The Ride. A soft west wind, issuing as from the heart of a golden vase filled with roses, met them the instant they turned out of the street, walking their horses towards the park gate. Something, was it in the evening, or was it in his own soul, had prevailed to the momentary silencing of George Bascombe. It may have been but the influence of the cigar which Helen had begged him to finish. Helen, too, was silent. She felt as if the low red sun, straight into which they seemed to be riding, blotted out her being in the level torrent of his usurping radiance. Neither of them spoke a word until they had passed through the gate into the park. It was a perfect English summer evening, warm but not sultry. As they walked their horses up the carriage-way, the sun went down, and as if he had fallen like a live coal into some celestial magazine of color and glow, straightway blazed up a slow explosion of crimson and green in a golden triumph. Pure fire, the smoke and fuel gone, and the radiance alone left. And now Helen received the second lesson of her initiation into the life of nature. She became aware that the whole evening was thinking around her. And as the dusk grew deeper and the night grew closer, the world seemed to have grown dark with its thinking. Of late Helen had been driven herself to think, if not deeply, yet intensely, and so knew what it was like, and felt at home with the twilight. They turned from the drive onto the turf. Their horses tossed up their heads and set off, unchecked, at a good pelting gallop across the open park. On Helen's cheek the wind blew cooling, strong and kind, as if flowing from some fountain above in an unseen, unbanked river down through the stiller ocean of the air. It seemed to bring to her a vague promise, almost a precognition of peace, which, however, only set her longing after something, she knew not what, something of which she only knew that it would fill the longing the wind had brought her. The longing grew and extended, went stretching on and on into an infinite of rest. And as they still galloped, and the light-maddened colors sank into smoky peach and yellow-green and blue-gray, the something swelled and swelled in her soul, and pulled at her heart until the tears were running down her face. For fear Bascombe should see them, she gave her horse the rein and fled from him into the friendly dusk that seemed to grade time into eternity. Suddenly she found herself close to a clump of trees, which overhung the deserted house. She had made a great circuit without knowing it. A pang shot to her heart, and her tears ceased to flow. The night, silent with thought, held that also in its bosom. She drew rein, turned, and waited for Bascombe.
"What a chase you have given me, Helen!" he cried, while yet pounding away some score of yards off.
"A wild goose one, you mean, cousin?"
"It would have been if I had a thought to catch you on this ancient cocktail."
"Don't abuse the old horse, George. He has seen better days. I would gladly have mounted you more to your mind, but you know I could not, except indeed I had given you my Fanny, and taken the old horse myself. I have ridden him."
"The lady ought always to be better mounted," returned George coolly. "For my part, I much prefer it, because then I need not be anxious about whether I am boring her or not. If I am, she can run away."
"You cannot suppose I thought you a bore tonight. A more sweetly silent gentleman none could wish for, squire."
"Then it was my silence bored you. Shall I tell you what I was thinking about?"
"If you like, I was thinking how pleasant it would be to ride on and on into eternity, said Helen.
That feeling of continuity, returned George, is a proof of the painlessness of departure. No one can ever know when he ceases to be, because then he is not. And that is how some men have come to fancy they feel as if they were going to live forever. But the worst of it is that they no sooner fancy it than it seems to them a probable as well as a delightful thing to go on and never cease. This comes of the man's having no consciousness of ceasing, and when one is comfortable, it always seems good to go on. A child is never willing to turn from the dish of which he is eating to another. It's more he wants, not another.
That is, if he likes it, said Helen.
Everybody likes it, said George, more or less.
I am not so sure of everybody, replied Helen. Do you imagine that twisted little dwarf woman that opened the gate for us is content with her lot?
No, that is impossible, while she sees you and remains what she is. But I said nothing of contentment. I was but thinking of the fools who, whether content or not, yet want to live forever, and so very conveniently take their longing for immortality, which they call an idea innate to the human heart, for a proof that immortality is their rightful inheritance.
How then do you account for the existence and universality of the idea? Asked Helen, who had happened lately to come upon some arguments on the other side. But while she spoke thus indifferently, she felt in her heart like one who wakes from a delicious swim in the fairest of rivers to find that the clothes have slipped from the bed to the floor. That was all his river and all his swim.
I account for its existence as I have just said, and for its universality by denying it. It is not universal, for I haven't it.
At least you will not deny that men, even when miserable, shrink from dying.
Everything is unpleasant out of its due time, I will allow, for the sake of argument, that the thought of dying is always unpleasant. But wherefore so? Because in the very act of thinking it, the idea must always be taken from the time that suits it, namely its own time, when it will be at length, and ought at length to come, and placed in the midst of the lively present, with which assuredly it does not suit. To life, death must always be hateful. In the rush and turmoil of effort, how distasteful even the cave of the hermit, let ever such a splendid view spread abroad before its mouth. But when it comes, it will be pleasant enough, for then its time will have come also. The man will be prepared for it by decay and cessation. If one were to tell me that he had that endless longing for immortality, of which hitherto I have only heard at second hand, I would explain it to him thus. Your life, I would say, not being yet complete, still growing, feels in itself the onward impulse of growth, and, unable to think of itself as other than complete, interprets that onward impulse as belonging to the time around it, instead of the nature within it. Or rather, let me say, the man feels in himself the elements of more, and, not being able to grasp the notion of his own completeness, which is so far from him, transposes the feeling of growth and sets it beyond himself, translating it at the same time into an instinct of duration, a longing after what he calls eternal life. But when the man is complete, then comes decay, and brings its own contentment with it, as will also death when it arrives in its own proper season of fullness and ripeness.
Helen said nothing in reply. She thought her cousin very clever, but could not enjoy what he said, not in the face of that sky, and in the yet lingering reflection of the feelings it had awakened in her. He might be right, but now at least she wanted no more of it. She even felt as if she would rather cherish a sweet deception for the comfort of the moment in which the weaver's shuttle flew, rather than take to her bosom a cold, killing fact. Such were indeed an unworthy feeling to follow. Of all things let us have the truth, even of fact. But to deny what we cannot prove, not even cast into our ice-house a spadeful of snow. What if the warm hope denied should be the truth after all? What if it was the truth in it that drew the soul towards it by its indwelling of reality and its relations with her being, even while she took blame for suffering herself to be enticed by a sweet deception? Alas, indeed for men, if the life and truth are not one, but fight against each other. Surely it says something for the divine nature of him that denies the divine, when he yet cleaves to what he thinks the truth, although it denies the life, and blots the way to the better from every chart. "And what were you thinking of, George?" said Helen, willing to change the subject.
"I was thinking," he answered. "Let me see. Oh, yes, I was thinking of that very singular case of murder. You must have seen it in the newspapers. I have long had a doubt whether I were better fitted for a barrister or a detective. I can't keep my mind off a puzzling case. You must have heard of this one. The girl they found lying in her ball dress in the middle of a wood, stabbed to the heart."
"I do remember something of it," answered Helen, gathering a little courage to put into her voice from the fact that her cousin could hardly see her face. "Then the murderer has not been discovered?"
"That's the point of interest. Not a trace of him, not a soul suspected even."
Helen drew a deep breath.
"Had it been in Rome now," George went on, "but in a quiet country place in England, the thing seems incredible. So artistically done. No struggle, just one blow right to the heart, and the assassin gone as if by magic, no weapon dropped, no nothing to give a clue. The whole thing suggests a practised hand. But why such a one for the victim? Had it been some false member of a secret society thus immolated, one could understand it. But a merry girl at a ball? It is strange. I should like to try the unravelling of it."
"Has nothing been done?" said Helen with a gasp, to hide which she moved in her saddle, as if readjusting her habit.
"Oh, everything, of course. There was instant pursuit on the discovery of the body, but they seem to have gone on the track of the wrong man, or indeed for any certain of any man at all. A coast guardsman says that on the night, or rather morning in question, he was approaching a little cove on the shore, not above a mile from the scene of the tragedy, with an eye upon what seemed to be two fishermen preparing to launch their boat, when he saw a third man come running down the steep slope from the pastures above, and jump into the stern of it. Ere he could reach the spot, they were off, and had hoisted 2 lug sails. The moon was in the first of her last quarter, and gave light enough for what he reported, but when inquiries founded on this evidence were made, nothing whatever could be discovered concerning boat or men. The next morning no fishing boat was lacking, and no fisherman would confess to having gone from that cove. The marks of the boat's keel and of the men's feet on the sand, if ever there were any, had been washed out by the tide. It was concluded that the thing had been pre-arranged and provided for, and that the murderer had escaped, probably to Holland. Thereupon telegrams were shot in all directions, but no news could be gathered of any suspicious landing on the opposite coast. There the matter rests, or at least has rested for many weeks. Neither parents, relatives, nor friends appear to have a suspicion of anyone.
"Are there no conjectures as to motives?" asked Helen, feeling with joy her power of dissimulation gather strength.
"No end of them. She was a beautiful creature, they say, sweet-tempered as a dove, and, of course, fond of admiration, whence the conjectures all turn on jealousy. The most likely thing seems that she had some squire of low degree of whom neither parents nor friends knew anything. That they themselves suspect this appears likely from their more than apathy with regard to the discovery of the villain. I am strongly inclined to take the matter in hand myself."
"We must get him out of the country as soon as possible," thought Helen. "I should hardly have thought it worthy of your gifts, George," she said, "to turn policeman. For my part, I should not relish hunting down any poor wretch."
"The sacrifices of individual choice is a claim society has upon each of its members," returned Bascom. "Every murderer hanged, or better, imprisoned for life, is a gain to the community."
Helen said no more, and presently turned homewards on the plea that she must not be longer absent from her invalid.
Chapter 34. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 34. Rachel and her Uncle. It was nearly dark when they arrived again at the lodge. Rachel opened the gate for them. Without even a thank you, they rode out. She stood for a moment gazing after them through the dusk, then turned with a sigh, and went into the kitchen, where her uncle sat by the fire with a book in his hand. "How I should like to be as well made as Miss Lingard," she said, seating herself by the lamp that stood on the deal table. "It must be a fine thing to be strong and tall, and able to look this way and that without turning all your body along with your head, like the old man that gathers the leeches in Wordsworth's poem. And what it must be to sit on a horse as she does! You should have seen her go flying like the very wind across the park. You would have thought she and her horse were cut out of the same piece. I'm dreadfully envious, uncle." "No, my child, I know you better than you do yourself. There is a great difference between 'I wish I was' and 'I should like to be,' as much as between a grumble and a prayer. To be content is not to be satisfied. No one ought to be satisfied with the imperfect. It is God's will that we should bear, and contentedly, because, in hope, looking for the redemption of the body. And we know He has a ready servant who will one day set us free." "Yes, uncle, I understand. You know I enjoy life. How could I help it, and you with me? But I don't think I ever go through the churchyard without feeling a sort of triumph. 'There's for you,' I say sometimes to the little crooked shadow that creeps along by my side across the graves. 'You'll soon be caught and put inside.' But how am I to tell I mayn't be crooked in the next world as well as this? That's what troubles me at times. There might be some necessity for it, you know." "Then there will be patience to bear it there also, that you may be sure of. But I do not fear. It were more likely that those who have not thanked God, but prided themselves that they were beautiful in this world, should be crooked in the next. It would be like Dives and Lazarus, you know. But God does what is best for them as well as for us. We shall find one day that beauty and riches were the best things for those to whom they were given, as deformity and poverty were the best for us." "I wonder what sort of person I should have been if I had had a straight spine," said Rachel, laughing. "Hardly one so dear to your deformed uncle," said her companion in ugliness. "Then I'm glad I am as I am," rejoined Rachel. "This conscience individuality of ours," said Polwarth, after a thoughtful silence, "is to me an awful thing, the one thing that seems in humanity like the onlyness of God. Mine terrifies me sometimes, looking a stranger to me, a limiting of myself, a breaking in upon my existence, like a volcanic outburst into the blue Sicilian air. When it thus manifests itself, I find no refuge but the offering of it back to him who thought it worth making. I say to him, Lord, it's thine, not mine. See to it, Lord. Thou and thy eternity are mine, Father of Jesus Christ. He covered his eyes with his hands, and his lips grew white and trembled. Thought had turned into prayer, and both were silent for a space. Rachel was the first to speak. "I think I understand, uncle," she said. "I don't mind being God's dwarf, but I would rather be made after his own image. This can't be it. I should like to be made over again. And if the hope we are saved by be no mockery, if St. Paul was not the fool of his own radiant imaginings, you will be, my child. But now let us forget our miserable bodies. Come up to my room, and I will read you a few lines that came to me this morning in the park." "Won't you wait for Mr. Wingfold, uncle? He will be here yet, I think. It can't be 10 o'clock. He always looks in on Saturdays as he goes home from his walk. I should like you to read them to him, too. They will do him good, I know." "I would, my dear, willingly, if I thought he would care for them. But I don't think he would. They are not good enough verses. He has been brought up on Horace, and, I fear, counts the best poetry the neatest." "I think you must be mistaken there, uncle. I've heard him talk delightfully about poetry." "You must excuse me if I am shy of reading my poor work to any but yourself, Rachel. My heart was so much in it, and the subject so sacred." "I am sorry you should think your pearls too good to cast before Mr. Wingfold, uncle," said Rachel, with a touch of disappointed temper. "Nay, nay, child," returned Polwarth. "That was not a good thing to say. What gives me concern is that there's so much of the rough dirty shell sticking about them, that to show them would be to wrong the truth in them." Rachel seldom took long to repent. She came slowly to her uncle, where he stood with the lamp in his hand, looking in his face with a heavenly contrition, and saying nothing. When she reached him, she dropped on her knees, and kissed the hand that hung by his side. Her temper was poor, Rachel's one sore felt trouble. Polwarth stooped and kissed her on the forehead, raised her, and leading her to the stair, stood aside to let her go first. But when she had been naughty, Rachel would never go before her uncle, and she drew back. With a smile of intelligence he yielded, and led the way. But ere they had climbed to the top, Rachel Chapter 35 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 35. A Dream. Invited to ascend, Wingfold followed Rachel to her uncle's room, and there, whether guided by her or not, the conversation presently took such a turn that, at length, of his own motion, Polwarth offered to read his verses. From the drawer of his table he took a scratched and scored half-sheet, and, not in the most melodious of voices, yet in one whose harshness and weakness could not cover a certain refinement of spiritual tenderness, read as follows: "Lord, hear my discontent. All blank I stand, a mirror polished by thy hand. Thy sun's beams flash and flame from me. I cannot help it. Here I stand, there he. To one of them I cannot say, Go and on yonder water play. Nor one ragged daisy can I fashion. I do not make the words of this my limping passion. If I should say, Now I will think a thought, lo, I must wait, unknowing what thought in me is growing, until the thing to birth is brought. Nor know I then what next will come from out the gulf of silence dumb. I am the door the thing did find, to pass into the general mind. I cannot say, I think, I only stand upon the thought well's brink. From darkness to the sun the water bubbles up. I lift it in my cup. Thou only thinkest, I am thought. Me and my thought thou thinkest. Naught am I but as a fountain spout, from which thy water welleth out. Thou art the only one, the all in all. Yet when my soul on thee doth call, and thou dost answer out of everywhere, I, in thy allness, have my perfect share. While he read, Rachel crept to his knee, knelt down, and laid her head upon it. If we are but the creatures of a day, yet surely were the shadow joys of this miserable pair not merely nobler in their essence, but finer to the soul's palate than the shadow joys of young Hercules Bascombe, Helen and horses and all. Poor Helen I cannot use for comparison, for she had no joy, save indeed the very divine, though at present unblossoming, one of sisterly love. Still, and notwithstanding, if the facts of life are those of George Bascombe's endorsing, and he can prove it, let us by all means learn and accept them, be they the worst possible. Meantime there are truths that ought to be facts, and until he has proved that there is no God, some of us will go feeling after him, if haply we may find him, and in him the truths we long to find true. Some of us perhaps think we have seen him from afar, but we only know the better that in the mood wherein such as Bascombe are, they will never find him, which would, no doubt, be to them a comfort, were it not for a laughter. And if he be such as their idea of what we think him, they are better without him. If, on the contrary, he be what some of us really think him, their not seeking him will not perhaps prevent him from finding them. From likeness of nature, community of feeling, constant intercourse, and perfect confidence, Rachel understood her uncle's verses with sufficient ease to enjoy them at once in part, and, for the rest, to go on thinking in the direction in which they would carry her. But Wingfold, in whom honesty of disposition had blossomed at last into honesty of action, after fitting pause, during which no word was spoken, said, "Mr. Polwarth, where verse is concerned, I am simply stupid. When read, I cannot follow it. I did not understand the half of that poem. I never have been a student of English verse, and, indeed, that part of my nature which has to do with poetry has been a good deal neglected. Will you let me take those verses home with me?" "I cannot do that, for they are not legible, but I will copy them out for you." "Will you give me them tomorrow? Shall you be at church?" "That shall be just as you please. Would you rather have me there or not?" "1,000 times rather," answered the curate. "To have one man there who knows what I mean better than I can say it, is to have a double soul and double courage. But I came tonight mainly to tell you that I have been much puzzled this last week to know how I ought to regard the Bible. I mean, as to its inspiration. What am I to say about it?" "Those are two distinct things. Why think of saying about it before you have anything to say? For yourself, however, let me ask if you have not already found in the book the highest means of spiritual education and development you have yet met with? If so, may not that suffice for the present? It is the man Christ Jesus we have to know, and the Bible we have to use to that end, not for theory or dogma. I will tell you a strange dream I had once, not long ago." Rachel's face brightened. She rose, got a little stool, and setting it down close by the chair on which her uncle was perched, seated herself at his feet, with her eyes on the ground, to listen. "About 2 years ago," said Polwarth, "a friend sent me Tauchnitz's edition of the English New Testament, which has the different readings of the 3 oldest known manuscripts translated at the foot of the page. The edition was prepared chiefly for the sake of showing the results of the collation of the Sinaitic manuscript, the oldest of all, so named because it was found, a few years ago, by Tischendorf, in a monastery on Mount Sinai, nowhere else than there. I received it with such exultation as brought on an attack of asthma, and I could scarce open it for a week, but lay with it under my pillow. When I did come to look at it, my main wonder was to find the differences from the common version so few and small. Still there were some such as gave rise to a feeling far above mere interest. One in particular, the absence of a word that had troubled me, not seeming like a word of our Lord, or consonant with his teaching. I am unaware whether the passage has ever given rise to controversy. May I ask what word it was? Interrupted Wingfold eagerly. I will not say, returned Polwarth. Not having troubled you, you would probably only wonder why it should have troubled me. For my purpose in mentioning the matter, it is enough to say that I had turned with eagerness to the passage wherein it occurs, as given in 2 of the Gospels in our version. Judge my delight in discovering that in the one Gospel the whole passage was omitted by the 2 oldest manuscripts, and in the other just the one word that had troubled me by the same 2. I would not have you suppose me foolish enough to imagine that the oldest manuscript must be the most correct, but you will at once understand the sense of room and air which the discovery gave me notwithstanding, and I mention it because it goes both to account for the dream that followed, and to enforce its truth. Pray do not, however, imagine me a believer in dreams more than in any other source of mental impressions. If a dream reveal a principle, that principle is a revelation, and the dream is neither more nor less valuable than a waking thought that does the same. The truth conveyed is the revelation. I do not deny that facts have been learned in dreams, but I would never call the communication of a mere fact a revelation. Truth alone, beheld as such by the soul, is worthy of the name. Facts, however, may themselves be the instruments of such revelation. The dream I am now going to tell you was clearly enough led up to by my waking thoughts, for I had been saying to myself ere I fell asleep, on the very Mount Sinai that once burned with heavenly fire, and resounded with the thunder of a visible presence, now old and cold, and swathed in the midst of legend and doubt, was discovered the most reverend, because most ancient record of the new dispensation which dethroned that mountain, and silenced the thunders of the pedagogue law. Is it not possible that yet, in some ancient convent, insignificant to the eye of the traveller, as modern Nazareth would be but for its ancient story, some one of the original gospel manuscripts may lie, truthful and unblotted, from the hand of the very evangelist? Oh, lovely parchment, I thought, if eye of man might but see thee, if lips of man might kiss thee, and my heart swelled like the heart of a lover at the thought of such a boon. Now, as you know, I live in a sort of live coffin here, continued the little man, striking his pigeon breast, with a barrel organ of discords in it, constantly out of order in one way or another, and hence it comes that my sleep is so imperfect, and my dreams run more than is usual, as I believe, on in the direction of my last waking thoughts. Well, that night I dreamed thus. I was in a desert. It was neither day nor night to me. I saw neither sun, moon, nor stars. A heavy yet half-luminous cloud hung over the visible earth. My heart was beating fast and high, for I was journeying toward a certain Armenian convent, where I had good ground for hoping I should find the original manuscript of the 4th Gospel, the very handwriting of the Apostle John. That the old man did not write it himself, I never thought of that in my dream. When I had walked on for a long, anything but weary time, I saw the level horizon line before me broken by a rock, as it seemed, rising from the plain of the desert. I knew it was the monastery. It was many miles away, and as I journeyed on it grew and grew until it swelled huge as a hill against the sky. At length I climbed up to the door, iron clamped, deep set in a low thick wall. It stood open. I entered, crossed a court, reached the door of the monastery itself, and again entered. Every door to which I came stood open, but priest nor guide came to meet me, and I saw no man, and at length looked for none, but used my best judgment to get deeper and deeper into the building, for I scarce doubted that in its inmost penetralia I should find the treasure I sought. At last stood before a door hung with a curtain of rich workmanship, torn in the middle from top to bottom. Through the rent I passed into a stone cell. In the cell stood a table. On the table was a closed book. Oh, how my heart beat! Never but then have I known the feeling of utter preciousness in a thing possessed. What doubts and fears would not this one lovely, oh, unutterably beloved volume lay at rest for ever! How my eyes would dwell upon every stroke of every letter the hand of the dearest disciple had formed, nearly 1800 years, and there it lay, and there was a man who did hear the Master say the words, and did set them down. I stood motionless, and my soul seemed to wind itself among the leaves, while my body stood like a pillar of salt, lost in its own gaze. At last, with sudden daring, I made a step towards the table, and, bending with awe, stretched out my hand to lay it upon the book. But ere my hand reached it, another hand, from the opposite side of the table, appeared upon it, an old, blue-veined, but powerful hand. I looked up. There stood the beloved disciple. His countenance was as a mirror which shone back the face of the Master. Slowly he lifted the book and turned away. Then first I saw behind him, as it were, an altar, whereon a fire of wood was burning, and a pang of dismay shot to my heart, for I knew what he was about to do. He laid the book on the burning wood, and regarded it with a smile as it shrunk and shriveled and smouldered to ashes. Then he turned to me and said, while a perfect heaven of peace shone in his eyes, "Son of man, the word of God liveth and abideth for ever, not in the volume of the book, but in the heart of the man that in love obeyeth him." And therewith I awoke weeping, but with the lesson of my dream. A deep silence fell on the little company. Then said Wingfold, "I trust I have the lesson." Chapter 36 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 36. Another Sermon. It often seems to those in earnest about the right as if all things conspired to prevent their progress. This, of course, is but an appearance, arising in part from this, that the pilgrim must be headed back from the side paths into which he is constantly wandering. To Wingfold, however, it seems that all things fell in to further his quest, which will not be so surprising if we remember that his was no intermittent repentant-seeking, but the struggle of his whole energy. And there are those who, in their very first seeking of it, are nearer to the kingdom of heaven than many who have for years believed themselves of it. In the former there is more of the mind of Jesus, and when he calls them, they recognize him at once and go after him, while the others examine him from head to foot, and, finding him not sufficiently like the Jesus of their conception, turn their backs, and go to church, or chapel, or chamber, to kneel before a vague form mingled of tradition and fancy. But the first shall be last, and the last first, and there are from whom, be it penny or be it pound, what they have must be taken away, because with them it lies useless. For Wingfold, he soon found that his nature was being stirred to depths unsuspected before. Hitherto nothing had ever roused him to genuine activity. His history not very happy, his life not very interesting, his work not congenial, and paying itself in no satisfaction, his pleasures of a cold and common intellectual sort. He had dragged along, sustained, without the sense of its sustentation, by the germ within him of a slowly developing honesty. But now that conscience had got up into the guard-seat, and will had taken the reins, he found all his intellectual faculties in full play, keeping well together, heads up and traces tight, while the outrider imagination, with his spotted dog fancy, was always far ahead, but never beyond the sound of the guard's horn. And ever as they went, object after object hitherto beyond the radius of his interest rose in the horizon of question, and began to glimmer in the dawn of human relation. His first sermon is enough to show that he had begun to have thoughts of his own, a very different thing from the entertaining of the thoughts of others, however well we may feed and lodge them, thoughts which came to him not as things which sought an entrance, but as things that sought an exit, cried for forms of embodiment, that they might pass out of the infinite, and by incarnation become communicable. The news of that strange first sermon had, of course, spread through the town, and the people came to church the next Sunday in crowds, twice as many as the usual assembly, some who went seldom, some who went nowhere, some who belonged to other congregations and communities, mostly bent on witnessing whatever eccentricity the very peculiar young man might be guilty of next, but having a few among them who were sympathetically interested in seeing how far his call, if call it was, would lead him. His second sermon was to the same purport as the first. Proposing no text, he spoke to the following effect, and indeed the following are the very words he uttered. The church wherein you now listen, my hearers, the pulpit wherein I now speak, stand here from of old in the name of Christianity. What is Christianity? I know but one definition, the analysis of which, if the thing in question be a truth, must be the joyous labor of every devout heart to all eternity. For Christianity does not mean what you think or what I think concerning Christ, but what is of Christ. My Christianity, if ever I come to have any, will be what of Christ is in me. Your Christianity now is what of Christ is in you. Last Sunday I showed you our Lord's very words, that he and no other was his disciple who did what he told him, and said therefore that I dared not call myself a disciple. I say the same thing in saying now that I dare not call myself a Christian, lest I should offend him with my Lord, Lord. Still it is, and I cannot now help it, in the name of Christianity that I here stand. And I have, alas, with blameful and appalling thoughtlessness, I have ascribed my name as a believer to the Articles of the Church of England, with no better reason than that I was unaware of any dissent therefrom, and have been ordained one of her ministers. The relations into which this has brought me I do not feel justified in severing at once, lest I should therein seem to deny that which its own illumination may yet show me to be true, and I desire therefore a little respite and room for thought and resolve. But meantime it remains my business, as an honest man in the employment of the Church, to do my best towards the setting forth the claims of him upon which that Church is founded, and in whose name she exists. As one standing on the outskirts of a listening Galilean crowd, a word comes now and then to my hungry ears and hungrier heart. I turn and tell it again to you, not that ye have not heard it also, but that I may stir you up to ask yourselves, do I then obey this word? Have I once sought to obey it? Am I a pupil of Jesus? Am I a Christian? Hear then of his words. For me, they fill my heart with doubt and dismay. The Lord says, love your enemies. Sayest thou, it is impossible? Then dost thou mock the word of him who said, I am the truth, and has no part in him. Sayest thou, alas, I cannot? Thou sayest true, I doubt not, but hast thou tried whether he who made will not increase the strength put forth to obey him? The Lord says, be ye perfect. Dost thou then aim after perfection, or dost thou excuse thy wilful shortcomings, and say, to err is human, nor hopest that it may be also found human to grow divine? Then ask thyself, for thou hast good cause, whether thou hast any part in him. The Lord said, lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth. My part is not now to preach against the love of money, but to ask you, are you laying up for yourselves treasures on earth? As to what the command means, the honest heart and the dishonest must each settle in his own way. But if your heart condemn you, what I have to say is, call not yourselves Christians, but consider whether you ought not to become disciples indeed. No doubt you can instance this, that, and the other man who does as you do, and of whom yet no man dreams of questioning the Christianity. It matters not a hair. All that goes but to say you are pagans together. Do not mistake me. I judge you not. I but ask you, as mouthpiece most unworthy of that Christianity in the name of which this building stands, and we are met therein, to judge your own selves by the words of its founder. The Lord said, take no thought for your life. Take no thought for the morrow. Explain it as you may or can, but ask yourselves, do I take no thought for my life? Do I take no thought for the morrow? And answer to yourselves whether or no ye are Christians. The Lord said, judge not. Didst thou judge thy neighbor yesterday? Wilt thou judge him again tomorrow? Art thou judging him now in the very heart that within thy bosom sits hearing the words, judge not? Or wilt thou ask yet again, who is my neighbor? How then canst thou look to be of those that shall enter through the gates into the city? I tell thee not, for I profess not yet to know anything. But doth not thy own profession of Christianity counsel thee to fall upon thy face, and cry to him whom thou mockest, I am a sinful man, O Lord? The Lord said, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. Ye that buy and sell, do you obey this law? Examine yourselves and see. Ye would that men should deal fairly by you, do you deal fairly by them, as ye would count fairness in them to you? If conscience makes you hang the head inwardly, however you sit with it erect in the pew, dare you add to your crime against the law and the prophets the insult to Christ of calling yourselves his disciple? Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the Chapter 37 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Nursing. I have, of course, given but the spine and ribs, as it were, of the sermon. There is no place for more. It is enough, however, to show that he came to the point, and what can be better in preaching? Certainly he was making the best of the blunder that had led him up into that pulpit. And, on the other hand, whatever might be the various judgments and opinions of his hearers in respect of the sermon, a thing about which the less any preacher allows himself to think the better, many of them did actually feel that he had been preaching to them, which is saying much. Even Mrs. Ramshorn was more silent than usual as they went home, and although, not having acquainted herself, amongst others, with the sermons of Latimer, she was profoundly convinced that such preaching was altogether contrary to the tradition, usage, and tone of the English Church, of which her departed dean remained to her the unimpeachable embodiment and type. The sole remark she made was, that Mr. Wingfold took quite too much pains to prove himself a pagan. Mr. Bascombe was in the same mind as before. "I like the fellow," he said. "He says what he means, fair and full, and no shilly-shallying. It's all great rubbish, of course." And the widow of the dean of blessed memory had not a word to say in defence of the sermon, but for her let it go as the great rubbish he called it. Indeed, not knowing the real mind of her nephew, she was nothing less than gratified to hear from him an opinion so comfortably hostile to that of this most uncomfortable of curates, whom you could never tell where to have, and whom never since he had confessed to wrong in the reading of his uncle's sermons, and thus unwittingly cast a reproach upon the memory of him who had departed from the harassed company of Dean's Militant to the blessed company of Dean's Triumphant, had she invited to share at her table of the good things left behind. "Why don't you ask him home to dinner, aunt?" said Bascombe, after a pause unbroken by Mrs. Ramshorn. "Why should I, George?" returned his aunt. "Has he not been abusing us all at a most ignorant and furious rate?" "Oh, I didn't know," said the nephew, and held his peace. Nor did the aunt perceive the sarcasm, for the sake of pointing which he was silent. But it was not lost, and George was paid in full by the flicker of a faint smile across Helen's face. As for Helen, the sermon had indeed laid a sort of feebly electrical hold upon her, the mere nervous influence of honesty and earnestness. But she could not accuse herself of having ever made a prominent profession of Christianity, confirmation and communion notwithstanding, and besides, had she not now all but abjured the whole thing in her heart? So that, if every word of what he said was true, not a word of it could be applied to her. And what time had she to think about such far-away things as had happened 18 centuries ago, when there was her one darling pining away with a black weight on his heart? For although Leopold was gradually recovering, a supreme dejection, for which his weakness was insufficient to account, prostrated his spirit, and at length drove Mr. Faber to ask Helen whether she knew of any disappointment or other source of mental suffering that could explain it. She told him of the habit he had formed, and asked whether his being deprived of the narcotic might not be the cause. He accepted the suggestion, and set himself, not without some success, to repair the injury the abuse had occasioned. Still, although his physical condition plainly improved, the dejection continued, and Mr. Faber was thrown back upon his former conjecture. Learning nothing, however, and yet finding that, as he advanced towards health, his dejection plainly deepened, he began at length to fear softening of the brain, but could discover no other symptom of such disease. The earnestness of the doctor's quest after a cause for what anyone might observe added greatly to Helen's uneasiness, and besides, the fact itself began to undermine the hope of his innocence, which had again sprung up and almost grown to assurance in the absence of any fresh contradiction from without. Also, as his health returned, his sleep became more troubled. He dreamed more, and showed by his increased agitation in his dreams that they were more painful. In this respect his condition was at the worst always between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, and having perceived this fact, Helen would never allow anyone except herself to sit up with him the first part of the night. Increased anxiety and continued watching soon told upon her health yet more severely, and she lost appetite and complexion. Still she slept well during the latter part of the morning, and it was in vain that aunt and doctor and nurse all expostulated with her upon the excess of her ministration. Nothing could make her yield the post until her brother was himself again. Nor was she without her reward, and that a sufficing one, in the love and gratitude with which Leopold clung to her. During the day also she spent every moment, except such as she passed in the open air and at table with her aunt, by his bedside, reading and talking to him, but as yet not a single allusion had been made to the frightful secret. At length he was so much better that there was no longer need for anyone to sit up with him, but then Helen had her bed put in the dressing-room, that at 1 o'clock she might be by his side, to sit there until 3 should be well over and gone. Thus she gave up her whole life to him, and doubtless thereby gained much fresh interest in it for herself. But the weight of the secret, and the dread of the law, were too much for her, and were gradually undermining that strength of dissimulation in which she had trusted, and which, in respect of cheerfulness, she had to exercise towards her brother as well as her aunt. She struggled hard, for if those weak, despairing eyes of his were to encounter weakness and despair in hers, madness itself would be at the door for both. She had come nearly to the point of discovering that the soul is not capable of generating its own requirements, that it needs to be supplied from a well whose springs lie deeper than its own soil, in the infinite all, namely, upon which that soil rests. Happy they who have found that those springs have an outlet in their hearts, on the hill of prayer. It was very difficult to lay her hands on reading that suited him. Gifted with a glowing yet delicate Eastern imagination, pampered and all but ruined, he was impatient of narratives of common life, whose current bore him to a reservoir and no sea, while on the other hand some tales that seemed to Helen poverty-stricken flats of nonsense, or jumbles of false invention, would in her brother wake an interest she could not understand, appearing to afford him outlooks into regions to her unknown. But from the moral element in any story he shrunk visibly. She tried the German tales collected by the Brothers Grimm, so popular with children of all ages, but on the very first attempt she blundered into an awful one of murder and vengeance, in which, if the drawing were untrue, the colour was strong, and had to blunder clumsily out of it again with a hot face and a cold heart. At length she betook herself to the 1001 Nights, which she had never read and found very dull, but which with Leopold served for what book could do. In the rest of the house things went on much the same. Old friends and their daughters called on Mrs. Ramshorn, and inquired after the invalid, and George Bascombe came almost every Saturday, and stayed till Monday. But the moment the tide of her trouble began again to rise, Helen found herself less desirous of meeting one from whom she could hope neither help nor cheer. It might be that future generations of the death-doomed might pass their poor life a little more comfortably, that she had not been a bad woman, and she might be privileged to pass away from the world, as George taught her, without earning the curses of those that came after her. But there was her precious brother lying before her with a horrible worm gnawing at his heart, and what to her were 1,000 generations unborn? Rather with Macbeth she might well wish the estate of the world were now undone, most of all when, in the silent watches of the night, as she sat by the bedside of her beloved, and he slept, his voice would come murmuring out of a dream, sounding so far away that it seemed as if his spirit only, and not his lips, Chapter 38 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Glaston and the Curate. Outside the sun rose and set, never a crimson thread the less in the garment of his glory that the spirit of one of the children of the earth was stained with blood guiltiness. The moon came up and knew nothing of the matter. The stars minded their own business, and the people of Glaston were talking about their curate's sermons. Alas, it was about his sermons, and not the subject of them, that men talked, their interest mainly roused by their peculiarity, and what some called the oddity of the preacher. What had come to him? He was not in the least like that for months after his appointment, and the change came all at once. Yes, it began with those extravagant notions about honesty in writing his own sermons. It might have been a sunstroke, but it took him far too early in the year for that. Softening of the brain it might be, poor fellow. Was not excessive vanity sometimes a symptom? Poor fellow! So said some, but others said he was a clever fellow, and long-headed enough to know that that sort of thing attracted attention, and might open up the way to a beneficence, or, at least, an engagement in London, where eloquence was of more account than in a dead and alive country place like Glaston, from which the tide of grace had ebbed, leaving that great ship of the church, the Abbey, high and dry on the shore. Others again judged him a fanatic, a dangerous man. Such did not all venture to assert that he had erred from the way, but what man was more dangerous than he who went too far? Possibly these forgot that the narrow way can hardly be one to sit down in comfortably, or indeed to be entered at all, save by him who tries the gate with the intent of going all the way, even should it lead up to the perfection of the Father in heaven. But, they would in effect have argued, is not a fanatic dangerous? And is not an enthusiast always in peril of becoming a fanatic? Be his enthusiasm for what it may, for Jesus Christ, for God himself, such a man is dangerous, most dangerous. There are so many things comfortably settled like presumption's tubs upon their own bottoms, which such men would, if they could, at once upset and empty. Others suspected a Romanizing drift in the whole affair. Wait until he gathers influence, they said, and a handful of followers, and then you'll see, they'll all be back to Rome together in a month. As the wind took by the tail St. Peter's clock on the church spire and whirled it about, so did the wind of words in Glaston rudely seize and flack hither and thither the spiritual reputation of Thomas Wingfold, curate. And all the time the young man was wrestling, his life in his hand, with his own unbelief, while upon his horizon ever and anon rose the glimmer of a great aurora, or the glimpse of a boundless main. If only he could have been sure they were no mirage of his own parched heart and hungry eye, that they were thoughts in the mind of the Eternal, and therefore had appeared in his, even as the Word was said to have become flesh, and dwelt with men. The next moment he would be gasping in that malarious exhaltation from the marshes of his neglected heart, the counter-fear, namely, that the Word under whose potent radiance the world seemed on the verge of budding forth and blossoming as the rose, was too good to be true. Yes, much too good, if there be no living, self-willing good, said Polwarth one evening, in answer to the phrase just dropped from his lips. But if there be such a God as alone could be God, can anything be too good to be true? Too good for such a God as contented Jesus Christ? At one moment he was ready to believe everything, even to that strangest, yet to me, right credible miracle of the fish and the piece of money, and the next to doubt whether man had ever dared utter the words, I and the Father are one. Tossed he was, and tormented in spirit, calling even aloud sometimes to know if there was a God anywhere hearing his prayer, surely only of this, that whatever else any being might be, if he heard not prayer he could not be the God for whom his soul cried and fainted. Sometimes there came to him, it is true, what he would gladly have taken for an answer, but it was nothing more than the sudden descent of a kind of calmness on his spirit, which, for aught he could tell, might be but the calm of exhaustion. His knees were sore with kneeling, his face white with thinking, his eyes dim with trouble. For when once a man has set out to find God, he must find him or die. This was the inside reality whose outcome set the public of Glaston babbling. It was from this that George Bascombe magisterially pronounced him a hypochondriac, worrying his brain about things that had no existence, as George himself could with confidence testify, not once having seen the sight of them, heard the sound of them, or imagined in his heart that they ought to be, or even that they might possibly be. He pronounced, indeed, their existence inconsistent with his own. The thought had never rippled the grey mass of his self-satisfied brain that perhaps there was more of himself than what he counted he himself yet knew, and that possibly these matters had a consistent relation with parts unknown. Poor, poverty-stricken Wingfold, actually craving for things beneath Bascom's notice, actually crying for something higher and brighter than the moon! How independent was George compared with Thomas! Content to live what he called his life, be a benefactor to men, chiefly in ridding their fancies of the goblins of aspiration, then die his death, and have done with the business; while poor, misguided, weak-brained, hypochondriacal Thomas could be contented with nothing less than the fulfillment of the promise of a certain man who perhaps never existed. The Father and I will come to him and make our abode with him. Yet Thomas, too, had his weakness for the testimony of the senses. If he did not, like George, refuse to believe without it, he yet could not help desiring signs and wonders that he might believe. Of this the following poem was the result, and I give it the more willingly because it will show how the intellectual nature of the man had advanced, borne on the waves that burst from the fountains of the great deep below it. O Lord, if on the wind, at cool of day, I heard one whispered word of mighty grace, if through the darkness as in bed I lay, but once had come a hand upon my face, if but one sign that might not be mistook had ever been, since first thy face I sought, I should not now be doubting o'er a book, but serving thee with burning heart and thought. So dreams that heart. But to my heart I say, turning my face to front the dark and wind, such signs had only barred anew his way into thee, longing heart, thee, wildered mind. They asked the very way, where lies the way? The very Son, where is the Father's face? How could he show himself, if not in clay, who was the Lord of spirit, form, and space? My being, Lord, will nevermore be whole, until thou come behind mine ears and eyes, enter and fill the temple of my soul with perfect contact, such a sweet surprise. Such presence as, before it met the view, the prophet fancy could not once foresee, though every corner of the temple knew, by very emptiness, its need of thee. When I keep all thy words, no favoured sum, heedless of worldly winds or judgment's tide, then, Jesus, thou wilt with thy Father come, O ended prayers, and in my soul abide. O long delay! O cunning, creeping sin! I shall but fail and cease at length to try. O Jesus, though thou wilt not yet come in, Chapter 39 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Chapter 39 The Linen-Draper. But there was yet another class amongst those who on that second day heard the curate testify what honestly he might, and no more, concerning Jesus of Nazareth. So far as he learned, however, that class consisted of one individual. On the following Tuesday morning he went into the shop of the chief linen-draper of Glaston, for he was going to a funeral, and wanted a new pair of gloves that he might decline those which would be offered him. A young woman waited on him, but Mr. Drew, seeing him from the other end of the shop, came and took her place. When he was fitted, had paid for his purchase, and was turning to take his leave, the draper, with what appeared a resolution suddenly forced from hesitation, leaned over the counter and said, "Would you mind walking upstairs for a few minutes, sir? I ask it as a great favour. I want very much to speak to you." "I shall be most happy," answered Wingfold. Conventionally, it must be allowed, for in reality he anticipated expostulation, and having in his public ministrations to do his duty against his own grain, he had no fancy for encountering other people's grain as well in private. Mr. Drew opened certain straits in the counter, and the curate followed him through them, then through a door, up a stair, and into a comfortable dining-room, which smelled strongly of tobacco. There Mr. Drew placed for him a chair, and seated himself in front of him. The linen-draper was a middle-aged, middle-sized, stoutish man, with plump rosy cheeks, keen black eyes, and the features of the not uncommon pug type, ennobled and harmonized by a genuine expression of kindly good humour and an excellent forehead. His dark hair was a little streaked with grey. His manner, which in the shop had been of the shop, that is, more deferential and would be pleasing than Wingfold liked, settled as he took his seat into one more resembling that of a country gentleman. It was courteous and friendly, but clouded with a little anxiety. An uncomfortable pause following, Wingfold stumbled in with the question, "I hope Mrs. Drew is well?" without reflecting whether he had ever really heard of a Mrs. Drew. The draper's face flushed. "It is 20 years since I lost her, sir," he returned. In his tone and manner there was something peculiar. "I beg your pardon," said Wingfold, with self-accusing sincerity. "I will be open with you, sir," continued his host. "She left me with another nearly 20 years ago." "I am ashamed of my inadvertence," rejoined Wingfold. "I have been such a short time here." "Do not mention it, sir. How could you help it? Besides, it was not here the thing took place, but 100 miles away. I hope I should before long have referred to the fact myself. But now I desire, if you will allow me, to speak of something different." "I am at your service," answered Wingfold. "Thank you, sir. I was in your church last Sunday," resumed the draper, after a pause. "I am not one of your regular hearers, sir, but your sermon that day set me thinking, and instead of thinking less when Monday came, I have been thinking more and more ever since, and when I saw you in the shop I could not resist this sudden desire to speak to you. If you have time, sir, I hope you will allow me to come to the point my own way." Wingfold assured him that his time was at his own disposal, and could not be better occupied. Mr. Drew thanked him, and went on. "Your sermon, I must confess, sir, made me uncomfortable. No fault of yours, sir, all my own, though how much the fault is I hardly know. Use and custom are hard upon a man, sir, and you would have a man go by other laws than those of the world he lives in. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, you will doubtless say. That is, over the Royal Exchange in London, I think, but it is not the laws of the Lord that are specially followed inside for all that. However, it is not with other people we have to do, but with ourselves, as you will say. Well, then, it is for myself I am troubled now. Mr. Wingfold, sir, I am not altogether at ease in my own mind as to the way I have made my money, what little money I have, no great sum, but enough to retire upon when I please. I would not have you think me worse than I am, but I am sincerely desirous of knowing what you would have me do." "My dear sir," returned Wingfold, "I am the very last to look for enlightenment. I am as ignorant of business as any child. I am not aware that I ever bought anything but books and clothes, or ever sold anything except a knife to a schoolfellow. I had bought it the day before for a half-crown, but there was a spot of rust on one of the blades, and therefore I parted with it for 2d. The only thing I can say is, if you have been in the way of doing anything you are no longer satisfied with, don't do it any more. But just there comes my need of help. You must do something with your business, and don't do it, don't tell me what to do. Mind, I do not confess to having done anything the trade would count inadmissible, or which is not done in the largest establishments. What I now make a question of, I learned in one of the most respectable of London houses. You imply that a man in your line, who would not do certain things, the doing of which has contributed to the making of your fortune, would by the ordinary dealer be regarded as quixotic? He would, but that there may be such men I am bound to allow, for here am I wishing with all my heart that I had never done them. Right gladly would I give up the money I have made by them to be rid of them. I am unhappy about it, but I should never have dared to confess it to you, sir, or, I believe, to anyone, but for the confession you made in the pulpit some time ago. I was not there, but I heard of it. I foolishly judged you unwise to accuse yourself before an unsympathizing public, but here am I, in consequence, accusing myself to you. To no unsympathizing hearer, though, said the curate. It made me want to go and hear you preach, pursued the draper, for no one could say but it was plucky, and we all like pluck, sir, he added, with a laugh that puckered his face, showed the whitest of teeth, and swept every sign of trouble from the half-globe of his radiant countenance. Then you know some in substance of what I can do for you, Mr. Drew. I can sympathize with you. Not a whit more or less am I capable of. I am the merest beginner and dabbler in doing right myself, and have more need to ask you to teach me than to set up for teaching you. That's the beauty of you! Excuse me, sir, cried the draper triumphantly. You don't pretend to teach us anything, but you make us so uncomfortable that we go about ever asking after ourselves what we ought to do. Till last Sunday I had always looked upon myself as an honest man. Let me see, it would be more correct to say I looked on myself as a man quite honest enough. That I do not feel so now is your doing, sir. You said in your sermon last Sunday, and specially to business men, do you do to your neighbor as you would have your neighbor do to you? If not, how can you suppose that the Lord of Christians will acknowledge you as a disciple of his, that is, as a Christian? Now I was even surer of being a Christian than of being an honest man. You will hardly believe it, and what to think of it myself I now hardly know, but I had satisfied myself, more or less, that I had gone through all the necessary stages of being born again, and it is now many years since I have received into a Christian church, dissenting, of course, I mean, for what I count the most important difference, after all, between church and dissent is that the one, right or wrong, requires for communion a personal profession of faith and credible proof of conversion, which I believed I gave them, and have been for years, ashamed to say it, one of the deacons of that community. But it shall not be for long. To return to my story, however. I was indignant at being called upon from a church pulpit to raise in myself the question whether or not I was a Christian, for had I not put my faith in the... But I will avoid theology, for I have paid more regard to that than has proved good for me. Suffice it to say that I was now driven from the tests of the theologians to try myself by the words of the Master. He must be the best theologian after all, mustn't he, sir? And so there and then I tried the test of doing to your neighbor as. But I could not get it to work. I could not see how to use it. And while I was trying to make it apply, you were gone, and I lost all the rest of the sermon. Now, whether it was anything you had said coming back to me, I cannot tell. But next day, that was yesterday, all at once, in the shop here, as I was serving Mrs. Ramshorn, the thought came to me. How would Jesus Christ have done if he had been a draper instead of a carpenter? When she was gone, I went up into my room to think about it. And there it seemed that first I must know how he did as a carpenter. But that we are told nothing about. I could get no light upon that. And as my thoughts turned again to the original question, how would he have done had he been a draper? And, strange to say, I seemed to know far more about that than the other, and to have something to go upon. In fact, I had a sharp and decisive answer concerning several things of which I had dared to make a question. The vision of the ideal woke the ideal in yourself, said Wingfold thoughtfully. I don't know that I quite understand that, returned Mr. Drew, but the more I thought, the more dissatisfied I became, and, in a word, it had come to this, that I must set things right or give up business. That would be no victory, remarked the curate. I know it, and shall not yield without a struggle, I promise you. That same afternoon, taking the opportunity of having overheard one of them endeavoring to persuade an old farmer's wife to her disadvantage, I called all my people, and told them that if I ever heard one of them do such a thing, I would turn him or her away at once. But when I came to look at it, I saw how difficult it would be to convict of the breach of such a vague law. And unfortunately, too, I had some time ago introduced the system of a small percentage to the sellers, making it their interest to force sales. That, however, is easily rectified, and I shall see to it at once. But I do wish I had a more definite law to follow than that of doing as. Would not more light inside do as well as clearer law outside? Suggested Wingfold. How can I tell till I have had a chance of trying? Returned the draper with a smile, which speedily vanished as he went on. Then again, there's about profits. How much ought I to take? Am I to do as others do, and always be ruled by the market? Am I bound to give my customers the advantage of any special bargain I may have made? And then again, for I do a large wholesale business with the little country shops, if I learn that one of my customers is going downhill, have I, or have I not, a right to pounce upon him and make him pay me to the detriment of his other creditors? There's no end of questions, you see, sir. I am the worst possible man to ask, returned Wingfold again. I might, from very ignorance, judge that wrong which is really right, or that right which is really wrong. But one thing I begin to see, that before a man can do right by his neighbor, he must love him as himself. Only I am such a poor scholar in these high things that, as you have just said, I cannot pretend to teach anybody. That sermon was but an appeal to men's own consciences, whether they kept the words of the Lord by whose name they called themselves. Except in your case, Mr. Drew, I am not aware that one of the congregation has taken it to heart. I am not sure of that, returned the draper. Some talk amongst my own people has made me fancy that, perhaps, though talk be but froth, that froth might rise from some hot work down below. Never man could tell from the quiet way I am talking to you how much I have felt these few days past. Wingfold looked him in the face. The earnestness of the man was plain in his eyes, and his resolve stamped on every feature. The curate thought of Zacchaeus, thought of Matthew at the receipt of custom, thought with some shame of certain judgments concerning trade, and shopkeepers especially, that seemed somehow to have bred in him like creeping things. From whence they had come he could not tell. Now it was clear as day that, always provided the man Jesus Christ can be and is with his disciples always to the end of the world, a tradesman might just as soon have Jesus behind the counter with him, teaching him to buy and sell in his name, that is, as he would have done it, as an earl riding over his lands might have him with him, teaching him how to treat his farmers and cottagers, all depending on how the one did his trading and the other his earling. A mere truism, is it? Yes, it is, and more is the pity. For what is a truism, as most men count truisms? What is it but a truth that ought to have been buried long ago in the lives of men, to send up forever the corn of true deeds and the wine of loving kindness? But, instead of being buried in friendly soil, is allowed to lie about, kicked hither and thither in the dry and empty garret of their brains, till they are sick of the sight and sound of it, and to be rid of the thought of it, declare it to be no living truth, but only a lifeless truism. Yet in their brain that truism must rattle until they shift it to its rightful quarters in their heart, where it will rattle no longer, but take root and be a strength and loveliness. Is a truth to cease to be uttered because no better form than that of some divine truism, say of St. John Boanerges, can be found for it? To the critic, the truism is a sea-worn, foot-trodden pebble; to the obedient scholar, a radiant topaz, which, as he polishes it with the dust of its use, may turn into a diamond. Jesus, buying and selling, said Wingfold to himself. And why not? Did Jesus make chairs and tables, or boats perhaps, which the people of Nazareth wanted, without any admixture of trade in the matter? Was there no transaction? No passing of money between hands? Did they not pay his Father for them? Was his Father's way of keeping things going in the world too vile for the hands of him whose being was delight in the will of that Father? No, there must be a way of handling money that is noble as the handling of the sword in the hands of the patriot. Neither the mean man who loves it, nor the faithless man who despises it, knows how to handle it. The former is one who allows his dog to become a nuisance, the latter one who kicks him from his sight. The noble man is he who so truly does the work given him to do that the inherent nobility of that work is manifest. And the trader who trades nobly is nobler surely than the high-born who, if he carried the principles of his daily life into trade, would be as pitiful a sneak as any he that bows and scrapes falsely behind that altar of lies, his counter. All flat truisms, I know, but no longer such to Wingfold, to whom they now for the first time showed themselves truths. He had taken a kindly leave of the draper, promising to call again soon, and he had reached the room door on his way out when he turned suddenly and said, "Did you think to try praying, Mr. Drew? Men whose minds, if I may venture to judge, seem to me from their writings of the very highest order, have really and positively believed that the loftiest activity of a man's being lay in prayer to the unknown Father of that being, and that light in the inward parts was the certain consequence, that, in very truth, not only did the prayer of the man find the ear of God, but the man himself found God himself. I have no right to an opinion, but I have a splendid hope that I shall one day find it true. The Lord said a man must go on praying and not lose heart." With the words he walked out, and the deacon thought of his many prayers at prayer meetings and family worships, the words of a young man who seemed to have only just discovered that there was such a thing as prayer, who could not pretend to be Chapter 40 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 40. Rachel. Wingfold went straight to his friend Polwarth, and asked him if he would allow him to bring Mr. Drew some evening to tea. "You mean the linen-draper?" asked Polwarth. "Certainly, if you wish it." "Some troubles are catching," said the curate. "Drew has caught my disease." "I am delighted to hear it. It would be hard to catch a better, and it's one a rich man, as they say he is, seldom does catch. But I always liked his round, good-humoured, honest face. If I remember rightly, he had a sore trial in his wife. It is generally understood that she ran away with some fellow or other. But that was before he came to live in Glaston. Would you mind looking in upon Rachel for a few minutes, sir? She is not so well to-day, and has not been out of her own room." "With all my heart," answered Wingfold. "I am sorry to hear she is suffering." "She is always suffering, more or less," said the little man. "But she enjoys life notwithstanding, as you may clearly see. It is to her only a mitigated good, and that, I trust, for the sake of an unmitigated one. Come this way, sir." He led the curate to the room next his own. It was a humble little garret, but dainty with whiteness. One who did not thoroughly know her might have said it was like her life, colourless, but bright with innocence and peace. The walls were white. The boards of the uncarpeted floor were as white as scrubbing could make old deal. The curtains of windows and beds were whiteness itself. The coverlet was white. So was the face that looked smiling over the top of it from one low white pillow. But although Wingfold knew that face so well, he almost started at the sight of it now. In the patience of its suffering it was positively lovely. All that was painful to see was hidden. The crooked little body lay at rest in the grave of the bedclothes. The soul rose from it, and looked, gracious with womanhood, in the eyes of the curate. "I cannot give you my hand," she said, smiling, as he went softly towards her, feeling like Moses when he put off his shoes, "for I have such a pain in my arm I cannot well raise it." The curate bowed reverentially, seated himself in a chair by her bedside, and, like a true comforter, said nothing. "Don't be sorry for me, Mr. Wingfold," said her sweet voice at length. "The poor dwarfie, as the children call me, is not a creature to be pitied. You don't know how happy I am as I lie here, knowing my uncle is in the next room, and will come the moment I call him. And that there is one nearer still," she added in a lower voice. almost in a whisper, whom I haven't even to call. I am his, and he shall do with me just as he likes. I fancy sometimes, when I have to lie still, that I am a little sheep, tied hands and feet. I should have said all 4 feet, if I am a sheep. And here she gave a little merry laugh. Lying on an altar, the bed here, burning away in the flame of life that consumes the deathful body, burning heart and soul and sense up to the great Father. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Wingfold, for talking about myself, but you looked so miserable, and I knew it was your kind heart feeling for me. But I need not, for that, have gone on at such a rate. I'm ashamed of myself. On the contrary, I am exceedingly obliged to you for honouring me by talking so freely, said Wingfold. It is a great satisfaction to find that suffering is not necessarily unhappiness. I could be well content to suffer also, Miss Polwarth, if with the suffering I might have the same peace. Sometimes I am troubled, she answered, but generally I am in peace, and sometimes too happy to dare speak about it. Would the persons you and my uncle were talking about the other day, would they say all my pleasant as well as my painful thoughts came from the same cause, vibrations in my brain? No doubt. They would say, I presume, that the pleasant thoughts came from regular, and the unpleasant from irregular motions of its particles. They must give the same origin to both. Would you be willing to acknowledge that only your pleasant thoughts had a higher origin, and that your painful ones came from physical sources? Because of a headache and depression of spirits, Wingfold had been turning over similar questions in his own mind the night before. I see, said the dwarfie, I see. No, there are sad thoughts sometimes which, in their season, I would not lose, for I would have their influences with me always. In their season they are better than a host of happy ones, and there is joy at the root of all. But if they did come from physical causes, would it follow that they did not come from God? Is he not the God of the dying, as well as the God of the living? If there be a God, Miss Polwarth, returned Wingfold eagerly, then is he God everywhere, and not a maggot can die any more than a Shakespeare be born without him. He is either enough, that is, all in all, or he is not at all. That is what I think, because it is best. I can give no better reason. If there be a God, there can be no better reason, said Wingfold. This if of Wingfold's was, I need hardly now say, an if of bare honesty, and came of no desire to shake an unthinking confidence. Neither, had it been of the other sort, could it have shaken Rachel's, for her confidence was full of thinking. As little could it shock her, for she hardly missed a sentence that passed between her uncle and his new friend. She made no reply, never imagining it her business to combat the doubts of a man whom she knew to be eager after the truth, and being guiltless of any tendency, because she believed, to condemn doubt as wicked. A short silence followed. How delightful it must be to feel well and strong, said Rachel at length. I can't help often thinking of Miss Lingard. It's always Miss Lingard comes up to me when I think of such things. Oh, ain't she beautiful and strong, Mr. Wingfold, and sits on her horse as straight as a rush. It does one good to see her. Just fancy me on a great tall horse. What a bag of potatoes I should look. She burst into a merry laugh, and then came a few tears, which were not all of the merriment of which she let them pass as the consequence, remarking, as she wiped them away, "But no one can tell, Mr. Wingfold, and I'm sure Miss Lingard would be astonished to hear, what pleasure I have while lying unable to move. I suppose I benefit from what people call the law of compensation. Oh, how I hate the word! As if that was the way the Father of Jesus Christ did, and not his very best, to get his children, elder brothers and prodigal sons, home to his heart. You heard what my uncle said about dreams the other day?" she resumed after a little pause. "Yes, I thought it very sensible," replied the curate. "It all depends on the sort, don't it?" said Rachel. "Some of mine I would not give for a library. They make me grow, telling me things I should never learn otherwise. I don't mean any rubbish about future events and such like. Of all useless things, a knowledge of the future seems to me the most useless, for what are you to do with a thing before it exists? Such a knowledge could only bewilder you as to the right way to take, would make you see double instead of single. That's not the sort I mean at all. You won't laugh at me, Mr. Wingfold? I can scarcely imagine anything less likely. Then I don't mind opening my toy box to you. In my dreams, for instance, I am sometimes visited by such a sense of freedom as fills me with a pure bliss unknown to my waking thoughts, except as a rosy cloud on the horizon. As if they were some heavenly corporation, my dreams present me, not with the freedom of some poor little city like London, but with the freedom of all space. The curate sat and listened with wonder, but with no sense of unfitness. Such speech and such thought suited well with the face that looked up from the low pillow with its lovely eyes, for lovely they were, with a light that had both flash and force. I don't believe, she went on, that even Miss Lingard has more of the blessed sense of freedom and strength and motion when she is on horseback than I have when I am asleep. The very winds of my dreams will make me so unspeakably happy that I wake weeping. Do not tell me it is gone then, for I continue so happy that I can hardly get to sleep again to hunt for more joy. Don't say it is an unreality, for where does freedom lie? In the body or in the mind? What does it matter whether my body be lying still or moving from one spot of space to another? What is the good of motion but to produce the feeling of freedom? The feeling is everything, and if I have it, that is all that I want. Bodily motion would indeed disturb it for me, lay fetters on my spirit. Sometimes again I dream of a new flower, one never before beheld by mortal eye, with some strange wonderful quality in it perhaps that makes it a treasure, like that flower of Milton's invention, Haemony, in Comus, you know. But one curious thing is that this strange quality will never be recalled in waking hours, so that what it was I can never tell, as if it belonged to other regions than the life of this world. I retain only the vaguest memory of its power, and marvel and preciousness. Sometimes it is a little poem or a song I dream of, or some strange musical instrument, perhaps like one of those I have seen angels with in a photograph from an old picture. And somehow with the instrument always comes the knowledge of how to play upon it. So you see, sir, as it has pleased God to send me into the world as crooked as a crab, and nearly as lame as a seal, it has pleased him also to give me the health and riches of the night to strengthen me for the pains and poverties of the day. You rejoice in a beautiful thought when it comes to you, Mr. Wingfold, do you not? When it comes to me, answered Wingfold significantly, almost petulantly. Could it be that he envied the dwarf girl? Then is the thought any worse because it comes in a shape? Or is the feeling less of a feeling that it is born in a dream? I need no convincing. I admit all you say, returned Wingfold. Why are you so silent, then? You make me think you are objecting inside to everything I'm saying, rejoined Rachel with a smile. Partly because I fear you are exciting yourself too much, and will suffer in consequence, answered the curate, who noted the rosy flush on her face. The same moment her uncle re-entered the room. I have been trying to convince Mr. Wingfold that there may be some good in dreaming, uncle, she said. Successfully? asked Polwarth. Unnecessarily, interjected Wingfold. I required for conviction only the facts. Why should I suppose that, if there be a God, he is driven out of us by sleep? It is an awful thing, said Polwarth, to think that this feeble individuality of ours, the offspring of God's individuality, should have some power, and even more will than power, to close its door against him and keep house without him. "But what sort of a house?" murmured Wingfold. "Yes, uncle," said Rachel, "but think how he keeps about us, haunting the doors and windows like the very wind, watching to get in. And sometimes he makes of himself a tempest, that both doors and windows fly open, and he enters in fear and dismay." The prophetic in the uncle was the poetic in the niece. "For you and me, uncle," she went on, "he made the doors and windows so rickety that they could not keep him out." "Ye are the temples of the Holy Ghost," said the curate, almost unconsciously. "Some of us a little ruinous," rejoined the girl. So full was her soul of a lively devotion that she took the liberties of a child of the house with sacred things. "But, Mr. Wingfold," she continued, "I must tell you one more curious thing about my dreams. I never dream of being crooked and dwarfish. I don't dream that I am straight either. I suppose I feel all right, and therefore never think about it. That makes me fancy that my soul must be straight. Don't you think so, sir?" "Indeed I do," said Wingfold warmly. "I'm afraid I shall be telling you some of my dreams some day." "We are rather given to that weakness," said Polwarth, "so much so as to make me fear for our brains sometimes. But a crooked rose tree may yet bear a good rose." "Ah, you are thinking of my poor father, uncle, I know," said Rachel. "His was as straight a stem and a fine rose, only overblown, perhaps. I don't think I need be much afraid of that, for if I were to go out of my mind, I should not have strength to live, unless indeed I knew God through all the madness. I think my father did, in a way." "It was quite plain he did," answered her uncle, "and that in no feeble way either. Some day I must tell you," here he turned to Wingfold, "about that brother of mine, Rachel's father. I should even like to show you a manuscript he left behind him, surely one of the strangest ever written. It would be well worth printing if that would ensure its falling into the hands of those who could read through the madness. But we have talked Chapter 41 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 41 The Butterfly. As Wingfold walked home that afternoon, he thought much of what he had heard and seen. "If there be a God," he said to himself, "then all is well, for certainly he would not give being to such a woman, and then throw her aside as a failure, and forget her. It is strange to see, though, how he permits his work to be thwarted. To be the perfect God notwithstanding, he must be able to turn the very thwarting to higher furtherance. Don't we see something of the sort in life, the vigorous nursed by the arduous? Is it presumptuous to imagine God saying to Rachel, 'Trust me, and bear, and I will do better for thee than thou canst think'? Certainly the one who has most needs the comfort of such a faith, in this case, has it. I wish I could be as sure of him as Rachel Polwarth. But then," he added, smiling to himself, "she has had her crooked spine to help her. It seems as if nothing less than the spiritual beholding of the eternal will produce at least absolute belief. And till then, what better, or indeed other proof can the less receive of the presence of the greater, than the expansion of its own being under the influences of that greater? But my plague now is that the ideas of religion are so grand, and the things all around it in life so commonplace, that they give the lie to each other from morning to night. In my mind, I mean. Which is the true? A loving, caring father, or the grinding of cruel poverty and the naked exposure to heedless chance? How is it that, while the former seems the only right, reasonable, and all-sufficing thing, it should yet come more naturally to believe in the latter? and yet, when I think of it, I never did come closer to believing in the latter than is indicated by terror of its possible truth. So many things looked like it. Then what has nature in common with the Bible and its metaphysics? There I am wrong. She has 1,000 things. The very wind on my face seems to rouse me to fresh effort after a pure, healthy life. Then there is the sunrise. There is the snowdrop in the snow. There is the butterfly. There is the rain of summer and the clearing of the sky after a storm. There is the hen gathering her chickens under her wing. I begin to doubt whether there be the commonplace anywhere, except in our own mistrusting nature, that will cast no care upon the unseen. It is with me, in regard to my better life, as it was with the disciples in regard to their bodily life, when they were for the time rendered incapable of understanding the words of our Lord by having forgotten to take bread in the boat. They were so afraid of being hungry that they could think of nothing but bread. Such were some of the curate's thoughts as he walked home, and they drove him to prayer, in which came more thoughts. When he reached his room he sat down at his table, and wove and knotted and pieced together the following verses, venturing that easy yet perilous thing, a sonnet. I give here its final shape, not its first or second. Methought I floated sightless, nor did know that I had ears until I heard the cry, as of a mighty man in agony. How long, Lord, shall I lie thus foul and slow? The arrows of thy lightning through me go, and sting and torture me. Yet here I lie, a shapeless mass that scarce can mould a sigh. The darkness thinned. I saw a thing below, like sheeted corpse, a knot at head and feet. Slow clomb the sun the mountains of the dead, and looked upon the world. The silence broke, a blinding struggle. Then the thunderous beat of great exulting pinions, stroke on stroke, and from that world a mighty angel fled. But upon the heels of the sonnet came, as was natural, according to the law of reaction, a fresh and more appalling, because more self-assertive and verisimilous invasion of the commonplace. What a foolish, unreal thing he had written! He caught up his
Chapter 42 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 42 The Commonplace. It was evening, and the air was still warm. Pine Street was almost empty, save of the red sun, which blinded him so that wherever he looked he could only see great sunblots. All but a few of the shops were closed, but amongst the few he was surprised to find that of his friend the Linen-Draper, who had always been a strong advocate of early closing. The shutters were up, however, though the door stood wide open. He peeped in. To his sun-blinded eyes the shop looked very dark, but he thought he saw Mr. Drew talking to someone, and entered. He was right. It was the draper himself, and a poor woman with a child on one arm, and a print dress she had just bought on the other. The curate leaned against the counter, and waited until business should be over to address his friend. Is Mr. Drew an embryonic angel? He half felt, half thought within himself. Is this shop the chrysalis of a great psyche? Will the draper, with his round, good-humoured face and puckering smile, ever spread thunderous wings and cleave the air up to the throne of God? I cannot tell you how it goes against me to take that woman's money, said the voice of the draper. The curate woke up in the presence of the unwinged, and saw that the woman had left the shop. I did let her have the print at cost price, Mr. Drew went on, laughing merrily. That was all I could venture on. Where was the danger? Ah, you don't know so well as I do the good of having some difficulty in getting what you need. To ease the struggles of the poor, unless it be in sickness or absolute want, I have repeatedly proved to be a cruel kindness. Then you don't sell to the poor women at cost price always? No, only to the soldiers' wives. They have a very hard life of it, poor things. That is your custom, then? For the last 10 years, but I don't let them know it. Is it for the soldiers' wives you keep your shop open so late? I thought you were the great supporter of early closing in Glaston, said the curate. I will tell you how it happened tonight, answered the draper, and as he spoke he turned round, not his long left ear upon the pivot of his skull, but his whole person upon the pivot of the counter, to misuse the word pivot with Wordsworth, and bolted the shop door. After the young men had put up the shutters and were gone, he said, returning to the counter, leaving me as usual to bolt the door, I fell a-thinking. Outside the street was full of sunlight, but only enough to show how gloomy the place was without more of it, and the back of the shop was nearly dark. It was very still, too, so still that the silence seemed to have taken the shape of gloom. Pardon me for talking in this unbusinesslike way. A man can't be a draper always. He must be foolish sometimes. 30 years ago I used to read Tennyson. I believe I was amongst the earliest of his admirers. Foolish, echoed Wingfold thoughtfully. You see, the draper went on, there is something solemn in the quiet after business is over. Sometimes it's more so, sometimes less, but this night it came upon me that the shop felt like a chapel, had the very air of one somehow, and so I fell a-thinking, and forgot to shut the door. How it began I don't know, but my past life came up to me, and I remembered how, when I was a young man, I used to despise my father's business, to which he was bringing me up, and feed my fancy with things belonging to higher walks in life. Then I saw that must have been partly how I fell into the mistake of marrying Mrs. Drew. She was the daughter of a doctor in our town, a widower. He was in poor health, and unable to make much of his practice, so that when he died he was left destitute, and for that reason alone, I do believe, accepted me. What followed you know. She went away with a man who used to travel for a large Manchester house. I have never heard of her since. After she left me, a sort of something which I think I may call the disease of self-preservation laid a hold upon me. I must acknowledge that the loss of my wife was not altogether a misery. She despised my trade, which drove me to defend it, and the more bitterly that I also despised it. There was also a great deal of strife between us. I did not make allowance enough for the descent she had made from a professional father to a trade husband. I forgot that, if she was to blame for marrying me for bread, I was to blame for marrying her to enlarge myself with her superiority. After she was gone, I was aware of a not unwelcome calm in the house, and in the emptiness of that calm came the demon of selfishness sevenfold into my heart, and took up his abode with me. From that time I busied myself only about 2 things, the safety of my soul, and a good provision for my body. I joined the church I had occasion to mention to you before, sir, grew a little harder in my business dealings, and began to lay by money. And so, ever since, have I been going on till I heard your sermon the other day, which I hope has waked me up to something better. All this long story is but to let you understand how I was feeling when that woman came into the shop. I told you how, in the dusk and the silence, it was as if I were in the chapel. I found myself half listening for the organ. Then the verse of a hymn came into my mind. I can't tell where or when I had met with it, but it had stuck to me. Let me stand ever at the door, and keep it from the entering sin, that so thy temple walls and floor be pure for thee to enter in. Now that, you see, is said of the temple of the heart, but somehow things went rather cross-cut that evening. They got muddled in my head. It seemed as if I was the doorkeeper of my shop, and at the same time as if my shop, spreading out and dimly vanishing in the sacred gloom, was the temple of the Holy Ghost, out of which I had to keep the sin. And with that thought a great awe fell upon me. Could it be? Might it not be that God was actually in the place? That in the silence he was thinking, in the gloom he was knowing? I laid myself over the counter, with my face in my hands, and went on half thinking, half praying. All at once the desire rose burning in my heart. Would to God my house were in truth a holy place, haunted by his presence. And wherefore not? Rejoined something within me, heart or brain, or something deeper than either. Is thy work unholy? Are thy deeds base? Is thy buying or selling dishonest? Is it all for thyself, and nothing for thy fellows? Is it not a lawful calling? Is it, or is it not, of God? If it be of God, and yet he be not present, then surely thy lawful calling thou followest unlawfully. So there I was, back to the old story. And I said to myself, God knows I want to follow it lawfully. Am I not even now seeking how to do so? But this, though true, did not satisfy me. To follow it lawfully, even in his sight, no longer seemed enough. Was there then no possibility of raising it to dignity? Did the business of Zacchaeus remain, after the visit of Jesus, a contemptible one still? Could not mine be made Christian? Was there no corner in the temple where a man might buy and sell and not be driven out by the whip of small cords? I heard a step in the shop, and lifting my head, saw a poor woman with a child in her arms. Annoyed at being found in that posture, like one drunk or in despair, annoyed also with myself for not having shut the door, with my usual first tendency to injustice, a harsh word was trembling on my very lips, when something, suddenly, made me look round in a kind of maze on the dusky back shop. A moment more, and I understood. God was waiting to see what truth was in my words. That is just how I felt it, and I hope I am not irreverent in saying so. Then I saw that the poor woman looked frightened. I suppose at my looks and gestures. Perhaps she thought me out of my mind. I made haste and received her, and listened to her errand as if she had been a duchess. Say rather an angel of God, for such I felt her in my heart to be. She wanted a bit of dark print with a particular kind of spot in it, which she had seen in the shop some months before, but had not been able to buy. I turned over everything we had, and was nearly in despair. At last, however, I found the very piece which had ever since haunted her fancy, just enough of it left for a dress. But all the time I sought it, I felt as if I were doing God some service, or at least doing something he wanted me to do. It sounds almost ludicrous now, but God forbid, said Wingfold. Oh, I'm glad you don't think so, sir. I was afraid you would. Had the thing been a trifle, I still should have said the same, returned the curate. But who with any heart would call it a trifle to please the fancy of a poor woman, one who is probably far oftener vexed than pleased? She had been brooding over this dress. You took trouble to content her with her desire. Who knows what it may do for the growth of the woman? I know what you've done for me by the story of it. She did walked out pleased like, said the draper, and left me more pleased than she, and so grateful to her for coming, you can't think. I begin to suspect, said the curate, after a pause, that the common transactions of life are the most sacred channels for the spread of the heavenly leaven. There was 10 times more of the divine in selling her that gown as you did, in the name of God, than in taking her into your pew and singing out of the same hymn-book with her. I should be glad to do that next, though, if I had the chance, said Mr. Drew. You must not think, because he had done me so little good, that our minister was not a faithful preacher. And, owing you more than heart can tell, sir, I like chapel better than church, and consider it nearer the right way. I don't mean to be a turncoat, and leave Drake for you, sir. I must give up my deaconship, but I won't my pew or my subscription. Quite right, Mr. Drew, said Wingfold. That could do nothing but harm. I have just been reading what our Lord says about Chapter 43 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessie Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 43. Home Again. The curate had entered the draper's shop in the full blaze of sunset, but the demon of unbelief sat on his shoulders. He could get no nearer his heart, but that was enough to make of the majestical roof fretted with golden fire a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. When he left the shop, the sun was far below the horizon, and the glory had faded out of the west, but the demon had fled, and the brown feathers of the twilight were beautiful as the wings of the silver dove, sprung heavenwards from among the pots, and as he went, he reasoned with himself. Either there is a God, and that God the perfect heart of truth and loveliness, or all poetry and art is but an unsown, unplanted, rootless flower, crowning a somewhat symmetrical heap of stones. The man who sees no beauty in its petals, finds no perfume in its breath, may well accord it the parentage of the stones. The man whose heart swells beholding it will be ready to think it has roots that reach below them. The curate's search, it will be remarked, had already widened greatly the sphere of his doubts, but the larger the field, the greater the chance of finding a marl pit, and if there be such a thing as truth, every fresh doubt is yet another finger-post pointing towards its dwelling. So talked the curate to himself, and, full in the face, rounding the corner of a street, met George Bascombe. The young barrister held out his large hospitable hand at the full length of his arm, and spread abroad his wide chest to greet him, and they went through the ceremony of shaking hands, which, even in their case, I cannot judge so degrading and hypocritical as the Latin nations seem to consider it. Then Wingfold had the first word. "I have not yet had an opportunity of thanking you for the great service you have done me," he said. "I am glad to know I have such an honour, but, I mean, in opening my eyes to my true position." "Oh, my dear fellow, I was sure you only required to have your attention turned in the right direction, when, I was on the verge of committing the syllogism of asking you when you thought of resigning. Ha ha!" "Not yet," replied Wingfold to the question, thus at once withdrawn and put. "The more I look into the matter, the more reason I find for hoping it might be possible for me to keep the appointment." "Oh!" "The further I inquire, the more I am convinced that, if not in a certain portion of what the Church teaches, then nowhere else, and assuredly not in what you teach, shall I find anything by which life can either account for or justify itself." "But if what you find is not true?" cried George, with a burst of semi-grand indignation. "But if what I find should be true, even though you should never be able to see it?" returned the curate. And, as if dejected by an explosion between them, the two men were 10 paces asunder, each hurrying his own way. "If I can't prove there is a God," said Wingfold to himself, "as little surely can he prove there is none." But then came the thought, "The fellow will say that, there being no sign of a God, the burden of proof lies with me." And therewith he saw how useless it would be to discuss the question with any one who, not seeing him, had no desire to see him. "No," he said, "my business is not to prove to any other man that there is a God, but to find him for myself. If I should find him, there will be time enough to think of showing him." And with that his thoughts turned from Bascombe and went back to the draper. When he reached home he took out his sonnet, but after working at it for a little while, he found that he must ease his heart by writing another. Here it is. "Methought that in a solemn church I stood, its marble acres, worn with knees and feet, lay spread from door to door, from street to street. Midway the form hung high upon the rood of him who gave his life to be our good. Beyond, priests flitted, bowed, and murmured meet among the candles, shining still and sweet. Men came and went, and worshipped as they could, and still their dust a woman with her broom, bowed to her work, kept sweeping to the door. Then saw I, slow through all the pillared gloom, across the church a silent figure come. Daughter, it said, thou sweepest well my floor. It is the Lord, I cried, and saw no more. I suppose, if one could stop the throat of the blossom-berried nightingale, that, though he might breathe at will, he could no longer sing, he would drop from his bough and die of suppressed song. Perhaps some men so die, I do not know. It were better than to live and to bore their friends with the insuppressible. But, however this may be, the man who can utter himself to his own joy in any of the forms of human expression, let him give thanks to God, and if he give not his verses to the printer, he will probably have cause to give thanks again. To the man's self the utterance is not the less invaluable, and so Wingfold found it. He went out again, and into the churchyard, where he sat down on a stone. How strange, he said to himself, that out of faith should have sprung that stone church. A poor little poem now and then is all that stands for mine, all that shows, that is. But my heart does sometimes burn within. Chapter 44 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Churchy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 44 The Sheath. Mr. Wingfold, said Polwarth one evening, the usual salutations over, taking what he commonly left to his friend, the initiative, I want to tell you something I don't wish even Rachel to hear. He led the way to his room, and the curate followed. Seated there in the shadowy old attic, through the very walls of which the ivy grew, and into which, by the open window in the gable, from the infinite west, blew the evening air, carrying with it the precious scent of honeysuckle to mingle with that of old books, Polwarth recounted and Wingfold listened to a strange adventure. The trees hid the sky, and the little human nest was dark around them. "I'm going to make a confidant of you, Mr. Wingfold," said the dwarf, with troubled face and almost whispered word. "You will know how much I have already learned to trust you when I say that what I am about to confide to you plainly involves the secret of another." His large face grew paler as he spoke, and something almost like fear grew in his eyes, but they looked straight into those of the curate, and his voice did not tremble. "One night, some weeks ago, I can, if necessary, make myself certain of the date, I was, no uncommon thing with me, unable to sleep. Sometimes, when such is the case, I lie as still and happy as any bird under the wing of its mother. At other times I must get up and go out, for I take longings for air almost as a drunkard for wine, and that night nothing would serve my poor prisoned soul but more air through the bars of its lungs. I rose, dressed, and went out. It was a still, warm night, no moon, but plenty of starlight. The wind blowing as now, gentle and sweet and cool, just the wind my lungs sighed for. I got into the open park, avoiding the trees, and wandered on, without thinking where I was going. The turf was soft under my feet, the dusk soft to my eyes, and the wind to my soul. I had breath and room and leisure and silence and loneliness, and everything to make me more than usually happy. And so I wandered on, neither caring nor looking whither I went. So long as the stars remained unclouded, I could find my way back when I pleased. I had been out perhaps an hour, when through the soft air came a cry, apparently from far off. There was something in the tone that seemed to me unusually frightful. The bare sound made me shudder before I had time to say to myself it was a cry. I turned my face in the direction of it, so far as I could judge, and went on. I cannot run, for if I attempt it, I am in a moment unable even to walk, from palpitation and choking. I had not gone very far before I found myself approaching the hollow where stands the old house of Glaston, uninhabited for 20 years. Was it possible, I thought, that the cry came from the house, and therefore sounded farther off than it was? I stood and listened for a moment, but all seemed still as the grave. I must go in and see whether anyone was there in want of help. You may well smile at the idea of my helping anyone, for what could I do if it came to a struggle? On the contrary, interrupted Wingfold, I was smiling with admiration of your pluck. At least, resumed Polwarth, I have this advantage over some, that I cannot be fooled with the fancy that this poor miserable body of mine is worth thinking of beside the smallest suspicion of duty. What is it but a cracked jug? So down the slope I went, got into the garden, and made my way through the tangled bushes to the house. I knew the place perfectly, for I had often wandered all over it, sometimes spending hours there. Before I reached the door, however, I heard someone behind me in the garden, and instantly stepped into a thicket of gooseberry and currant bushes. It is some advantage to be little. The moment I stepped aside, I was hidden. That same moment the night seemed rent in twain by a most hideous cry from the house. Ere I could breathe again after it, the tall figure of a woman rushed past me, tearing its way through the bushes towards the door. I followed instantly, saw her run up the steps, and heard her open and shut the door. I opened it as quietly as I could, but just as I stepped into the dark hall came a third fearful cry, through the echoes of which in the empty house I heard the rush of hurried feet and trailing garments on the floor. As I say, I knew the house quite well, but my perturbation was so muddled the idea of it in my brain that for a few seconds I had to consider how it lay. The moment I recalled its plan, I made haste what I could, reached the top of the stair, and was hesitating which way to turn, when once more came the fearful cry, and set me trembling from head to foot. I cannot describe the horror of it. It was as the cry of a soul in torture, unlike any sound of the human voice I had ever heard before. I shudder now at the recollection of it, as it echoed through the house, clinging to the walls, and driven along. I was hurrying I knew not whither, for I had lost again all notion of the house, when I caught a glimpse of a light shining from under a door. I approached it softly, and finding that door inside a small closet, knew at once where I was. As I was in office on the ground, and it could hardly be anything righteous that led to such an outcry in the house, which, although deserted, was still my master's, I felt justified in searching further into the matter. Laying my ear, therefore, against the door, I heard what was plainly a lady's voice. Right sweet and womanly it was, though full of pain, even agony, I thought, but heroically suppressed. She soothed, she expostulated, she condoled, she coaxed. Mingled with hers was the voice of a youth, so it seemed. It was wild, yet so low as sometimes to be all but inaudible, and not a word from either could I distinguish. Hardly the less plain was it, however, that the youth spoke either in delirium or with something terrible on his mind, for his tones were those of one in despair. I stood for a time bewildered, fascinated, terrified. At length I grew convinced somehow that I had no right to be there. Doubtless the man was in hiding, and where a man hides there must be reason, but was it any business of mine? I crept out of the house and up to the higher ground. There I drew deep breaths of the sweet night air, so pure that it seemed to be washing the world clean for another day's uses. But I had no longer any pleasure in the world. I went straight home and to bed again, but had brought little repose with me. I must do something. But what? The only result certain to follow was more trouble to the troubled already. Might there not be innocent reasons for the questionable situation? Might not the man have taken ill, and so suddenly that he could reach no other shelter? And the lady might be his wife, who had gone as soon as she could leave him to find help, but had failed. There must be some simple explanation of the matter, however strange it showed. I might, in the morning, be of service to them, and partly comforted by the temporary conclusion, I got a little troubled sleep. As soon as I had had a cup of tea, I set out for the old house. I heard the sounds of the workmen's hammers on the new one as I went. All else was silence. The day looked so honest and so clear of conscience that it was difficult to believe the night had shrouded such an awful meeting. Yet in the broad light of the forenoon a cold shudder seized me when first I looked down on the slack ridges and broken roofs of the old house. When I got into the garden I began to sing and knock the bushes about, then opened the door noisily and clattered about in the hall and the lower rooms before going up the stair. Along every passage and into every room I went, to give good warning ere I approached that in which I had heard the voices. At length I stood at the door of it and knocked. There was no answer. I knocked again. Still no answer. I opened it and peeped in. There was no one there. An old bedstead was all I saw. I searched every corner, but not one trace could I discover of a human being having been there, except this behind the bed, and it may have laid there as long as the mattress, which I remember since the first time I ever went into the house. As he spoke, Polwarth handed to the curate a small leather sheath, which from its shape could not have belonged to a pair of scissors, although neither of the men knew any sort of knife it would have fitted. "Would you mind taking care of it, Mr. Wingfold?" the gatekeeper continued, as the curate examined it. "I don't like having it. I can't even bear to think of it even in the house, and yet I don't quite care to destroy it." "I don't in the least mind taking charge of it," answered Wingfold. Why was it? As he said so, the face of Helen Lingard rose before his mind's eye, as he had seen it now twice in the congregation of the Abbey, pale, with an inward trouble as it seemed, large-eyed and worn, so changed yet so ennobled. Even then he had felt the deadening effect of its listlessness, and had had to turn away lest it compel him to feel that he was but talking to the wind, or into a desert where dwelt no voice of human response. Why should he think of her now? Was it that her troubled, pallid face had touched him, had set something near his heart a-trembling, whether with merely human sympathy, or with the tenderness of man for suffering woman? Certainly he had never till then thought of her with the slightest interest, and why should she come up to him now? Could it be that... Good heavens! There was her brother ill, and had not Faber said there seemed something unusual about the character of his illness? What could it mean? It wasn't possible, of course, but yet, and yet... "Do you think," he said, "we are in any way bound to inquire further into the affair?" "If I had thought so, I should not have left it unmentioned till now," answered Polwarth. "But without being busybodies, we might be prepared in case the thing should unfold itself." Chapter 45 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 45. Invitation. As Wingfold walked back to his lodgings, he found a new element mingling with the varied matter of his previous inquiry. Human suffering laid hold upon him, neither as his own, nor as that of humanity, but as that of men and women, known or unknown, it mattered nothing. There were hearts in the world from whose agony broke terrible cries, hearts of which sad faces like that of Miss Lingard were the exponents. Such hearts might be groaning and writhing in any of the houses he passed, and, even if he knew the heart and what the vampire that sucked their blood, he could do nothing for their relief. Little indeed could he have imagined the life of such a comfort-guarded lady as Miss Lingard, exposed to the intrusion of any terror-waking monster, from the old ocean of chaos into the quiet flow of its meadow-banked river. And what multitudes must there not be in the world, what multitudes in our island, how many even in Glaston, whose hearts, lacerated by no remorse, overwhelmed by no crushing sense of guilt, yet knew their own bitterness, and had no friend radiant enough to make a sunshine in their shady places. He fell into mournful mood over the troubles of his race. Always a kind-hearted fellow, he had not been used to think about such things. He had had troubles of his own, and had got through at least some of them. People must have troubles, else they would grow unendurable for pride and insolence. But now that he had begun to hope, he saw a glimmer somewhere, afar at the end of the darksome cave, in which he had, all at once, discovered that he was buried alive. He also began to feel how wretched those must be who were groping on without even a hope in their dark eyes. If he had never committed any crime, he had yet done wrong enough to understand the misery of shame and dishonor, and should he not find a loving human heart, the heart of the world would rejoice? With what rejoicing might then be possible? To accept George Bascombe's theory and drop into the jaws of darkness and cease? How much more miserable then must those be who had committed some terrible crime, or dearly loved one who had? What relief, what hope, what lightening for them? What breedingness of vermiculate cares and pains was this human heart of ours? Oh, surely it needed some refuge. If no Saviour had yet come, the tortured world of human hearts cried aloud for one, with unutterable groaning. What would Bascombe do if he had committed a murder? Or what could he do for one who had? If fable it were, it was at least a need, invented one, that of a Saviour to whom anyone might go at any moment, without a journey, without letters or commendations or credentials. And yet no, if it had been invented, it could hardly be by any one in the need, for such even now could hardly be brought to believe it. Ill-bested were the world indeed, if there were no one beyond whose pardon crime could not go. Ah, but where was the good of pardon, if still the conscious crime kept stinging? And who would wish one he loved to grow callous to the crime he had committed? Could one rejoice that his guilty friend had learned to laugh again, able at length to banish the memory of the foul thing? Would reviving self-content render him pleasant to the eyes, and his company precious in the wisdom that springs from the knowledge of evil? Would not that be the moment when he who had most assiduously sought to comfort him in his remorse would first be tempted to withdraw his foot from his threshold? But if there was a God, such a God as, according to the Christian story, had sent his own Son into the world, had given him to appear among us, clothed in the garb of humanity, the armor that can be pierced, to take all the consequences of being the God of obedience amongst the children of disobedience, engulfing their wrongs in his infinite forbearance, and winning them back by slow and unpromising and tedious renewal to the heart of his Father. Surely such a God would not have created them, knowing that some of them would sin sins from the horror of which in themselves all his devotion could not redeem them. And as he thought this, the words arose in his mind, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." His heart filled. He pondered over them. When he got home, he sought and found them in the book. Did a man ever really utter them? If a man did, either he was the most presumptuous of mortals, or he could do what he said. If he could, Then to have seen and distrusted that man, Wingfold felt, would have been to destroy himself, the believing faculty, and become incapable of trusting for ever after. And such a man must, in virtue of his very innocence, know that the worst weariness and the worst load is evil and crime, and must know himself able, in full righteousness, with no jugglery of oblivion or self-esteem, to take off the heavy load and give rest. And yet, thought the curate, not without self-reproach, for one who will go to him to get the rest, 1,000 Chapter 46 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 46. A Sermon to Helen. All the rest of the week his mind was full of thoughts like these, amid which ever arose the suffering face of Helen Lingard, bringing with it the still strengthening suspicion that behind it must lie some oppressive, perhaps terrible secret. But he made no slightest movement towards the discovery of it, put not a single question in any direction for its confirmation or dissolution. He would not look in at her windows, but what seeds of comfort he could find he would scatter wide, and hope that some of them might fall into her garden. When he raised his head on the Sunday from kneeling, with heart honest, devout, and neighbourly, in the pulpit before the sermon, and cast his eyes round his congregation, they rested first, for one moment and no more, upon the same pallid and troubled countenance whose reflection had so often of late looked out from the magic mirror of his memory. The next, they flitted across the satisfied, healthy, handsome, clever face of her cousin, behind which plainly sat a conscience well-to-do. In an easy-chair, the third, they saw and fled the peevish autumnal visage of Mrs. Ramshorn. The next they roved a little, then rested on the draper's good-humoured disk, on the white forehead of which brooded a cloud of thoughtfulness. Last of all they sought the free seats, and found the faces of both the dwarfs. It was the first time he had seen Rachel's there, and it struck him that expressed greater suffering than he had read in it before. She ought rather to be in bed than in church, he thought. But the same seemed the case with her uncle's countenance also, and with that came the conclusion that the pulpit was a wonderful watchtower whence to study human nature, that people lay bare more of their real nature and condition to the man in the pulpit than they know, even before the sermon. Their faces have fallen into the shape of their minds, for the church has an isolating as well as congregating power, and no passing emotion moulds them to an evanescent show. When Polwarth spoke to a friend, the suffering melted in issuing radiance. When he sat thus quiescent, patient endurance was the first thing to be read on his countenance. This flashed through the curate's mind in the moments ere he began to speak, and with it came afresh the feeling, one that is, yet ought not to be sad, that no one of these hearts could give summer weather to another. The tears rose in his eyes as he gazed, and his heart swelled towards his own flesh and blood, as if his spirit would break forth in a torrent of ministering tenderness and comfort. Then he made haste to speak lest he should become unable. As usual, his voice trembled at first, but rose into strength as his earnestness found way. This is a good deal like what he said. The marvellous man who is reported to have appeared in Palestine, teaching and preaching, seems to have suffered far more from sympathy with the inward sorrows of his race than from pity for their bodily pains. These last could he not have swept away from the earth with a word? And yet it seems to have been mostly, if not indeed always, only in answer to prayer that he healed them, and that for the sake of some deeper, some spiritual healing that should go with the bodily cure. It could not be for the dead man whom he was about to call from the tomb that his tears flowed. What source could they have but compassion and pitiful sympathy for the sorrows of the dead man's sisters and friends who had not the inward joy that sustained himself? In the thought of all the pains and heartaches of those that looked in the face of death, the meanings of love, torn generations, the blackness of bereavement that had stormed through the ever-changing world of human hearts since first man had been made in the image of his Father. Yet are there far more terrible troubles than this death, which I trust can only part, not keep apart. There is the weight of conscious wrong-being and wrong-doing. That is the gravestone that needs to be rolled away ere the man can rise to life. Call to mind how Jesus used to forgive men's sins, thus lifting from their hearts the crushing load that paralyzed all their efforts. Recall the tenderness with which he received those from whom the religious of his day turned aside, the repentant women who wept sore-hearted from very love, the publicans who knew they were despised because they were despicable. With him they sought and found shelter. He was their Saviour from the storm of human judgment and the biting frost of public opinion, even when that opinion and that judgment were re-echoed by the justice of their own hearts. He received them, and the life within them rose up, and the light shone, the conscious light of light, despite even of shame and self-reproach. If God be for us, who can be against us? In his name they rose from the hell of their own heart's condemnation, and went forth to do the truth in strength and hope. They heard and believed and obeyed his words. And of all words that ever were spoken, were ever words gentler, tenderer, humbler, lovelier, if true, or more arrogant, man-degrading, God-defying, if false, than these? Concerning which, as his, I now desire to speak to you. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Surely these words, could they but be heartily believed, are such as every human heart might gladly hear. What man is there who has not had, has not now, or will not have, to class himself amongst the weary and heavy laden? Ye who call yourselves Christians profess to believe such rest is to be had, yet how many of you go bowed to the very earth, and take no single step towards him who says, Come? Lift not an eye to see whether a face of mercy may not be looking down upon you. Is it that, after all, you do not believe there ever was such a man as they call Jesus? That can hardly be. There are few so ignorant or so wilfully illogical as to be able to disbelieve in the existence of the man, or that he spoke words to this effect. Is it then that you are doubtful concerning the whole import of his appearance? In that case, were it but as a doubtful medicine, would it not be well to make some trial of the offer made? If the man said the words, he must have at least believed that he could fulfill them. Who that knows anything of him at all can for a moment hold that this man spoke what he did not believe? The best of the Jews, who yet do not believe in him, say of him that he was a good, though mistaken man. Will a man lie for the privilege of being despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief? What but the confidence of truth could have sustained him when he knew that even those who loved him would have left him, had they believed what he told them of his coming fate? But then, believing what he said, might he not have been mistaken? A man can hardly be mistaken as to whether he is at peace or not, whether he has rest in his soul or not. Neither, I think, can a man well be mistaken as to whence comes the peace he possesses, as to the well whence he draws his comfort. The miser knows his comfort is his gold. Was Jesus likely to be mistaken when he supposed himself to know that his comfort came from his God? Anyhow, he believed that his peace came from his obedience, from his oneness with the will of his Father. Friends, if I had such peace as was plainly his, should I not know well whence it came? But I think I hear someone say, doubtless the good man derived comfort from the thought of his Father, but might he not be mistaken in supposing there was any Father? Hear me, my friends. I dare not say I know there is a Father. I dare not even say I think. I can only say with my whole heart, I hope we have indeed a Father in heaven, but this man says he knows. Am I to say he does not know? Can I, who know so much I would gladly have otherwise in myself, imagine him less honest than I am? If he tells me he knows, I am dumb and listen. 1. I know. There is. Outweighs a whole creation of voices crying each, I know not, therefore there is not. And observe, it is his own best he wants to give them. No bribe to obedience to his will, but the assurance of bliss if they will do as he does. He wants them to have peace, his peace, peace from the same source whence he has it. For what does he mean by, take my yoke upon you and learn of me? He does not mean, wear the yoke I lay upon you and obey my words. I do not say he might not have said so, or that he does not say what comes to the same thing at other times, but that is not what he says here. That is not the truth he would convey in these words. He means, take upon you the yoke I wear, learn to do as I do, who submit everything and refer everything to the will of my Father, yea, have my will only in the carrying out of his. Be meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. With all the grief of humanity in his heart, in the face of the death that awaited him, he yet says, for my yoke, the yoke I wear, is easy, the burden I bear is light. What made that yoke easy, that burden light? That it was the will of the Father. If a man answer, any good man who believed in a God might say as much, and I do not say how it can help me, my reply is that this man says, come unto me, and I will give you rest, asserting the power to give perfect help to him that comes. Does all this look far away, my friends, and very unlike the things about us? The things about you do not give you peace. From something different you may hope to gain it. And do not our souls themselves fall out with their surroundings, and cry for a nobler, better, more beautiful life? But someone will perhaps say, it is well, but were I meek and lowly in heart as he of whom you speak, it could not touch my trouble. That springs not from myself, but from one I love. I answer, if the peace be the peace of the Son of Man, it must reach to every cause of unrest. And if thou hadst it, would it not then be next door to thy friend? How shall he whom thou lovest receive it the most readily, but through thee who lovest him? What if thy faith should be the next step to his? Anyhow, if this peace be not an all-reaching as well as a heart-filling peace, if it be not a righteous and a lovely peace, and that in despite of all surrounding and opposing troubles, then it is not the peace of God, for that passes all understanding. So at least say they who profess to know, and I desire to take them at their word. If the trouble be a trouble thy God cannot set right, then either thy God is not the true God, or there is no true God, and the man who professed to reveal him led the one perfect life in virtue of his faith in a falsehood. Alas for poor men and women and their aching hearts. If it offend any of you that I speak of Jesus as the man who professed to reveal God, I answer that the man I see, and he draws me as with the strength of the adorable truth. But if in him I should certainly find the God, for the lack of whose peace I and my brethren and sisters pine, then were heaven itself too narrow to hold my exultation, for in God himself alone could my joy find room. Come then, sore heart, and see whether his heart cannot heal thine. He knows what sighs and tears are, and if he knew no sin in himself, the more pitiful it must have been to him to behold the sighs and tears that guilt wrung from the tortured hearts of his brethren and sisters. Brothers, sisters, we must get rid of this misery of ours. It is slaying us. It is turning the fair earth into a hell, and our hearts into its fuel. There stands the man who says he knows. Take him at his word. Go to him who says, in the might of his eternal tenderness and his human pity, Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. Chapter 47 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Churchy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 47. A Sermon to Himself. Long ere he thus came to a close, Wingfold was blind to all and every individuality before him, felt only the general suffering of the human soul, and the new-born hope for it that lay in the story of the ideal man, the human God. He did not see that Helen's head was down on the book-board. She was sobbing convulsively. In some way the word had touched her, and had unsealed the fountain of tears, if not of faith. Neither did he see the curl on the lip of Bascom, or the glance of annoyance which, every now and then, he cast upon the bent head beside him. "What on earth are you crying about? It is all in the way of his business, you know," said Bascom's eyes, but Helen did not hear them. One or two more in the congregation were weeping, and here and there shone a face in which the light seemed to prevent the tears. Polwarth shone, and Rachel wept. For the rest, the congregation listened only with varying degrees of attention and indifference. The larger portion looked as if neither Wingfold nor any other body ever meant anything, at least in the pulpit. The moment Wingfold reached the vestry, he hurried off the garments of his profession, sped from the abbey, and all but ran across the churchyard to his lodging. There he shut himself up in his chamber, fearful lest he should have said more than he had yet a right to say, and lest ebbing emotion should uncover the fact that he had been but fired by the running of his own wheels, and not inspired by the guide of the fiery-wheeled throne, the cherub Contemplation. There, from the congregation, from the church, from the sermon, from the past altogether, he turned aside his face, and would forget them quite. What had he to do with the thing that was done with and gone, either into the treasury or the lumber-room of creation? Towards the hills of help he turned his face, to the summits over whose tops he looked for the dayspring from on high to break forth. If only Christ would come to him! Do what he might, however, his thoughts would wander back to the great Gothic gulf into which he had been pouring out his soul, and the greater human gulfs that opened into the ancient pile, whose mouths were the faces that hid the floor beneath them, until at last he was altogether vexed with himself for being interested in what he had done, instead of absorbed in what he had yet to do. He left therefore his chamber, and placed himself at a side table in his sitting-room, while his landlady prepared the other for his dinner. She, too, had been at church that morning, whence it came that she moved about and set the things on the table with unusual softness, causing him no interruption while he wrote down a line here and there of what afterwards grew into the following verses. Born in the effort to forget the things that were behind, and reach forth after the things that lay before him. Yes, Master, when thou comest thou shalt find a little faith on earth, if I am here. Thou know'st how often I turn to thee my mind, how sad I wait until thy face appear. Hast thou not ploughed a thorny ground full sore, and from it gathered many stones and sherds? Plough and harrow till it needs no more, then sow thy mustard seed, and send thy birds. I love thee, Lord, and if I yield to fears, nor trust with triumph that pale doubt defies, remember, Lord, 'tis nigh 2,000 years, and I have never seen thee with mine eyes. And when I lift them from the wondrous tale, see, all about me has so strange a show. Is that thy river running down the vale? Is that thy wind that through the pines doth blow? Couldst thou right verily appear again, the same who walk the paths of Palestine, and here in England teach thy trusting men, in church and field and house, with word and sign? Here are but lilies, sparrows, and the rest. My hands on some dear proof would light and stay, but my heart sees John leaning on thy Chapter 48 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 48. Criticism. Extraordinary young man, exclaimed Mrs. Ramshorn as they left the church, with a sigh that expressed despair. Is he an infidel, or a fanatic, a Jesuit, or a Socinian? If he would pay a little more attention to his composition, said Bascombe indifferently, he might in time make of himself a good speaker. I am not at all sure there are not the elements of an orator in him, if he would only reflect a little on the fine relations between speech and passion, and learn of the best models how to play upon the feelings of a congregation. I declare I don't know, but he might make a great man of himself. As long as he don't finish his sentences, however, jumbles his figures, and begins and ends abruptly, without either exordium or peroration, he needn't look to make anything of a preacher, and that seems his object. If that be his object, he had better join the Methodists at once. He would be a treasure to them, said Mrs. Ramshorn. That is not his object, George. How can you say so? Remarked Helen quietly, but with some latent indignation. George smiled, a rather unpleasant smile, and held his peace. Little more was said on the way home. Helen went to take off her bonnet, but did not reappear until she was called to their early Sunday dinner. Now George had counted upon a turn in the garden with her before dinner, and was annoyed. More, it is true, because of the emotion which he rightly judged the cause of her not joining him, than the necessity laid on him of eating his dinner without having first unburdened his mind, but the latter fact also had its share in vexing him. When she came into the drawing-room, it was plain she had been weeping, but although they were alone, and would probably have to wait yet a few minutes before their aunt joined them, he resolved in his good nature to be considerate, and say nothing till after dinner, lest he should spoil her appetite. When they rose from the table, she would have again escaped, but when George left his wine and followed her, she consented, at his urgent, almost expostulatory request, to walk once round the garden with him. As soon as they were out of sight of the windows, he began, in the tone of one whose love it is that prompts rebuke. How could you, my dear Helen, have so little care of your health, already so much shaken with nursing your brother, as to yield your mind to the maundering of that silly ecclesiastic, and allow his false eloquence to untune your nerves. Remember, your health is the first thing, positively the first and foremost thing to be considered, both for your own sake and that of your friends. Without health, what is anything worth? Helen made no answer, but she thought with herself there were 2 or 3 things for the sake of which she would willingly part with a considerable portion of her health. Her cousin imagined her conscience-stricken, and resumed with yet greater confidence. If you must go to church, you ought to prepare yourself beforehand by firmly impressing on your mind the fact that the whole thing is but part of a system, part of a false system, that the preacher has been brought up to the trade of religion, that it is his business, and that he must lay himself out to persuade people, himself first of all if he can, but anyhow his congregation, of the truth of everything contained in that farrago of priestly absurdities called the Bible, forsooth, as if there were no other book worthy to be mentioned beside it. Think for a moment how soon, were it not for their churches and prayers and music and their tomfoolery of preaching, the whole precious edifice would topple about their ears, and the livelihood, the means of contentment and influence, would be gone from so many restless, paltering spirits. So what is left them but to play upon the hopes and fears and diseased consciences of men as they best can? The idiot! To tell a man when he is hipped to come unto me, bah! Does the fool really expect any grown man or woman to believe in his or her brain that the man who spoke those words, if ever there was a man who spoke them, can at this moment Anni Domini, George liked to be correct, 1870, hear whatever silly words the Reverend Mr. Wingfold, or any other human biped, may think proper to address to him, with his face buried in his blankets by his bedside, or in his surplice over the pulpit Bible? Not to mention that they would have you believe, or be damned to all eternity, that every thought vibrated in the convulsions of your brain is known to him as well as to yourself. The thing is really too absurd. Ha, ha! The man died, the death of a malefactor, they say, and his body was stolen from his grave by his followers, that they might impose thousands of years of absurdity upon generations to come after them. And now, when a fellow feels miserable, he is to cry to that dead man, who said of himself that he was meek and lowly in heart, and straightway the poor beggar shall find rest to his soul. All I can say is that, if he finds rest so, it will be the rest of an idiot. Believe me, Helen, a good Havana and a bottle of claret would be considerably more to the purpose. For ladies, perhaps rather a cup of tea and a little Beethoven. Here he laughed, for the rush of his eloquence had swept away his bad humour. But really, he went on, the whole is too absurd to talk about. To go whining after an old Jew fable in these days of progress! Why, what do you think is the latest discovery about light? You will allow this much an excuse for their being so misled, returned Helen with some bitterness, that the old fable pretends at least to provide help for sore hearts, and except it be vivisection, Do be serious, Helen, interrupted George. I don't object to you joking, you know, but you are not joking in a right spirit. This matter has to do with the well-being of the race, and we must think of others. However, your Jew gospel, in the genuine spirit of the Hebrew of all time, would set everybody to the saving of his own wind-bubble of a soul. Believe me, to live for others is the true way to lose sight of our own fancied sorrows. Helen gave a deep sigh. Fancied sorrows. Yes, gladly indeed would she live for one other at least. Nay, more, she would die for him. But alas, what would that do for one whose very being was consumed with grief ineffable? She must speak, else he would read her heart. There are real sorrows, she said. They are not all fancied. "There are very few sorrows," returned George, "in which fancy does not bear a stronger proportion than even a woman of sense, while the fancy is upon her, will be prepared to admit. I can remember bursts of grief when I was a boy, in which it seemed impossible anything should ever console me, but in 1 minute all would be gone, and my heart, or my spleen, or my diaphragm, as merry as ever. Believe that all is well, and you will find all will be well, very tolerably well, that is, considering that the well-being has to be divided and apportioned and accommodated to the various parts of such a huge whole, and that there's no God to look after the business," said Helen, who, according to the state of the tide in the sea of her trouble, resented or accepted her cousin's teaching. "Few women are willing to believe in death. Most of them love life, and are faithful to hope, and I much doubt whether, if Helen had but a taste of trouble to rouse the woman within her before her cousin conceived the wish of making her a proselyte, she would have turned even a tolerably patient ear to his instructions. Yet it is strange to see how even noble women, with the divine gift of imagination, may be argued into unbelief in their best instincts by some small man, as Commonplace is clever, who beside them is as a limestone to marble. The knowing craft comes creeping up into the shadow of the rich galleon, and lo, with all her bountiful sails gleaming in the sun, the ship of God glides off in the wake of the felucca to the sweltering hollows betwixt the winds." "You perplex me, my dear cousin," said Bascombe. "It is plain your nursing has been too much for you. You see everything with a jaundiced eye." "Thank you, cousin George," said Helen. "You are even more courteous than usual." She turned from him and went into the house. Bascombe walked to the bottom of the garden and lighted his cigar, confessing to himself that for once he could not understand Helen. Was it then only that he was ignorant of the awful fact that lay burrowing in her heart, or was he not ignorant also of the nature of that heart in which such a fact must so burrow? Was there anything in his system to wipe off that burning, torturing red? Such things must be. Men who wrong society must suffer for the sake of that society. But the red lay burning on the conscience of Helen too, and she had not murdered. And for him who had, he gave society never a thought, but shrieked aloud in his dreams, and moaned and wept when he waked over the memory of the woman who had wronged him, and whom he had, if Bascombe Chapter 49 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Churchy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 49. A Vanishing Glimmer. Helen ran upstairs, dropped on her knees by her brother's bedside, and fell into a fit of sobbing, which no tears came to relieve. "Helen, Helen, if you give way I shall go mad," said a voice of misery from the pillow. She jumped up, wiping her dry eyes. "What a wicked, selfish, bad sister, bad nurse, bad everything I am, Poldy," she said, her tone ascending the steps of vocal indignation as she spoke. "But shall I tell you?" Here she looked all about the chamber and into the dressing-room ere she proceeded. "Shall I tell you, Poldy, what it is that makes me so... I don't know what. It is all the fault of the sermon I heard this morning. It is the first sermon I ever really listened to in my life. Certainly the first I ever thought about again after I was out of the church. Somehow or other of late Mr. Wingfold has been preaching so strangely, but this is the first time I have cared to listen. Do you know he preaches as if he actually believed the things he was saying, and not only that, but as if he expected to persuade you of them too? I used to think all clergymen believed them, but I doubt it now more than ever, for Mr. Wingfold speaks so differently and looks so different. I never saw any clergyman look like that. I never saw such a change on a man as there is on him. There must be something to account for it. Could it be that he has himself really gone to, as he says, and found some rest, or something he hadn't got before? But you won't know what I mean unless I tell you first what he was preaching about. His text was, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden." A common enough text, you know, Poldy, but it seemed so fresh to him, and he made it look fresh to me, for I felt as if it hadn't been intended for preaching about at all, but for going straight into people's hearts its own self, without any sermon. I think the way he did it was this. He first made us feel the sort of person that said the words, and then made us feel that he did say them, and so made us want to see what they could really mean. But of course what made them so different to me was— here Helen did burst into tears, but she fought with her sobs and went on— was that my heart is breaking for you, Poldy, for I shall never see you smile again, my darling. She buried her face on his pillow, and Leopold uttered a great and exceedingly bitter cry. Her hand was on his mouth instantly, and her sobs ceased, while the tears kept flowing down her white face. "Just think, Poldy," she said, in a voice that she seemed to have borrowed in her need from someone else. "Just think a moment. What if there should be some help in the great wide universe? Somewhere, for as wide as it is, a heart that feels for us both. As my heart feels for you, Poldy. Oh, wouldn't it be grand? Wouldn't it be lovely to be at peace again, Poldy? If there should be somebody somewhere who could take this gnawing serpent from my heart," she pulled wildly at her dress. "Come unto me," he said, "all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." That's what he said. Oh, if it could be true! "Surely it is, for you, best of sisters," cried Leopold. "But what has it to do with me? Nothing. She is dead. I killed her. Even if God were to raise her to life again, he could not make it that I didn't drive the knife into her heart. Give me rest? Why, there's the hand that did it! Oh, my God! My God!" cried the poor youth, and stared at his thin wasted hand, through which the light shone red, as at a conscience evil thing that had done the deed and was still stained with its signs. "God can't be very angry with you, Poldy," sobbed Helen, feeling about blindly in the dark forest of her thoughts for some herb of comfort, and offering any leaf upon which her hand fell first. "Then he ain't fit to be God," cried Leopold fiercely. "I wouldn't have a word to say to a God that didn't cut a man in pieces for such a deed. Oh, Helen, she was so lovely. And what is she now? Surely, if there were a God, he would do something to set it right somehow. I know if I was God, Poldy, I should find some way of setting you up again, my darling. You ain't half as bad as you make yourself out." "You had better tell it to the jury, Helen, and see how they will take it," said Leopold contemptuously. "The jury!" Helen almost screamed. "What do you mean, Poldy?" "Well," returned Leopold in a tone of justification, but made no further answer to her question. "All God can do to set it right," he resumed after a pause, "is to damn me for ever and ever, as one of the blackest creatures in creation." "That I don't believe, anyhow," returned Helen, with equal vehemence and indefiniteness. And for the first time George Bascombe's teachings were a comfort to her. It was all nonsense about a God. As to her brother's misery, it had no source but that to which Shakespeare attributed the misery of Macbeth. And who should know better than Shakespeare? The fear, namely, of people doing the like to himself. But straightway, thereupon, horrible thought, she found herself. Yes, it was in her. Call it thought, or call it feeling, it was hers. She found herself despising her poor crushed brother, disgusted with him, turning from him, not even in scorn of his weakness, but in anger at what he had brought upon her. It was but a flash of the lightning of hell, one glance of his great, troubled, appealing, yet hopeless eyes, vague with the fogs that steamed up from the phlegethon within him, was enough to turn her anger at him into hate of herself, who had stabbed his angel in her heart. Then in herself she knew that all murderers are not of Macbeth's order, and that all remorse is not for oneself. But where was the God to be found who could and might help in the wretched case? How were they to approach him? Or what could he do for them? Were such a being to assure Leopold that no hurt should come to him, even that he thought little of the wrong that he had done, would that make his crushed heart begin to swell again with fresh life? Would that bring back Emmeline from the dark grave and worms to the sunny earth and the speech of men? And whither yet farther he might have sent her, he dared not think. And Leopold was not merely at strife with himself, but condemned to dwell with a self that was loathsome to him. She no longer saw any glimmer of hope but such as lay in George's doctrine of death. If there was no helper who could clean hearts and revive the light of life, Chapter 50 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Chessy Joy. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 50. Let us pray. That was the sole chink in the prison where these two sat immured alone from their kind, unless, indeed, the curate might know of another. One thing Helen had ground for being certain of, that the curate would tell them no more than he knew. Even George Bascombe, who did not believe one thing he said, counted him an honest man. Might she venture to consult him, putting the case as of a person who had done very wrong, say stolen money or committed forgery or something? Might she not thus gather a little honey of comfort and bring it home to Leopold? Thinking thus and thus she sat silent, and all the time the suffering eyes were fixed upon her face, looking for no comfort, but finding there all they ever had of rest. "Are you thinking about the sermon, Helen?" he asked. "What was it you were telling me about it just now? Who preached it?" "Mr. Wingfold," she answered listlessly. "Who is Mr. Wingfold?" "Our curate at the Abbey." "What sort of man is he?" "Oh, a man somewhere about 30, a straightforward, ordinary kind of man." "Ah," said Leopold, then added after a moment, "I was hoping he might be an old man, with a grey head, like the Brahmin who used to teach me Sanskrit. I wish I had treated him better, poor old fellow, and learned a little more." "What does it matter about Sanskrit? Why should you make troubles of trifles?" said Helen, whose trials had at last begun to undermine her temper. "It was not of the Sanskrit, but the Moonshee, I was thinking," answered Leopold mildly. "You darling!" cried Helen, already repentant, but with the revulsion she felt that this state of things could not long continue. She must either lose her senses, or turn into something hateful to herself. The strain was more than she could bear. She must speak to somebody, and she would try whether she could not approach the subject with Mr. Wingfold. But how was she to see him? It would be awkward to call upon him at his lodgings, and she must see him absolutely alone to dare whisper of what was on her mind. As she thus reflected, the thought of what people would say, were it remarked that she contrived to meet the curate, brought a shadow of scorn upon her face. Leopold saw the expression, and, sensitive as an ailing woman, said, "Helen, what have I done to make you look like that?" "How did I look, my Poldy?" she asked, turning on him eyes like brimming wells of love and tenderness. "Let me see," answered Leopold, and after a moment's thought replied, "As Milton's Satan might have looked if Mammon had counselled him to make off with the crown jewels instead of declaring war." "Ah, Poldy!" cried Helen, delighted at the stray glance of sunshine, and kissing him as she spoke, "you must really be better. I'll tell you what," she exclaimed joyfully, as a new thought struck her. As soon as you are able, we will set out for New York, to pay Uncle Tom a visit, of course, but we shall never be seen or heard of again. At New York we will change our names, cross to San Francisco, and from there sail for the Sandwich Islands. Perhaps we may be able to find a little one to buy, just big enough for us two, and you shall marry a nice native." Her forced gaiety gave way. She burst out weeping afresh, and throwing her arms round him, sobbed, "Poldy, Poldy, you can pray. Cry to God to help us somehow or other, and if there be no God to hear us, then let us die together. There are easy ways of it, Poldy." Thank you, sister dear," he answered, pressing her to his bosom. "That is the first word of real comfort you have spoken to me. I shall not be afraid if you go with me." It was indeed a comfort to both of them to remember that there was this alternative, equally to the gallows and the long life of gnawing fear and remorse. But it was only to be a last refuge, of course. Helen withdrew to the dressing-room, laid herself on her bed, and began to compass how to meet and circumvent the curate, so as by an innocent cunning to wile from him on false pretences what spiritual balm she might so gain for the torn heart and conscience of her brother. There was no doubt it would be genuine, and the best to be had, seeing George Bascombe, who was honesty itself, judged the curate an honest man. But how was it to be done? She could see only one way. With some inconsistency she resolved to cast herself upon his generosity, and yet would not trust him entirely. She did not go downstairs again, but had her tea with her brother. In the evening her aunt went out to visit some of her pensioners, for it was one of Mrs. Ramshorn's clerical duties to be kind to the poor, a good deal at their expense, I am afraid, and presently George came to the door of the sick-room to beg her to go down and sing to him. Of course, in the house of a dean's relic, no music except sacred must be heard on a Sunday, but to have Helen sing it, George would condescend even to a hymn-tune, and there was Handel, for whom he professed a great admiration. What mattered his subjects? He could but compose the sort of thing the court wanted of him, and in order to that, had to fuddle his brains first, poor fellow. So said George, at least. Perhaps she could herself hardly have told why, but George perceived the lingering influence of the morning's sermon, and more vexed than ever he had yet been with her, for he could not endure her to cherish the least prejudice in favour of what he despised. He said he would overtake his aunt, and left the house. The moment he was gone, she went to the piano, and began to sing, "Comfort Ye." When she came to "Come unto me," she broke down. But with sudden resolution she rose, and having opened every door between it and her brother, raised the top of the piano, and then sang "Come unto me," as she had never sung in her life. Nor did she stop there. At the distance of 6 of the wide-standing houses, her aunt and cousin heard her singing "Thou didst not leave," with the tone and expression of a prophetess, of a Maenad, George said. She was still singing when he had opened the door, but when
Chapter 51 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 51. 2 Letters. The next morning, as Wingfold ate his breakfast by an open window, looking across the churchyard, he received a letter by the local post. It was as follows: "Dear Mr. Wingfold, I am about to take an unheard-of liberty, but my reasons are such as make me bold. The day may come when I shall be able to tell you them all. Meantime, I hope you can help me. I want very much to ask your counsel about a certain matter, and I cannot beg you to call, for my aunt knows nothing of it. Could you contrive a suitable way of meeting? You may imagine my necessity is grievous when I thus expose myself to the possible bitterness of my own after-judgment. But I must have confidence in the man who spoke as you did yesterday morning. I am, dear Mr. Wingfold, sincerely yours, Helen Lingard. P.S. I shall be walking along Pine Street from our end at 11 o'clock to-morrow. The curate was not taken with a great surprise, but something like fear overshadowed him at finding his sermons come back upon him thus. Was he an unbelieving labourer, to go reaping with his blunt and broken sickle where the corn was ripest? But he had no time to think about that now. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and she would be looking for her answer at 11. He had not to think long, however, before he saw what seemed a suitable plan to suggest, whereupon he wrote as follows. Dear Miss Lingard, I need not say that I am entirely at your service, but I am doubtful if the only way that occurs to me will commend itself to you. I know what I am about to propose is safe, but you may not have sufficient confidence in my judgment to accept it as such. Doubtless you have seen the two deformed persons, an uncle and niece, named Polwarth, who keep the gate of Osterfield Park. I know them well, and, strange as it may seem, I must tell you, in order that you may partake of my confidence, that whatever change you may have observed in my public work is owing to the influence of those two, who have more faith in God than I have ever met with before. It may not be amiss to mention also that, although poor and distorted, they are of gentle blood as well as noble nature. With this preamble, I venture to propose that you should meet me at their cottage. To them it would not appear at all strange that one of my congregation should wish to see me alone, and I know you may trust their discretion. But while I write thus, with all confidence in you and in them, I must tell you that I have none in myself. I feel both ashamed and perplexed that you should imagine any help in me. Of all I know, I am the poorest creature to give counsel. All I can say for myself is that I think I see a glimmer of light, and light is light, through whatever cranny and into whatever poverty-stricken chamber it may fall. Whatever I see I will say. If I can see nothing to help you, I will be silent, and yet I may be able to direct you where to find what I cannot give you. If you accept my plan, and will appoint day and hour, I shall acquaint the Polwarths with the service we desire of them. Should you object to it, I shall try to think of another. I am, dear Miss Lingard, yours very truly, Thomas Wingfold. He placed the letter between the pages of a pamphlet, took his hat and stick, and was walking down Pine Street as the Abbey clock struck 11. Midway he met Helen, shook hands with her, and after an indifferent word or two, gave her the pamphlet and bade her good morning. Helen hurried home. It had required all her self-command to look him in the face, and her heart beat almost painfully as she opened the letter. She could not but be pleased, even more than pleased with it. If the secret had been her own, she thought she could have trusted him entirely, but she must not expose poor Leopold. By the next post the curate received a grateful answer, appointing
Chapter 52 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Nygaard. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 52. Advice in the Dark. It was some moments before either of them spoke, and it did not help Wingfold that she sat clouded by a dark-colored veil. At length he said, "You must not fear to trust me because I doubt my ability to help you. I can at least assure you of my sympathy. The trouble I have myself enables me to promise you that." "Can you tell me," she said, from behind more veils than that of lace, "how to get rid of a haunting idea?" "That depends on the nature of the idea, I should imagine," answered the curate. "Such things sometimes arise merely from the state of the health, and there the doctor is the best help." Helen shook her head, and smiled behind her veil a grievous smile. The curate paused, but, receiving no assistance, ventured on again. "If it be a thought of something past and gone, for which nothing can be done, I think activity in one's daily work must be the best aid to endurance." "Oh dear," said Helen. "When one has no heart to endure, and hates the very sunlight, you wouldn't talk about work to a man dying of hunger, would you?" "I'm not sure about that." "He wouldn't heed you." "Perhaps not." "What would you do then?" "Give him some food, and try him again, I think." "Then give me some food, some hope, I mean, and try me again. Without that, I don't care about duty or life or anything." "Tell me, then, what is the matter? I may be able to hint at some hope," said Wingfold very gently. "Do you call yourself a Christian?" The question would to most people have sounded strange, abrupt, inquisitorial, but to Helen it sounded not one of them all. "No," she answered. "Ah," said the curate a little sadly, and went on, "because then I could have said, you know where to go for comfort. Might it not be well, however, to try, if there is any to be had from him that said, 'Come unto me, and I will give you rest'? I can do nothing with that. I have tried and tried to pray, but it is of no use. There is such a weight on my heart that no power of mine can lift up. I suppose it is because I cannot believe there is anyone hearing a word I say. Yesterday, when I got alone in the park, I prayed aloud. I thought that perhaps, even if he might not be able to read what was in my heart, he might be able to hear my voice. I was even foolish enough to wish I knew Greek, because perhaps he would understand me better if I were to pray in Greek. My brain seems to be turning. It is of no use. There is no help anywhere." She tried hard, but could not prevent a sob. And then there came a burst of tears. "Will you not tell me something about it?" said the curate, yet more gently. Oh, how gladly he would relieve her heart if he might. "Perhaps Jesus has begun to give you help, though you do not know it yet," he said. "His help may be on the way to you, or even with you, only you do not recognize it for what it is. I have known that kind of thing. Tell me some fact or some feeling I can lay hold of. Possibly there is something you ought to do and are not doing, and that is why you cannot rest. I think Jesus would give no rest except in the way of learning of him." Helen's sobs ceased, but what appeared to the curate a long silence followed. At length she said with faltering voice, "Suppose it were a great wrong that had been done, and that was the unendurable thought. Suppose, I say, that was what made me miserable. Then you must, of course, make all possible reparation," answered Wingfold at once. "But if none were possible, what then?" Here the answer was not so plain, and the curate had to think. "At least," he said at length, "you could confess the wrong and ask forgiveness." "But if that were also impossible," said Helen, shuddering inwardly to find how near she drew to the edge of that awful fact. Again the curate took time to reply. "I am endeavoring to answer your questions as well as I can," he said, "but it is hard to deal with generalities. You see how useless, for that very reason, my answers have as yet been. Still, I have something more to say, and hesitate only because it may imply more confidence than I dare profess, and of all things I dread untruth. But I am honest in this much at least, that I desire with true heart to find a God who will acknowledge me as his creature and take me his child, and if there be any God, I am nearly certain he will do so, for surely there cannot be any other kind of God than the Father of Jesus Christ. In the strength of this much of conscious truth I venture to say that no crime can be committed against a creature without being committed also against the Creator of that creature. Therefore, surely, the first step for anyone who has committed such a crime must be to humble himself before God, confess the sin, and ask forgiveness and cleansing. If there is anything in religion at all, it must rest upon an actual individual communication between God and the creature he has made. And if God heard the man's prayer and forgave him, then the man would certainly know it in his heart and be consoled, perhaps by the gift of humility. Then you think confession to God is all that is required? If there be no one else wrong to whom confession can be made, if the case were mine, and sometimes I much fear that in taking holy orders I have grievously sinned, I should then do just as I have done with regard to that. Cry to the living power which I think originated me, to set the matter right for me. But what if it could not be set right? Then to forgive and console me. Alas, alas, that he will not hear of. He would rather be punished than consoled. I fear for his brain. But indeed that might be well. She had gone much farther than she had intended, but the more doubtful help became, the more she was driven by the agony of a perishing hope to search the heart of Wingfold. Again the curate pondered. "Are you sure," he said at length, "that the person of whom you speak is not neglecting something he ought to do, something he knows, perhaps?" He had come back to the same with which he started. Through her veil he saw her turn deadly white. Ever since Leopold said the word jury, a ghastly fear had haunted Helen. She pressed her hand on her heart and made no answer. "I speak from experience," the curate went on. "From what else could I speak? I know that so long as we hang back from doing what conscience urges, there is no peace for us. I will not say our prayers are not heard, for Mr. Polwarth has taught me that the most precious answer prayer can have lies in the growing strength of the impulse toward the dreaded duty, and in the ever sharper stings of the conscience. I think I asked already whether there were no relatives to whom reparation could be made." "Yes, yes," gasped Helen, "and I told you your reparation was impossible." Her voice had sunk almost to a groan.
Chapter 53 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 53. Intercession. A stifled cry had interrupted him. Helen was pressing her handkerchief to her mouth. She rose and ran from him. Wingfold stood alarmed and irresolute. She had not gone many steps, however, when her pace slackened, her knees gave way, and she dropped senseless on the grass. Wingfold ran to the house for water. Rachel hastened to her assistance, and Polwarth followed. It was some time before they succeeded in reviving her. When at length the colour began to return a little to her cheek, Polwarth dropped on his knees at her feet. Wingfold, in his ministrations, was already kneeling on one side of her, and Rachel now kneeled on the other. Then Polwarth said, in his low and husky, yet not altogether unmelodious voice, "Life eternal, this lady of thine hath a sore heart, and we cannot help her. Thou art help, O mighty love. They who know thee best rejoice in thee most. As thy sun that shines over our heads, as thy air that flows into our bodies, thou art above, around, and in us. Thou art in her heart. O speak to her there. Let her know thy will, and give her strength to do it, O Father of Jesus Christ. Amen." When Helen opened her eyes, she saw only the dark leaves of an arbutus over her, and knew nothing beyond a sense of utter misery and weakness, with an impulse to rise and run. With an effort she moved her head a little, and then she saw the 3 kneeling forms, the clergyman with bowed head, and the 2 dwarfs with shining, upturned faces. She thought she was dead, and they were kneeling about her corpse. Her head dropped with a weary sigh of relief. She lay passive, and heard the dwarfs' prayer. Then she knew that she was not dead, and the disappointment was bitter, but she thought of Leopold and was consoled. After a few minutes of quiet, they helped her into the house, and laid her on a sofa in the parlour. "Don't be frightened, dear lady," said the little woman. "Nobody shall come near you. We will watch you as if you were the queen. I am going to get some tea for you." But the moment she left the room, Helen got up. She could not endure a moment longer in the place. There was a demon at her brother's ear, whispering him to confess, to rid himself of his torture by the aid of the law. She must rush home and drive him away. She took her hat in her hand, opened the door softly, and ere Rachel could say a word, had flitted through the kitchen, and was amongst the trees on the opposite side of the road. Rachel ran to the garden to her uncle and Wingfold. They looked at each other for a moment in silence. "I will follow her," said Wingfold. "She may faint again. If she does, I shall whistle." He followed, and kept her in sight until she was safe in her aunt's garden. "What is to be done?" he said, returning in great trouble. "I do not think I made any blunder, but there she is, gone in tenfold misery. I wish I could tell you what passed, but that, of course, I cannot." "Of course not," returned Polwarth, "but the fact of her leaving yon so is no sign that you said the wrong thing, rather the contrary. When people seek advice, it is too often in the hope of finding the adviser side with the second familiar self, instead of their awful first self, of which they know so little.
Chapter 54 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Nygaard. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 54. Helen Alone. Helen tottered to a little summer-house in the garden, which had been her best retreat since she had given her room to her brother, and there seated herself to regain breath and composure ere she went to him. She had sought the door of paradise, and the door of hell had been opened to her. If the frightful idea which she did not doubt had already suggested itself to Leopold should now be encouraged, there was nothing but black madness before her. Her Poldy on the scaffold! God in heaven! Infinitely rather would she poison herself and him.
Then she remembered how pleased and consoled he had been when she said something about their dying together, and that reassured her a little. No, she was certain Leopold would never yield himself to public shame, but she must take care that foolish, extravagant curate should not come near him. There was no knowing to what he might persuade him. Poor Polly was so easily led by any show of nobility, anything that looked grand or self-sacrificing. Helen's only knowledge of guilt came from the pale image of it lifted above her horizon by the refraction of her sympathy. She did not know, perhaps, never would understand the ghastly horror of conscious guilt, besides which there is no evil else. Agonies of injury a man may endure, and, so far from being overwhelmed, rise above them tenfold a man who, were he to awake to the self-knowledge of a crime, would sink into a heap of ruin. Then indeed, if there be no God, or one that has not an infinite power of setting right that which has gone wrong with his work, then indeed welcome the faith, for faith it may then be called, of such as say there is no hereafter. Helen did not know to what gulfs of personal shame, nay, to what summits of public execration, a man may be glad to flee for refuge from the fangs of home-born guilt, if so be there is any refuge to be found in either. And some kind of refuge there does seem to be. Strange it is and true that in publicity itself lies some relief from the gnawing of the worm, as if even a cursing humanity were a barrier of protection between the torn soul and its crime. It flees to its kind for shelter from itself. Hence, I imagine, in part, may the coolness of some criminals be accounted for. Their quietness is the relief brought by confession, even confession but to their fellows. Is it that the crime seems then lifted a little from their shoulders, and its weight shared by the ace? Helen had hoped that the man who had spoken in public so tenderly, and at the same time so powerfully of the saving heart of the universe, that would have no divisions of pride, no scatterings of hate, but of many would make one, and would in private have spoken yet sweeter words of hope and consolation, which she might have carried home in gladness to her sick-souled brother, to comfort and strengthen him. Words of might to allay the burning of poison within him, and make him feel that after all there was yet a place for him in the universe, and that he was no outcast of Gehenna. But instead of such words of gentle might like those of the man of whom he was so fond of talking, he had only spoken drearily of duty, hinting at a horror that would plunge the whole ancient family into a hell of dishonor and contempt. It did indeed show that mere heartless windbags of effete theology those priests were. Skeletons they were, and no human beings at all. Her father, the thought of him was a distraction. Her mother, oh! If Leopold had had her mother for his too, instead of the dark-skinned woman with the flashing eyes, he would never have brought this upon them. It was all his mother's fault, the fault of her race, and of the horrible drug her people had taught him to take. And was he to go and confess it, and be tried for it, and be— Great God! And here was the priest actually counseling what was worse than any suicide. Suddenly, however, it occurred to her that the curate had had no knowledge of the facts of the case, and had therefore been compelled to talk at random. It was impossible he should suspect the crime of which her brother had been guilty, and therefore could not know the frightful consequences of such a confession as he had counselled. Had she not better then tell him all, and so gather from him some right and reasonable advice for the soothing of the agonies of her poor broken-winged angel? But alas, what security had she that a man capable of such priestly severity and heartlessness, her terrors thus made her inconsequent, would not himself betray the all but innocent sufferer to the vengeance of justice so called? No, she would venture no further. Sooner would she go to George Bascom, from whom she not only could look for no spiritual comfort, but whose theories were so cruel against culprits of all sorts. Alas, alas, she was alone. absolutely alone in the great waste, death-eyed universe. But for a man to talk so of the tenderness of Jesus Christ, and then serve her as the curate had done, it was indeed shameless. He would never have treated a poor wretched woman like that. And as she said thus to herself, again the words sounded in the ear of her heart, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Whence came the voice? From her memory, or from that inner chamber of the spirit which the one spirit-bearing Spirit keeps for his own in every house that he builds. Alas, so long in most human houses, shut away from the rest of the rooms and forgotten, or recollected with uneasiness as a lumber closet in which lie too many things that had better not be looked into. But what matter were the voice that had said them, so long as the words were true, and she might believe them? Whatever is true can be believed of the true heart. Ere she knew, Helen was on her knees, with her head on a chair, yet once more crying to the hearer of cries, possible or impossible, being she knew not in the least, but words reported of him had given birth to the cry, to help her in her dire need. Instead of any word or thought, even, coming to her that might be fancied an answer, she was scared from her knees by an approaching step, that of the housekeeper, come to look for her with the message from her aunt that Leopold Chapter 55 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Nygaard. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 55, A Haunted Soul. Helen rose and hastened to her brother, with a heart of lead in her body. She started when she saw him. Some change had passed on him since the morning. Was that eager look in his eyes a fresh access of fever? That glimmer on his countenance, doubtful as the first of the morning when the traveller knows not whether the light be in the sky or only in his brain, did look more like a dawn of his own healthful radiance rather than any fresh fire of madness. But at the same time he appeared more wasted and pinched and death-like than she had yet seen him. Or was it only in her eyes? Was she but reading in his face the agony she had herself gone through that day? "Helen! Helen!" he cried as she entered the room. "Come here, close to me." She hastened to him and sat down on the bedside, took his hand, and looked as cheerfully as she could, yet it was but the more woefully in his face. And he spoke with a strange expression in his voice, for it seemed that of hope. "I have been thinking all day of what you told me on Sunday." "What was that, Poldy?" asked Helen, with a pang of fear. "Why, those words, of course. What else? You sang them to me afterwards, you know. Helen, I would like to see Mr. Wingfold. Don't you think he might be able to do something?" "What was that, Poldy?" asked Helen, with a pang of fear. "What sort of thing, Poldy?" she faltered, growing sick at heart. Was this what came of praying? She thought bitterly. "Something or other, I don't know what exactly," returned Leopold. "Oh, Helen!" he broke out with a cry, stifled by the caution that had grown habitual to both of them. "Is there no help of any kind anywhere? Surely Mr. Wingfold could tell me something, comfort me somehow, if I were to tell him all about it. I could trust the man that said such things as those you told me. That I could. Oh, I wish I hadn't run away, but had let them take me and hang me." Helen felt herself grow white. She turned away and pretended to search for something she had dropped. "I don't think he would be of the slightest use to you," she said, still stooping. And she felt like a devil dragging the soul of her brother to hell. But that was a foolish fancy, and must be resisted. "Not if I told him everything?" Leopold hissed from between his teeth in the struggle to keep down a shriek. "No, not if you told him everything," she answered. and felt like a judge condemning him to death. "What is he there for, then?" said Leopold indignantly, and turned his face to the wall and moaned. Helen had not yet thought of asking herself whether her love to her brother was all clear love and nowise mingled with selfishness, whether in the fresh horror that day poured into the cup that had seemed already running over, it was of her brother only she thought, or whether threatened shame to herself had not a part in her misery. But, as far as she was aware, she was quite honest in saying that the curate could not comfort him, for what attempt even had he made to comfort her? What had he done but utter commonplaces and truisms about duty? And who could tell but, indeed, was she not certain that such a man, bringing the artillery of his fanaticism to bear upon her poor boy's wild enthusiastic temperament, would speedily persuade him to make a reality of that terrible thing he had already thought of, that hideously impossible possibility which she dared not even to allow to present itself before her imagination? So he lay and moaned, and she sat crushed and speechless with despairing misery. All at once Leopold sat straight up, his eyes fixed and flaming, his face white. He looked like a corpse possessed by a spirit of fear and horror. Helen's heart swelled into her throat, the muscles of her face contracted with irresistible rigor, and she felt it grow exactly like his. And he stared at something which, lest she also should see, she dared not turn her head. Surely, she thought afterwards, she must have been that moment in the presence of something unearthly. Her physical being was wrenched from her control, and she must simply sit and wait until the power or influence, whichever it might be, should pass away. How long was it ere it relaxed its hold she could not tell. It could not have been long, she thought. Suddenly the light sank from Leopold's eyes, his muscles relaxed, he fell motionless, apparently senseless, on the pillow, and she thought he was dead. The same moment she was free. The horror had departed from her own atmosphere too, and she made haste to restore him. But in all she did for him, she felt like the executioner who gives restoratives to the wretch that has fainted on the rack or the wheel. What right had she thought, to multiply to him his moments of torture, if the cruel power that had created him for such misery, whoever, whatever, wherever he might be, chose thus to torture him, was she, his only friend, out of selfish affection he had planted in her, to lend herself his tool? Yet she hesitated not a single moment in her ministrations. There is so much passes in us of which our consciousness takes no grasp, or but with such a flitting touch as scarcely to hand it over to the memory, that I feel encouraged to doubt whether ever there was a man absolutely without hope. That there have been, alas, are many who are aware of no ground of hope, nay, even who feel no glimmer in them of anything they can call hope, I know. But I think in them all is an underlying unconscious hope. I think that not one in all the world has more than a shadowy notion of what hopelessness means. Perhaps utter hopelessness is the outer darkness. At length Leopold opened his eyes, and gave a terrified glance around, held out his arms to her, and drew her down upon his face. "I saw her," he said, in a voice that sounded as if it came from the grave, and she heard it in her heart. "Nonsense, dear Polly. It was all fancy, nothing more," she returned in a voice almost as hollow as his, and the lightness of the words uttered in such a tone jarred dismayfully on her own ear. "Fancy," he repeated. "I know what fancy is as well as any man or woman born. That was no fancy. She stood there by the wardrobe in the same dress, her face as white as her dress, and, listen, I will tell you, I will soon satisfy you, it could be no fancy." Here he pushed her from him and looked straight in her eyes. "I saw her back reflected in the mirror of the wardrobe door, and—" Here the fixed look of horror threatened to return upon his face, but he went on. "Listen. There was a worm crawling in it, over her lovely white shoulder. Ugh! I saw it in the mirror." His voice had risen to a strangled shriek, his face was distorted, and he shook like a child on the point of yelling aloud in an agony of fear. Helen had clasped his face between her hands, and gathering courage from despair, if indeed that be a possible source of courage, and it is not gathered rather from the hidden hope of which I speak, and the love that will cleave and not forsake, she set her teeth and said, "Let her come then, Poldy. I'm with you, and I defy her. She shall know that a sister's love is stronger than the hate of a jilt, even if you did kill her. Before God, Poldy, I would after all rather be you than she. Say what you will. She had herself to blame, and I wouldn't doubt did 20 worse things than you did when you killed her." But Leopold seemed not to hear a word she said, and lay with his face to the wall. At length he turned his head suddenly and said,
Chapter 56 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Anna Roberts. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 56. Compelled Confidence. Helen flew to the dressing-room to hide her dismay, and there cast herself on the bed. The grey fate above, or the awful Demogorgon below, would have its way. Whether it was a living will, or but the shadow of the events it seemed to order, it was too much for her. She had no choice but yield. She rose and returned to her brother. "I am going to find Mr. Wingfold," she said in a hoarse voice as she took her hat. "Don't be long then, Helen," returned Leopold. "I can't bear you out of my sight, and don't let Aunt come into the room. She might come again, you know, and then all would be out. Bring him with you, Helen." "I will," answered Helen, and went. The curate might have returned. She would seek him first at his lodging. She cared nothing about appearances now. It was a dull afternoon. Clouds had gathered, and the wind was chilly. It seemed to blow out of the church, which stood up cold and grey against the sky, filling the end of the street. What a wretched, horrible world it was! She approached the church and entered the churchyard, from which it rose like a rock from the Dead Sea, a type of the true church, around whose walls lie the dead bodies of the old selves left behind by those who enter. Helen would have envied the dead, who lay so still under its waves, but alas, if Leopold was right, they but roamed elsewhere in their trouble, and were no better for dying. She hurried across and reached the house, but Mr. Wingfold had not yet returned, and she hurried back across it again to tell Leopold that she must go farther to find him. The poor youth was already more composed. What will not the vaguest hope sometimes do for a man? Helen told him she had seen the curate in the park when she was out in the morning, and he might be there still, or she might meet him coming back. Leopold only begged her to make haste. She took the road to the lodge. She did not meet him, and it was with intense repugnance that she approached the gate. "Is Mr. Wingfold here?" she asked of Rachel, as if she had never spoken to her before, and Rachel, turning paler at the sight of her, answered that he was in the garden with her uncle, and went to call him. The moment he appeared, she said, in a tone rendered by conflicting emotions inexplicable, and sounding almost rude, "Will you come to my brother? He is very ill, and wants to see you." "Certainly," returned Wingfold. "I will go with you at once." But in his heart he trembled at the thought of being looked to for consolation and counsel, and that apparently in a case of no ordinary kind. Most likely he would not know what to say or how to behave himself. How different it would be if with all his heart he believed the grand, lovely things recorded in the book of his profession. Then indeed he might enter the chambers of pain and fear and guilt with the innocent confidence of a winged angel of comfort and healing. But now the eyes of his understanding were blinded with the ifs and buts that flew swarming like black musca wherever they turned. Still he would, nay, he must go and do his best. They walked across the park to reach the house by the garden, and for some distance they walked in silence. At length Helen said, "You must not encourage my brother to talk much, if you please, And you must not mind what he says. He has had brain fever, and sometimes talks strangely. But on the other hand, if you fancy you don't believe him, it will drive him wild, so you must take care, please." Her voice was like that of a soul trying to speak with unproved lips. "Miss Lingard," said Wingfold, slowly and quietly, and if his voice trembled, he only was aware of it, "I cannot see your face, therefore you must pardon me if I ask you, are you quite honest with me?" Helen's first feeling was anger. She held her peace for a time. Then she said, "So, Mr. Wingfold, that is the way you help the helpless." "How can any man help without knowing what has to be helped?" returned the curate. "The very being of his help depends upon his knowing the truth. It is very plain you do not trust me, and equally impossible I should be of any service as long as the case is such." Again Helen held her peace. Resentment and dislike towards himself, combined with terror of his anticipated counsel, to render her speechless. Her silence lasted so long that Wingfold came to the resolution of making a venture that had occurred to him more than once that morning. Had he not been convinced that a soul was in dire misery, he would not have had recourse to the seeming cruelty. "Would this help to satisfy you that, whatever my advice may be worth, at least my discretion may be trusted?" he said. They were at the moment passing through a little thicket in the park, where nobody could see them, and as he spoke he took the knife-sheath from his pocket and held it out to her. She started like a young horse at something dead. She had never seen it, but the shape had an association. She paled, retreated a step, with a drawing back of her head and neck and a spreading of her nostrils, stared for a moment, first at the sheath, then at the curate, gave a little moan, bit her underlip hard, held out her hand, but as if she were afraid to touch the thing, and said, "What is it? Where did you find it?" She would have taken it, but Wingfold held it fast. "Give it me," she said imperatively. "It is mine. I lost it." "There is something dark on the lining of it," said the curate, and looked straight into her eyes. She let go her hold, but almost the same moment she snatched the sheath out of his hand and held it to her bosom, while her look of terror changed into one of defiance. Wingfold made no attempt to recover it. She put it in her pocket and drew herself up. "What do you mean?" she said, in a voice that was hard yet trembled. She felt like one that sees the vultures gathering above him, and lifts a movable finger in defence. Then, with sudden haughtiness, both of gesture and word, "You have been acting the spy, sir." "No," returned the curate quietly. "The sheath was committed to my care by one whom certain facts that had come to his knowledge, certain words he had overheard—" He paused. She shook visibly, but still would hold what ground might yet be left her. "Why did you not give it me before?" she asked. "In the public street, or in your aunt's presence?" "You are cruel," she panted. Her strength was going. "What do you know?" "Nothing so well as that I want to serve you, and you may trust me." "What do you mean to do?" "My best to help you and your brother." "But to what end?" "To any end that is right." "But how? What would you tell him to do?" "You must help me discover what he ought to do." "Not!" she cried, clasping her hands and dropping on her knees before him. "You will not tell him to give himself up? Promise me you will not, and I will tell you everything. He shall do anything you please with that. Anything but that." Wingfold's heart was sore at the sight of her agony. He would have raised her with soothing words of sympathy and assurance, but still she cried, "Promise me you will not make him give himself up." "I dare not promise anything," he said. "I must do what I may see to be right. Believe me, I have no wish to force myself into your confidence, but you have let me see that you are in great trouble and in need of help, and I should be unfaithful to my calling if I did not do my best to make you trust me." A pause followed. Helen rose despairingly, and they resumed their walk. Just as they reached the door in the fence which would let them out upon the meadow in sight of the manor house, she turned to him and said, "I will trust you, Mr. Wingfold. I will take you to my brother, and he shall do as he thinks proper." They passed out and walked across the meadow in silence. In the passage under the fence, as she turned from closing the door behind them, she stood and pressed her hand to her side. "Oh, Mr. Wingfold," she cried, "my heart will break. He has no one but me to be mother and sister and all to him. He is not wicked, my poor darling." She caught the curate by the arm with a grasp which left its mark behind it, and gazed appealingly into his face. In the dim, tomb-like light, her wide-strained eyes, white agonized countenance, and trembling roseless lips made her look like one called back from death to speak of horrors. "Save him from madness," she said, in forced and unnatural utterance. "Save him from the remorse gnawing at his heart. But do not counsel him to give himself up." "Would it not be better you should tell me about it," said the curate, "and save him the pain and excitement?" "I will do so if he wishes it, not otherwise. Come, we must not stay longer. He can hardly bear me out of his sight. I will leave you for one moment in the library, and then come to you. If you should see my aunt, not a word of all this, please. All she knows is that he has had brain fever, and is recovering only very slowly. I have never given her even a hint of anything worse. Indeed, honestly, Mr. Wingfold, I am not at all certain he did do what he will tell you, but there is his misery all the same. Do have pity on us, and don't be hard upon the poor boy. He is but a boy, only 20. "May God be to me as I am to him," said Wingfold solemnly. Helen withdrew her entreating eyes and let go of his arm. They went up into the garden and into the house. Afterwards Wingfold was astonished at his own calmness and decision in taking upon him, almost as it were dragging to him, this relation with Helen and her brother. But he had felt that not to do so would be to abandon Helen to her grief, and that for her sake he must not hesitate to encounter whatever might have to be encountered in doing so. Helen left him in the library, as she had said, and there he waited her return in a kind of stupor. Chapter 57 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Roberts. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. Chapter 57. Willing Confidence. "Come," said Helen, re-entering, and the curate rose and followed her. The moment he turned the corner of the bed and saw the face on the pillow, he knew in his soul that Helen was right, and that was no wicked youth who lay before him, one, however, who might well have been passion-driven. There was the dark complexion, and the great soft yet wild eyes that came of tropical blood. Had not Helen so plainly spoken of her brother, however, he would have thought he saw before him a woman. The worn, troubled, appealing light that overflowed rather than shone from his eyes went straight to the curate's heart. Wingfold had had a brother, the only being in the world he had ever loved tenderly. He had died young, and a thin film of ice had since gathered over the well of his affections, but now suddenly this ice broke and vanished, and his heart yearned over the suffering youth. He had himself been crying to God, not seldom in sore trouble, and now, ere, as it seemed, he had himself been heard, here was a sad brother crying to him for help. Nor was this all. The reading of the gospel story had roused in his heart a strange yet most natural longing after the face of that man of whom he read such lovely things, and thence, unknown to himself, had come a reverence and a love for his kind, which now first sprang awake to his consciousness in the feeling that drew him towards Leopold. Softly he approached the bed, his face full of tenderness and strong pity. The lad, weak with protracted illness and mental torture, gave one look in his face, and stretched out both his arms to him. How could the curate give him but a hand? He put his arms round him, as if he had been a child. "I knew you would come," sobbed Lingard. "What else should I do but come?" returned Wingfold. "I have seen you somewhere before," said Lingard. "In one of my dreams, I suppose." Then, sinking his voice to a whisper, he added, "Do you know you came in close behind her? She looked round and saw you and vanished." Wingfold did not even try to guess at his meaning. "Hush, my dear fellow," he said. "I must not let you talk wildly, or the doctor might forbid my seeing you." "I am not talking a bit wildly," returned Leopold. "I am as quiet as a mountain top. Ah, when I am wild, if you saw me then, you might say so." Wingfold sat down on the side of the bed, and took the thin, hot hand next him in his own firm, cool one. "Come now," he said, "tell me all about it, or shall your sister tell me? Come here, please, Miss Lingard." "No, no," cried Leopold hastily. "I will tell you myself. My poor sister could not bear to tell it you. It would kill her. But how am I to know you will not get up and walk out the moment you have a glimpse of what is coming?" "I would as soon leave a child burning in the fire and go out and shut the door," said Wingfold. "You can go now, Helen," said Lingard very quietly. "Why should you be tortured over again? You needn't mind leaving me. Mr. Wingfold will take care of me." Helen left the room with one anxious look at her brother as she went. Without a moment's further delay, Leopold began, and in wonderfully direct and unbroken narrative, told the sad evil tale as he had formerly told it to his sister, only more consecutively and quietly. Possibly his anxiety as to how the listener would receive it served, by dividing him between two emotions, to keep the re-uttered tale from overpowering him with freshened vividness. All the time he kept watching Wingfold's face, the expressions of which the curate felt those eyes were reading like a book. He was so well prepared, however, that no expression of surprise, no reflex of its ghastfulness met Leopold's gaze, and he went on to the end without a pause even. When he had finished, both sat silent, looking in each other's eyes, Wingfold's beaming with compassion, and Lingard's glimmering with doubtful, anxious inquiry and appeal. At length Wingfold said, "And what do you think I can do for you?" "I don't know. I thought you could tell me something. I cannot live like this. If I had but thought before I did it, and killed myself instead of her, it would have done so much better. Of course I should be in hell now, but that would be all right, and this is all wrong. I have no right to be lying here, and Emmeline in her grave. I know I deserve to be miserable for ever and ever, and I don't want not to be miserable. That is all right, but there is something in this wretchedness that I cannot bear. Tell me something to make me able to endure my misery. That is what you can do for me. I don't want to go mad. And what is worst of all, I have made my sister miserable, and I can't bear to see it. She's wasting away with it. And besides, I fancy she loves George Bascombe, and who would marry the sister of a murderer? And now she has begun to come to me again, in the daytime, I mean Emmeline, or I have begun to see her again, I don't know which. Perhaps she is always there, only I don't always see her, and it don't much matter which. Only if other people were to see her, while she is there nothing could persuade me I do not see her, but afterwards I am not so sure that I did. And at night I keep dreaming the horrible thing over and over again, and the agony is to think I shall never get rid of it, and never feel clean.
Chapter 58 of Thomas Wingfold, Curate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kerry Ford. Thomas Wingfold, Curate, by George Macdonald. 58. The Curate's Counsel. Not seeing yet what he had to say, but knowing that scintillation the smallest is light, the curate let the talk take its natural course, and said the next thing that came to him. "How do you feel when you think that you may yet be found out?" he asked. "At first I was more afraid of that than of anything else. Then, after that danger seemed past, I was afraid of the life to come. That fear left me next, and now it is the thing itself that is always haunting me. I often wish they would come and take me, and deliver me from myself. It would be a comfort to have it all known, and to never need to start again. I think I could even bear to see her in the prison, if it would annihilate the deed, or bring Emmeline back. I cannot tell you how gladly I would be hanged. I would indeed, Mr. Wingfold. I hope you will believe me, though I don't deserve it. I do believe you, said the curate, and a silence followed. There is but one thing I can say with confidence at this moment, he resumed. It is that I am your friend, and will stand by you. But the first part of friendship sometimes is to confess poverty, and I want to tell you that of the very things concerned which I ought to know most, I knew least. I have but lately begun to feel after God, and I dare not say that I have found him, but I think I know now where to find him, and I do think, if we could find him, then we should find help. All I can do for you now is only to be near you, and talk to you, and pray to God for you, that so together we may wait for what light may come. Does anything ever look to you as if it would make you feel better? I have no right to feel better, or take comfort from anything. I am not sure about that. Do you feel any better for having me come to see you? Oh, yes, indeed I do. Well, there is no wrong in that, is there? I don't know. It seems a sneaking kind of thing. She has got none of it. My sister makes excuses for me, but the moment I begin to listen to them, I only feel the more horrid. I have said nothing of that kind to you. No, sir. And yet you like to have me here. Yes, indeed, sir, he answered earnestly. And it does not make you think less of your crime? No, it makes me feel it worse than ever to see you sitting there, a clean, strong, innocent man, and think what I might have been. Then the comfort you get from me does you no harm. At least, if I were to find my company made you think with less hatred of your crime, I should go away that instant. Thank you, sir, said Leopold humbly. Oh, sir, he resumed after a little silence, to think that never more, to all eternity, shall I be able to think of myself as I used to think. Perhaps you used to think too much of yourself, returned the curate. For the greatest fool and rascal in creation there is yet a worse condition, and that is not to know it, but think himself a respectable man, as the event proves, though you would doubtless have laughed at the idea. You were then capable of committing a murder. I have come to see, at least I think I have, that except a man has God dwelling in him, he may be, or may become, capable of any crime within the compass of human nature. I don't know anything about God, said Leopold. I dare say I thought I did before this happened. Before I did it, I mean, he added in correction. But I know now that I don't, and never did. Ah, Leopold, said the curate, think if my coming to you comforts you, what would it be to have him who made you always with you? Where would be the good? I dare say he might forgive me if I were to do this and that, but where would be the good of it? It would not take the thing off me one bit. Ah, now, said Wingfold, I fear you are thinking a little about your own disgrace, and not only of the bad you have done. Why should you not be ashamed? Why would you have the shame taken off you? Nay, you must humbly consent to bear it. Perhaps your shame is the hand of love washing the defilement from off you. Let us keep our shame, and be made clean from the filth. I don't know that I understand you, sir. What do you mean by defilement? Is it not to have done the deed that is the defilement? Is it not rather to have that in you, a part, or all but a part of your being, that makes you capable of doing it? If you had resisted and conquered, you would have been clean from it. And now, if you repent and God comes to you, you will yet be clean. Again I say, let us keep our shame and be made clean. Shame is not defilement, though a mean pride persuades men so. On the contrary, the man who is honestly ashamed has begun to be clean. But what good would that do to Emmeline? It cannot bring her up again to the bright world out of the dark grave. Emmeline is not in the dark grave. Where is she then? He said with a ghastly look. That I cannot tell. I only know that if there be a God, she is in his hands, replied the curate. The youth gazed on his face and made no answer. Wingfold saw that he had been wrong in trying to comfort him with the thought of God dwelling in him. How was such a poor, passionate creature to take that for a comfort? How was he to understand or prize the idea who had his spiritual nature so all undeveloped? He would try another way. Shall I tell you what seems to me something, the only one thing I want to help me out of my difficulties? Yes, please, sir, answered Leopold as humbly as a child. I think sometimes if I could but see Jesus for one moment. Ah, cried Leopold and gave a great sigh. You would like to see him then, would you? Oh, Mr. Wingfold, what would you say to him if you saw him? I don't know. I would fall down on my face and hold his feet, lest he should go away from me. Do you think then that he could help you? Yes, he could make Emmeline alive again. He could destroy what I have done. But still, as you said, the crime would remain. But as you say, he could pardon that, and make me that I would never sin again. So you think the story about Jesus Christ is true? Yes, don't you? Said Leopold with an amazed, half-frightened look. Yes, indeed I do. Then do you remember what he said to his disciples as he left them? I am with you always unto the end of the world. If that be true, then he can hear you just as well now as ever he could. And when he was in the world, he said, Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. It is rest you want, my poor boy, not deliverance from danger or shame, but rest. Such peace of mind as you had when you were a child. If he cannot give you that, I know not where or how it is to be had. Do not waste time in asking yourself how he can do it. That is for him to understand, not you. Until it is done, ask him to forgive you and make you clean and set things right for you. If he will not do it, then he is not the Saviour of men, and was wrongly named Jesus. The curate rose. Leopold had hid his face.